Paris in the fall, the last months of the year and the end of the millennium. The city holds many memories for me, of cafes, of music, of love, and of death.
There we go. I put buttons out for this scene. If you guys enjoy this opening, I'm going to add a button for this scene on my stream now. There we go. So, Broken Sword, Shadow of the Templars. Category says that we're doing the director's cut, which is because Twitch doesn't have a category for the original version. Which you can likely tell from the resolution of this cutscene, we're playing the original game. I played the original and I played the director's cut. The director's cut is nice. It adds some new areas. You get a few chapters where you get to play as Nico. A little bit of extra story. It's unnecessary. I think it looks less consistent because of the new artwork, which is still by the original artist, Dave Gibbons, best known for his illustrations on Watchmen, being the artist behind the Watchmen graphic novel. But you're looking at about like 10 years difference in art. So they've got the original art and then they've got the new art on top of it, and it doesn't look as good, I don't think. It's really inconsistent. There's also some censorship to it, which I'm not super into. Some blood has been taken out, and it's just been... This is the version I grew up with, this is the version we're playing. Broken Sword, Shadow of the Templars, released as Circle of Blood somewhere.
As I picked myself up, all I could hear was the ceaseless drone of traffic. Life went on around me.
But the explosion
was to
change my life forever. So, Broken Sword is a point-and-click game. Here's the mouse cursor. This is going to be the first point-and-click game we do for the stream. Hope everybody enjoys it.
I contemplated crawling under the umbrella and pretending none of this had ever happened.
George Stobart, our main character, voiced by Rolf Saxon in all of the Broken Sword games, which is a really nice thread of consistency. I don't think I've ever heard him in anything else. But being able to jump into any Broken Sword game and hear Rolf Saxon as George Stobart is both.
The umbrella had protected me from the bomb blast, but it was of no use to me now.
So, the opening plot, George Stobart is an American tourist on vacation in Paris. He is sat outside a Parisian diner when a clown blows up the cafe. The cafe is not a diner. It's outside a Parisian cafe. When a clown blew it up, and now we have our game.
Wrapped around the lamppost was a newspaper. The leading article referred to the visit of a Nobel Prize winner from some unpronounceable Eastern European state. That was the only news story. The rest was rumor, gossip, and sensationalism. Then I noticed the writing at the foot of the page. It read Salah ad-Din, 1345.
Ooh.
It was a Paris daily tabloid newspaper, full of sex, scandal, and sports results.
Nice, let's take a look at the cafe.
The blast had blown out the glass, leaving a gaping hole. I examined the jagged glass remaining in the window.
So I had
was
this on
broken, all right.
PlayStation. It came out on PlayStation. I had it on PlayStation. And I played it with the PlayStation mouse, which was kind of neat.
It was the body of the old man. It was hard to believe I'd seen him alive only minutes before. I tried not to meet his stare as I searched the dead man's pockets. No wallet, no papers, no credit cards. The guy's past was a blank page.
Into the old man's dead. We saw the clown steal his briefcase.
A mysteriously undamaged bottle of spirit stood on the bar. I needed a stiff drink, but I hated the taste of brandy.
I feel like after surviving an explosion, I'd be less hesitant to drink something I didn't like. But I also wonder if I'd be cognizant enough to realize it's a bad idea to drink alcohol right after something.
The pretty young waitress was unconscious.
After an explosion, Teak.
Oh,
Welcome
my
in, Teak.
head. Never again. How much vodka did I drink? Oh, no, don't tell me. What is your name, Sherry?
George Stobart, ma'am.
Oh, American.
She asked the question quite innocently, but I could sense her reserve. It was something which seemed to afflict all Europeans. You look like you could use
Even
a
in
little help.
I
1995.
could use a little drink. I feel sick.
In 95, like 98.
Bruised. I don't even remember the party.
Just relax and take it easy. You've been knocked out.
You don't say. What happened?
There's been an explosion. You should try not to move.
Which is
Are
why
you
I
a
picked you
doctor?
up and put you on the sofa.
No, but I used to play hospitals when I was a kid. Can you remember anything at all?
No. I need a drink. Pour me a brandy.
Yeah. So I'm not gonna get
You could be in shock. No alcohol.
What about the old man? Is he dead?
The only thing, whether or not you tell her you're a doctor and give her brandy, it only affects like 2 lines of dialogue coming up. If you say no to both, those 2 lines don't come up.
Yes, he is.
Ah, mon Dieu.
The pretty young waitress was unconscious. She didn't respond. If I wanted another cappuccino, I'd have to serve myself.
Cappuccino in the 90s, how fancy. I'm amazed the lights are still working. This game has a really good soundtrack. It's mostly ambient noise, but like when it's playing music, it's really good. I can come down here later. It's fine.
It was an iron lamppost. I considered climbing the lamppost, but it wasn't going to shed any light on it there.
Sound mixing might be a little weird though. That's pro. Hey, is that legendary streamer Fox Sound Cat? We saw a clown, he ran away with a briefcase. Yeah, did he play Broken Sword before?
Freeze! Hold it, right there.
Oh, don't shoot. I'm innocent. I'm an American.
Can't
Yeah, make up your mind, huh?
I demand to see the American
Many
consul.
times.
Drop your
Excellent.
weapons and
It's always
get
good to
down
see
on the
another person who
ground.
appreciates
Put that
Broken
thing
Sword
away,
series.
Sergeant Moo. I apologize, monsieur, but I cannot permit you to leave.
Am I under arrest?
Ah, no, I would simply like to ask you some questions. En
En
avant,
avant,
to the
to the
café,
café,
marche.
marche.
What a mess. This bombing is an outrage, is it not?
Stop that, monsieur. Stop holding your breath at once.
Has it occurred to you that he may be dead, Moo?
Oui, monsieur. But I prefer to look on the bright side. Besides, I recall a case where the killer escaped by feigning death. However, in this case, the man is quite dead.
I played it back in the day on the
How
PlayStation.
many
With the
times have I
PlayStation mouse,
warned
it
you
was really
about
cool.
premature extrapolation? All we know is that he is dead.
It
I
seemed
played the
reasonable
DS
to
version of
assume-
Director's Cut. I never played
A great
Director's Cut on
detective
Wii or PC
assumes
though.
Nothing. Take Maigret, for instance.
But he was a fictitious character, monsieur. Why, he was no more real than Poirot or Tintin.
That's different, Moo. They were comedy Belgians. Anyway, it is unlikely that even you will learn much from talking to the dead.
I have played a
Examine
little
the
bit of the
girl
Game Boy Advance
and take her
version, which
statement
is honestly kind of
if you
fascinating.
can.
I've played 1, 2, and 3. I've not played 4,
Eh,
but I've owned it
maintenant,
for years.
To business.
And I've got 5, but I've not really done anything with it. I love Broken Sword 3, though. Broken Sword 3 is
Your
great.
name, please?
George Stobart.
I feel like
I'm
it's
from
really
California.
underrated.
And what brings you to Paris, Monsieur Stobart?
Travel. I'm touring Europe.
You chose well. The city is most beautiful at this time of year, no?
Yeah, I guess so. Apart from the bomb blasts.
Were you in the vicinity of the cafe at the time of the explosion?
Yeah, I was sitting out on the sidewalk. I was lucky I wasn't killed. The inspector passed over my remark with no reaction.
Did you see the deceased enter the cafe?
Yes.
Yes, I did.
Was
Hey,
he
thanks for the bits,
alone?
Cat.
Yeah.
And did he say anything to you?
No.
No.
He was more
he did
interested
not.
in the waitress.
Oh, Cat, you're
Did
so
you
sweet.
see anyone else in the cafe?
Yeah, there was a weird clown.
Yeah, there was a guy dressed as a clown. He was carrying an accordion.
An accordion? Bon, the picture is forming in my mind, and it is not a pretty one. Is the girl all right, Moo?
I haven't played this in a long time, but I
She'll
feel like
leave.
I could go
She
through all of it
confirms
without
the
a
American
guide.
statement. A clown with an accordion, no doubt an elaborate and eccentric disguise.
Very well.
If you tell her
Eh bien,
that you're
I
a
have heard
doctor,
enough.
she'll tell
What do you
Moo.
mean?
And if you give her a
satisfied that you
drink,
know
Moo
nothing.
will comment
You
that
may
she
leave.
smells like she's been
I hope
drinking.
this little incident does not spoil the rest of your vacation.
What about my personal safety? Can't you at least give me some advice?
I love this bit.
What can I say? Stay alert and look out for suspicious characters.
And don't cross the road until the little man shows green.
Great advice.
I honestly believe you are in no danger, monsieur. Should you remember anything of importance, please contact me. My card.
Macau. Inspector Augustine Rosso.
That is all. You may go.
There's not much to go on, monsieur.
On the surface, no. But what lurks inside the subconscious? If the door can only be opened.
Are you serious, monsieur? I thought your interest in psychic detection was purely academic.
Academic? You are about to witness a scientific breakthrough.
The voice acting for this series really is fantastic. And would you look at that?
The girl presented a confident but sullen mask to the world, an expression more suited to the face of a delinquent youth. The sergeant was a scrawny man in his 50s who resembled a constipated chicken.
Doesn't look scrawny.
Excuse me, Sergeant.
You heard the inspector. Go on, monsieur.
My home's in a different country.
I was one of the last people to see the victim alive, Sergeant.
Does that worry you?
Yes, it does. I feel I owe it to him to find his killer.
That's a weird
That is
attitude
best
to
left
have.
to the authorities, monsieur. Did he speak to you?
You
Tell
go
you anything?
there.
No, he just grinned and nodded.
Don't let it trouble you, monsieur. Go home.
The
and
weird
try
thing
to
with
forget.
Nico is, as far as I'm aware, she's voiced by a different
I
person
really
in
did
every
see the
game.
clown. He ran
But
into
for the
alley
director's
across
cut,
the
they
street.
brought the
Did
original
you
voice
follow him?
actress back.
That's your job, not mine.
An armed chase through the streets of Paris? That's not our style, monsieur. Inspector Rosso may be unorthodox, but he's not
Kind of like
crazy.
Super Mario 64 DS. Who was it in Mario 64? Yeah, the DS version doesn't have any voice acting. Yeah, there's a prequel bit where he plays Nico. There's a bunch of stuff added to it. I don't think it really adds much. We're playing the original version for various reasons. It's neat if you've never played the original before, but I think the original is still the better experience. Leslie Swan. Leslie Swan played Princess Peach in Super Mario 64. By the time of Super Mario 64 DS, the standard voice actor for Peach, I think, was Jen Taylor. But they brought Leslie Swan back to voice Peach in Super Mario 64 DS. And did the same thing with the voice actress for Nico. Yeah. They brought this one back to play her in the director's
Did you
cut.
find the victim's briefcase yet?
No, sir. The inspector gave me specific instructions to guard this door. Until he countermands these orders or backup arrives, here I stay.
How did you and Rosso arrive at the scene of the explosion so quickly? You arrived within minutes. Was it a tip-off?
Inspector Rosso's sources are a perpetual mystery to me, monsieur. There are some who say he has made a pact with the devil.
And what do you think?
I think he is the devil.
I think you're a very strange man, Sergeant.
What is Rosso doing with that girl?
He is giving her the once-over, as you Americans say.
Huh?
Once he gets his teeth into a case, nothing will shake him off.
Was he serious about all that psycho-detective stuff?
Of course. Inspector Rosso is a pioneer and a visionary. His revolutionary methods, once perfected, may change the face of law enforcement forever.
I can't see it taking off in L.A. I found this in the street, Sergeant.
That, monsieur, is a newspaper, no?
Yes.
There's a
Yes, it
note
is.
written on it. Salah Eddin, 1345.
Ah, so the meeting with the clown was planned.
How do you make that out?
The time of the explosion was between 1:30 and 2 o'clock, n'est-ce pas?
I guess so. But what about the name?
Aha!
That stumped you, hasn't it?
I have never been stumped, as you put it, in my life, monsieur. It is the name assumed by the clown, no?
Salah Eddin the clown?
It sounds a bit
I don't think
wordy,
so.
doesn't it? Oh, see you later, Sergeant.
See you later, Sergeant. Excuse me, mademoiselle? Hi, my name's George Stobart.
Oh, an American by the sound of it.
Yeah, that's right, on holiday in Paris. Some holiday, huh?
You were here when the bomb went off?
Sure was. Sat right out front of the cafe.
Did you notice a middle-aged man, maybe 60, with an hat and overcoat?
You don't have to shout
She
over
hadn't
the
even asked
street.
how I was feeling. Yeah, he went inside just before the bomb exploded. You weren't related to him, were you?
Oh no, nothing like that. I am Nicole Collard from La Liberté.
Well, what's that, some kind of nightclub?
No, it is a newspaper.
You're a reporter?
I'm a freelance photojournalist.
Say,
Oh, cool.
you can interview me about the bombing. You know, an eyewitness account. Minutes after the outrage that shook the whole of Paris. You know, real-life drama, human interest, that kind of stuff.
I'll just stick to the facts, thank you. Did you see who planted the bomb?
I know it sounds crazy, but
You know,
he was
thinking about
dressed
it,
like
it's
a
kind of
clown.
Oh God,
a
it's him
weird
again.
thing this game does of how downplayed the bomb, the explosion is. It's like, oh yeah, no, someone blew up a cafe in Paris, and then everybody just went about their daily lives.
Do you know a police officer called Rosso?
Rosso? Our paths have a knack of crossing. If I didn't know better, I'd say it was deliberate. Have you seen Rosso? Is he here?
He's inside,
You see him through the
attempting
broken
to
window.
question a witness with his psychic powers.
What? That guy is weird.
Yeah. Rosso didn't blink when I told him about the clown. It's as if he already knew.
That is typical of a cold fish like Rosso. I've seen cheeseburgers with more spunk.
Interesting phrasing.
You speak very good English for a French girl.
Thanks. You speak very good English from America.
I love this American bashing.
Who's the guy you were
Bombs,
supposed to meet?
His name was Planter.
Happens every other
I
week
didn't know him,
nowadays.
but he called me last night. He said he had a story which would interest me. He asked me to meet him at the cafe. I guess I'll never know what he wanted to tell me.
Not unless you have Rosso's gift
So,
for
the fun
psychic
thing with this
interrogation.
is if you buy Broken Sword on GOG, Shadow of the Templars, you get the director's cut. It comes with the original game as well.
How did Plantar get your name?
Through the newspaper La Liberté.
Which is
I've
really
written
nice.
an
Same with Broken
article
Sword too.
linking two unsolved murders. One in Italy, the other in Japan. The cases were remarkably similar. A wealthy victim, no apparent motive, and a costumed killer.
Costumed killer.
Plantar said he could supply me with more information.
So, like, if you get them, you go into like the extra files. You can choose to just download the original, and it's already set up to run through ScumVM as a front end. We're actually running this through ScumVM right now, but like not through the standard front end that the GOG version offers.
Have you met the clown before?
It's a long story.
I have plenty of time.
I don't.
I like you, Nico.
Why won't you tell me about this clown?
Why do you want to get involved?
Because he almost killed me. Isn't that reason enough?
I guess so. Listen, I'll give you my phone number.
Man, getting girls' numbers was way easier in the 90s.
You help me with my story, and I'll let you in on what I know. And let's get one thing straight right now. This is strictly business.
Okay, it's a deal.
I have to go develop these pictures. À bientôt, monsieur.
I'm not
Fine,
planning
I'll,
to stay in Paris,
see
and I
you
don't
soon.
think long-distance relationships like this would work in the 90s. I appreciate that Nico doesn't just disappear. Like, she actually does walk through this screen if you come here fast enough. That's nice attention to detail.
The muscular workman wore a morose expression, like a silent warning to leave him
She
to
is
get on with
fast.
his
I love
job.
Nico. She's one of my favourite characters in games. And as
Hi.
contrived as
Can
it
you spare
is
a
for
few
her
minutes?
to keep popping
I
up in
thought
later
you'd been
games,
arrested.
and for
No, it was
her
a
and George to
misunderstanding.
keep
When he
meeting,
pulled that
I
gun,
love when it happens because they're
I
great together.
thought that was it. Those automatics pack quite a punch, you know?
He made a mistake. He thought I was a terrorist.
You? A terrorist? Ha!
He was only doing his duty, I guess.
Nah, Nico has a personality.
Did you see a clown come by this way?
A clown? Like in a circus?
Yeah, with makeup and a big red nose.
Huh! Those guys are funny, aren't they?
Not in my experience.
I love the circus, especially the horses.
You haven't answered my question. Have you seen a clown?
You think I've got time to watch everyone who passes by? Some of us have to work for a living.
I feel like you would have looked up if you like caught a glimpse of a clown out of
Look,
the corner of your
I
eye.
know you're busy, but surely you'd have noticed a clown.
I told you already. I didn't see a thing.
He was wearing multicolored baggy trousers and makeup.
He'd be a poor sort of clown if he didn't.
Listen, I have to find that clown. He's a killer.
Say, who are you anyhow? A cop?
No, of course not. I mean, do I look like a cop?
I guess not. How do you know this guy's a killer? Did you see him in action?
Didn't you hear the explosion? The cafe was
Didn't you
blown
see?
up.
The explosion
I
is
wondered
literally
what
just
that
down the
bang
road.
Was. Any bodies?
Yeah, an old man was killed.
Merde. I didn't think it was that
Fun
serious.
fact, merde is
What
French
about
for
the
shit.
waitress?
Oh, she's fine.
Thank the saints.
Did you see an old guy with a briefcase?
Wait, silly old coot. Do you know what he said to me?
No,
Work
what did he say?
fascinates me, he says. I could watch it all day. Girl beat. I could have knocked his block off.
Okay.
Did you recognize the old man?
No. Should I have done? Was he a celebrity?
No, but I guess he is now. His name was Plantar.
Was he the one who died in the cafe?
Yes.
That's too bad. Now I wish I hadn't called him what I did. If only I could turn back the clock. If only I'd been more tolerant.
Regret and remorse are strange emotions. They
Yeah, this
really
is a
bring out
weird
the
guy.
hammiest actors in people.
I forgot that line.
Would you like to read my newspaper?
I haven't got time to read that. Can't you see I'm busy?
You could read it on your lunch break.
10 minutes is all I get. And if my boss had his way, I wouldn't get that. He'd have me on a drip, so I didn't have to stop to eat.
Oh, take the newspaper and quit complaining.
Interesting to bring this up, considering, like, currently at the minute, the French
Bah!
seem to be on, like, a national strike over
Damn
better work
bleeding heart
conditions.
liberals. Tja! Save the dolphins, catch them and eat them, I say. All that fuss over a bunch of fish. Nah, that's more like it. Look at the size of those. Like champagne bottle corks, no? Ah, what's this? Saladin.
You talking about nipples?
Prix de l'Arc de Triomphe.
It's a racehorse?
A horse? A legend. Bucephalus reborn, mon ami. Like a streak of lightning she is. Do me a favor, won't you? Keep an eye on my hole. I'm off to put some money on that nag.
Huh. Let's steal his stuff.
I found a T-shaped tool in the box. I didn't know what it was, but it looked useful.
So when you first play this, you're probably going to go through a bunch of stuff. Like, you'll probably know why you want that tool. But because I've done this before, I'm going out of my way to, like, go through certain bits that I know we don't need to. We could have just said nothing to that guy except giving him the newspaper.
The drain pipe looked as if it would bear my weight.
Let's try it.
I took a deep breath and prepared to climb the drain pipe. I guess the clown had an escape over the rooftops.
Yeah.
It was a battered old trash can.
Wonder if the clown's in there.
It was a battered old trash can.
Wonder if the clown's in there.
It smelled like someone had dumped a truckload of fish in a locker room on a hot summer afternoon. It was a battered old trash can.
Wonder if the clown's in there.
It was a plastic crate.
Wonder if the clown's in there.
There was nothing of interest.
But yeah, we get this. It's a manhole opener. And now we can open this sewer grate. Fun fact, if you had the demo of Broken Sword,
I lifted
this
the
is
cover
where
to
the game
reveal
would
what
end.
smelt like the
and
entrance
I
to a
think it's
sewer.
like the only time the words Broken Sword are ever actually mentioned in the series. Where George says, like, you know, we'd continue on the adventures of Broken Sword. I miss demo discs.
It was a shiny red plastic ball sat incongruously on the slippery green slimed floor.
Damn, these sewers are crazy.
As I picked up the plastic ball, I realized it was intended to be worn.
By a clown, no less.
It was the clown's red nose.
I think I played, like, the Broken Sword 1 demo twice. We talk about, like, Broken Sword demos, the one I spent the most time with was Broken Sword 2. I played that demo so many times before I actually got the game.
I scooped up the sodden
Where you're at
tissue.
the docks and you have to
It
sneak
was
past the
cold
watchman.
and greasy, like breakfast leftovers. It was a small scrap of cloth caught on the rusting spike. I took hold of the scrap of material and unsnagged it from the spike.
Yeah, could you send me all of your demo discs? I would appreciate it, thank you. I wish I still had my demo discs. I've been trying to grab ROMs of the UK demo discs, and they are so hard to find.
I knew you'd come back, and now I've got you.
Because
What are
I've
you
got a bunch
talking
of
about?
American ROMs
You're
for demo
trespassing.
discs, and they're
Come
just,
out of
I
here
feel like they're not as
immediately.
good.
That's what I'm trying to do. Give me your hand.
Ha! You won't catch me with tricks like that. Keep your distance, monsieur.
Okay, okay.
Now, what were you looking for?
Guess all those demo discs.
I was looking for a clown.
Huh, ridiculous. Do you really expect me to believe that?
Yeah, like,
He planted a
absolutely,
bomb in the
like,
cafe and blew it up.
What? The cafe? Blown up?
I might have found a repository of them.
Awful. And you say the person responsible was dressed as a clown?
That's right. He blew up the
Like, going
cafe,
through some of the American
escaped
demo
into
discs,
the
I've got,
sewer,
like, the
changed
official
his clothes,
US
and
PlayStation
came up
magazine
here.
demo discs.
Mon
They
Dieu.
feel like they're not
And
as
then
good as the
the
ones
man
we
I
got in
chased.
the UK.
Do you think that man and the clown are one and the same?
Well, yes, it had crossed my mind.
Ah, that still does not explain what you are doing down the sewer.
Chasing him.
For all I know, you are in league with him.
Oh no, I'm just a tourist.
Haha, most tourists are content with the Eiffel Tower, the Louvre, or the Pigalle. I didn't realize my waste pipes were such an attraction.
To be fair, with the kind of architecture you got down there, it probably should be. So we can talk about this about everything to this guy. He's not going to give us any proper answers until we show him the card.
Perhaps you'd like to take a look at my card?
What is this? Inspector Augustin Rousseau? What does that say? Hominoid Division?
A homicide. I think the ink's smudged.
Then you are not a tourist.
Okay, I'm not. I lied to you, and I'm sorry.
Don't apologize, monsieur. You know, I had a feeling there was something different about you.
Well,
It is
that's
your
catacombs in
posture,
areas that
your
like
point.
are specifically catacombs,
yes.
not the
There
sewers.
is no mistaking the bearing of a
Although there is that one
disciplined
area
man.
of the sewers that's like
And
next to
I
the
should
catacombs.
know. I was
Weird.
in the army, you know. When I was your age, I was fighting for my life in the African desert. How can I help you, Inspector?
Let's start over from the beginning and tell it just like it was.
Would you like a look at this soggy tissue?
What does this tissue mean to you?
Nothing, monsieur. It's disgusting. What on earth possessed you to show it to me? Someone has emptied their nostrils into it.
Did I show you this tissue?
We miss you.
Could be the new thing.
Was the guy you saw carrying a briefcase?
Why, yes, it was. Clutched in his arms like a baby.
That belonged to
Like
his
a baby.
Oh, what do you think was in it? Drugs? Stolen jewels?
I don't know. but the killer thought it was worth a man's life.
Nothing is worth that, monsieur.
Do you know the waitress at the cafe?
You can't suspect her, surely.
Just answer the question, please.
Yes, I know her. Quite well, you could say.
Intimately, you could
She
say.
came to work at the cafe 7 months ago. I look forward all week to the relief she gives me when she visits.
Really? So you'd miss her if she wasn't there?
Oh, mais oui. Who else would I find to cut my toenails?
Okay.
Does the name Plantar mean anything to you?
No, monsieur. Who is he?
The man who was killed in the cafe. I'm gonna find the guy responsible. I'll find him. Even if it means following him down every sewer in every city in Europe.
Bravo!
Cool story, bro.
Tell me about the man you apprehended.
He was a mean one, monsieur. He grabbed me in an armlock. His face suddenly next to mine. His grip was like iron, but he did not know what he was up against. Oh no! He made a big mistake when he took on one of the desert hyenas.
Yes, I get the picture. Does this piece of material mean anything to you?
That is the same cloth as the jacket I found.
A jacket?
I'd recognize that pattern anywhere.
Tell me about this jacket.
Now, about the jacket you found. Do you have it here?
No, monsieur. One of the sleeves was badly torn, so I sent it for repair. A pity,
Why?
because otherwise it was a fine piece of quality tailoring. It had the tailor's name inside on the label.
I'd love to wear a tailored suit.
Where did you send the jacket?
I gave it to an itinerant Romani seamstress.
Just my luck. Was there anything in the jacket pockets?
Not a sou. You know what I think?
Do tell me.
He changed out of the clown suit and cunningly disguised himself as an ordinary person.
Dastardly.
Looks like I'm up against a mastermind. What was the name on the label?
It was a foreign name. Todrick, I think.
Did you get the address?
There wasn't one, monsieur. Only a telephone number.
Well, I don't expect you to remember a phone number you've only seen once.
74 98 08 59.
You're kidding. That's his phone number?
Yes, that's it. A little
An
secret
8-digit
number that
phone
I
number?
learned in the desert. I was taught the technique by a
I suppose back in the
That's
90s.
incredible.
Yeah, we grew up with like 7-digit phone numbers.
Do I get a reward?
Honesty, monsieur, is its own reward.
Then I'm glad I do not rely on honesty to pay the bills.
Well, see ya.
I have to be going. Thanks to your help, the citizens of Paris can sleep a little easier tonight.
Vraiment? I was only doing my duty, monsieur. Good luck, Inspector. I hope you catch that killer soon. I'll let you out. I hope you find your man, Inspector.
So do I.
Thank you. Let's use the workman's phone. Drew a little picture of Nico on his number envelope. I wonder if Parisian landlines were just like this back in the 90s.
Bonjour, Kula.
Oh, hi. It's George Stobart, the American at the cafe.
Ah, oui.
You said to call if I could help.
Have you any news for me?
You bet. I met a witness who spoke to the clown. And I know where the killer gets his suits.
No kidding. Hey, I'm impressed.
Yeah, Teak, if you're
What?
still around.
Well, it wasn't easy.
It's probably
Look,
interesting
why don't you
note
come
for
here
you.
to my
The game
apartment?
was
Fine.
illustrated by Dave
Where do you live?
Gibbons.
361 Rue Jarry.
Okay, I'll come right over.
And it was so much easier to get a girl's address back in the 90s.
The woman was doing something with a pair of needles that couldn't be described as knitting. She was a cheery old soul, the kind you'd walk across the street to avoid. The shop window featured a display of gowns and women's stuff.
I love the
It
painted
wasn't the
look
style
these
of the
backgrounds
clothes in the
have.
shop that caught my eye, but the prices. The same amount of money would feed a starving family for the rest of their lives. I guess people who buy that kind of stuff don't have a problem with their consciences.
Security flower lady. You say that, but her back's to the door.
I pushed against the door, but it seemed to be locked.
Hmm.
It was the door to Nico's apartment.
Hey, how you doing, Ninja?
Oh, hi.
Bonjour, monsieur. Would you like me to foretell your future?
I'd like you to
No
stop staring at my
thanks.
crotch.
I'm very good, and it only takes a minute.
Thanks all the same, but I'm not superstitious. Besides, if it only takes a minute, that's not much of a future to look forward to.
Yeah. His writing's fantastic.
Do you know a young woman called Nicole Collard?
Yes, I do. She lives upstairs from me, in the apartment block across the street.
I tried the door, but it's locked.
You know, I've told the landlord about that a million times. It is the damp. The whole building is like a sponge. It sucks up the moisture from God knows where.
You mean the door is stuck because it's swollen?
That is correct. There is an art to opening it. Don't shove it hard. Just give it a gentle nudge above the lock.
Thanks for the advice.
We now never have to speak to this woman about anything ever again.
I've changed my mind. Will you tell my fortune?
You're going on a long journey.
My, oh my. What a surprise. Can you tell me anything I don't already know?
10 francs, please, my dear.
10 francs? That's a ripoff.
Please yourself.
I remember when the currency of Europe was individual and it wasn't just the euro.
How does this fortune-telling routine work?
If I knew that, I wouldn't be selling flowers for a living.
Haven't you ever wondered why you were blessed with the gift?
Well,
How many
it's a
flowers
bit
do you have to
like
sell to make a
satellite
living?
television, I suppose. Some of us are born with a built-in receiver dish. I just happen to be one of the lucky ones.
Can you really foretell the future?
Only time will tell, monsieur. The strange thing is, I can't seem to see myself in the future. Other people, I have no problem. But when I try to see what might happen to me, nothing.
That must be scary.
Maybe. I figure it's a kind of natural safety mechanism. Either that, or I don't have a future.
I feel like it could be a reference to once we get this door open, whenever we come back to Nico's apartment, we don't see the outside, we just go straight in. Which means we never see this woman again.
How long has Mademoiselle Collard lived here?
A few months.
She might reappear in
She's
Broken
in for
Sword
a
3.
shock when the cold weather comes. Drafty windows, insufficient heating, it's a struggle to keep warm. The only reason I stay is because the rent is cheap. Your young lady, she deserves better.
I thought Mademoiselle Collard was a successful photographer.
Not as successful as she makes out for all her fine clothes. Oh, I've heard her crying herself to sleep at night.
That's awful.
Now don't you let on that I've told you. She's proud, that.
Are the flowers for sale?
Oui, monsieur.
Okay. I'll take a bunch of those white ones.
I wouldn't do that if I was you.
No?
Look, do I
They
tell
are
you how to
lilies, monsieur.
solve adventure
Some
game puzzles?
people associate them with death.
Don't tell me how to buy flowers.
Thanks for telling me. What other flowers do you have?
Dahlias?
What do they signify?
Insecurity.
I don't want to give her the
I
wrong
have to
idea
feel like a
about
woman
me.
like Nico would probably associate Dahlia more with the Black Dahlia murder than, like, anything. That's what I think of when I hear the term, like, just the name Dahlia.
What about the tall yellow ones?
Those are iris, the flame of passion.
And the little yellow ones?
Sensuality.
Well, they're no use to me. I want to make an impression, not jump down her throat. What can you tell me about this tissue?
Nothing?
What can you tell me about this tissue?
Nothing?
Oh.
Do you recognize this nose?
No, monsieur.
What do you make of this tool?
Is it something a dentist would use?
No, it's for raising manhole
Would you
covers.
think something this big would be
Probably that.
something that go in your mouth?
What can you tell me about this material?
It's a very expensive piece of cloth, monsieur.
Thank you.
See you later.
Now we
That's
will
right,
never
monsieur.
see her again.
You will.
We won't. A little nudge above the lock.
Remembering the flower seller's advice, I pushed the door gently just above the lock.
That didn't sound gentle. Not even knock, just walk in.
Bonjour. I'm glad you could make it, monsieur.
Please, call me George.
Fine. I'm Nicole. Take a seat, George.
Thanks for letting me in and, like, not being alarmed when I just walked in.
Eh bien? And what have you been up to?
I feel like this
I've been
apartment gets
exploring the
bigger in
sewers
Broken
beneath the
Sword 3.
cafe.
I thought I could smell something bad.
Oh no,
The
that's just
clown
my fault.
used the sewer to escape and to change out of his costume. I guess he was in a hurry. He left his jacket behind.
And?
I got his tailor's phone number.
You had better luck than I did.
Luck, she said. Luck! Hard work, I'd call it.
Well,
What
yeah, but
happened?
that would imply
I
that
took my
she
photographs
wasn't
to the
doing
editor, but he
anything.
wasn't interested. Can you believe it? He told me to drop the story.
But you're not about to do that.
Oh no. I am going to find out what's behind these killings. You know what I think? It's a conspiracy. The police in 3 different countries have kept very quiet about the murders. The press
The
don't
police in a
connect them
lot
at
of
all.
countries keep
They
very
blame
quiet about
them
a
on
lot of
political,
things.
religious, or militant minority extremists.
Well, that covers just about everyone. Tell me more about the clown's previous victims.
The first was Arno Bellotta, the millionaire pharmaceutical baron. He made his money from amphetamines in the post-war slimming and diet boom. Imagine it! Millions of housewives literally speeding their butts off.
Was he killed for his money?
No.
Wish I could lose weight by
He
doing
had
drugs.
no living relatives, and his fortune went to the orphanage where he grown up. The only witness in the case was his Filipino au pair. She swears he was led to his death by a snowman.
What about the clown's second victim?
Yamada, the controversial Japanese green politician. He inherited his fortune from his father's electrochemical consortium. He was committed to dismantling Japan's automobile industry.
I can't see him gaining much support with a loony policy like that.
Yamada was a man of vision. He was years ahead of his time.
If you say so. How did he die?
At the hands, or should I say, flippers, of a giant emperor penguin.
Snowman, a penguin, and a clown.
A snowman, a penguin, and now a clown. You know, I hate to admit it, but this is scary. And I'll tell you what, I won't be accepting any invitations to costume parties.
I don't blame you for being scared. I am too. But this story could be my only chance of a big break.
Or a premature death. I found this tissue down the sewer.
Oh, that's disgusting, George.
I think the stuff on it is grease paint, like actors use. Or clowns.
It's still disgusting. Get rid of it.
No, I'm gonna hold on to it. You want another look?
Did I show you this tissue?
Yes, George. I asked you to get rid of it.
We're not dating yet, Nico. You're not allowed to tell me what to do.
I found a piece of material near the cafe. When I showed it to the concierge, he recognized it right away.
It's very distinctive, all right. Just wait until you see this. I developed the film I shot at the cafe. Here, George, it's an enlargement I made. Look what that guy's wearing.
Checkered pants. The same material as I found in the sewer.
That's right. This guy shouldn't be difficult to find.
Oh no?
Take a close look at his left cheek.
A scar. In the
Probably
shape
the only
of a
thing I
horseshoe.
do think
Oh,
that the director's cut does better than the original is it actually shows you a proper close-up of that photo. In the original, this is all you get to see of it. But in the director's cut, they show you a proper close-up of it. And it's a picture, like, mostly of George, but with, like, the guy behind him.
How come you enlarged this photograph of me?
Because I noticed the guy behind you, of course.
Do you want this photograph back?
No, you keep it. I can always make another print.
I found this false nose in the sewer.
Hey, what's this inside it?
The contents of someone's nose?
Don't be cross, George. It
Why are
says
they carrying a
La
used
Revue du
tissue
Monde.
around?
Masks and costumes. It's a costume shop near the Gare Saint-Lazare.
I'll check it out. Maybe the owner remembers who hired the clown costume.
Why don't you put it on, George?
No way am I wearing this. I'd look really stupid. Besides, you might have had a cold.
You want to see my tool?
This is the tool I used to get into the sewers.
Fascinating, George.
You're not interested, are you?
Oh, of course I am. I think it was very brave of you to go down those sewers.
It's
Yeah?
a clue.
Well, it was kind of scary, but, well, I had a job to do.
Literally not your job.
Tell me more about yourself.
Oh, there is not much to tell.
Well, how did you get into photography?
I guess I owe that to my father. He bought my first camera. I was 8 and my parents had just split up.
Cool.
Did you live with your father?
Yes, my mother went off with her new boyfriend. I don't mind. Papa was all I needed. 4 years later, he died in a plane crash.
Ah, I'm sorry.
Well, it's all right. I don't mind talking about him. He was more like an older brother, really, always joking and laughing. Papa always wanted I should study art. That's why I went to college.
Did you learn about photography at college?
Oh, God, no. I couldn't afford the materials. We were billed for everything we used, paint, canvas, paper. Most of my year turned to minimalism. It was cheaper. I used to go poaching in the park for squirrel hair. The only time I wasn't hungry was the term I did printing. I used to eat the potatoes.
You're making fun of me, aren't you?
Oh, no.
Okay.
Do you have a boyfriend?
That's none of your business.
It will be. It will be.
I'm going back out to search for that clown.
Where?
Well, I guess I could visit the costume shop.
Good idea.
Oh, see you later. Well, see you never. Risée Dumont. Why is that skeleton wearing riding a cow print unicorn?
The guy's spoon-shaped face was mournful and humorless. He looked like a vegetarian in a slaughterhouse. Excuse me.
Bonjour, monsieur. Please, come in. Welcome. Leave the mundane world behind. But in these four walls, fantasy is king.
I don't want a costume.
Then get out.
Didn't you ever dress up when you were a child?
Not that I remember.
Incredible. You'll be telling me next that you never shared your elder sister's lingerie.
I don't have a sister, and I think I'd look pretty silly in a brassiere. I just need some information.
Of course. How can I help you?
I'm looking for a man who hired a clown costume from you.
Oui, monsieur. I do not see how I can help.
Don't you keep a record of costumes that you've rented out?
Of course, monsieur, but...
Well, clowns are
Well,
like
then
one
I'd
of the
like to
most
check your
popular things
records.
we do.
Give me the names of everyone who's rented a clown suit.
Impossible. There are too many.
Also, it's none of your goddamn business. You're a cop. Do you have a warrant?
The clown I'm looking for is a cold-blooded killer. Give me his name, and I'll see he's brought to justice.
I'd help you if I could, but you can't expect me to remember all my customers. You see, the clown costume is our most popular line, monsieur. On average, we hire out more than 30 clown suits a week. You'll have to give me
Wow,
more
that sounds...
to go by.
It sounds like you're probably kept
Description
in business
perhaps?
just by clown costumes.
How come clowns are so popular?
I think it has something to do with their unpredictable nature.
Personally, I think clowns should be banned, along with mimes.
Oh, come now. Who doesn't love clowns?
Me, for one.
Yeah, I think this is like the only time
Have
you
you
get
heard of
any
a
kind of
man named
positive reaction out of anybody if you
I
show
do
them the
not
tissue.
recall anyone of that name.
Do you recognize this man?
Ah oui? He was here this morning.
Are you sure this is the man who bought grease paint?
Oui, monsieur.
Grease paint.
Does this dirty tissue mean anything to you?
Let me smell that.
That line probably should have come after this one.
Bestheimer's number 7, white pancake.
Theatrical grease paint, right?
Oui, monsieur. La crème de la crème of Thespian accoutrement.
Have you sold any of it recently?
Yes, 2 cans.
Are you sure this is the man who bought grease paint?
Oui, monsieur. He chose 2 costumes. Bozo the clown and Seamus the pixie.
A pixie?
Very smart. Green silk with a taffeta lining. He gave me his name as Monsieur Khan.
See the pixie costume.
What does this tool mean to you?
Nothing, monsieur.
About this tissue.
I have already given you my professional opinion.
I would like your personal opinion.
Do you want this red nose back?
Not after it's been worn, thank you.
Thanks for your help, buddy.
My pleasure, monsieur. Allow me to shake you
I
by
don't
the
think
hand.
you're French.
Huh? Well, okay.
Punch him. Punch him in the face.
What are you trying to do, kill me?
You did not find it amusing?
I never saw the funny side of electroshock therapy.
Eh bien, it is yours to keep. A gift?
Do I need a license?
No, but I give you a word of warning, monsieur.
What?
Remember to switch it off before you visit the toilet.
I feel like take it off would probably be the better idea. Oh, hey, welcome back. I want to use your phone.
Hello? Who is this?
Hi. My name's George Stobart. You don't know me.
Correct, Mr. Stobart. I don't. What can I do for you?
Well, I'm trying to trace one of your customers. Could I maybe come over and talk to you?
No. No, that's not possible.
Oh, okay. Forget it. Listen, all I want is a name.
What are you talking about? Who are you working for?
I guess you might say I'm acting in the interests of truth and justice.
But not the
Thank
American
God.
way.
I thought you were the police.
There are innocent lives at stake, Mr. Todrick. Lives that you could save.
You're collecting for charity, yes?
No,
No.
I'm not. All I want from you is information.
Go on. I'm listening.
What do you know about the clown who bombed the Café de la Chandelle Verte?
I don't have no idea what you're talking about.
You're cool,
So you
Todrick.
do have an idea.
But I think you know more than you're saying.
I don't know who you be, but sure I am you don't know what you're talking about.
I don't know if you're saying that to make me think you don't know what I mean, but, oh, this is ridiculous. Quit playing games with me, Todrick.
I tell you, I know nothing about no clown.
Did you know that one of your customers was a part-time clown?
If a guy feels happy with a funny nose and custard down his pants, what's the problem?
Yeah, it's like, oh yeah, one of your customers is a part-time clown, as if that's some kind of great crime. Something to be really ashamed of. Something terrible.
Do you know a guy called Plantar?
No, I never heard of him.
Shall I tell you what happened to Plantar? How he was killed in cold blood?
Oh,
I
restless
told you,
man.
I never heard of Plantar.
I expect Plantar's a family man, don't you? In their little apartment, Madame Plantar is cooking the supper, listening for the familiar sound of her husband's key in the door. Junior is waiting for his daddy to come home from work. He can't wait to show him the merit marks he earned in school today. Only tonight, Monsieur Plantar won't be coming home.
You forgot the puppy.
Huh?
The faithful puppy dog, waiting for the sound of his master's voice.
Well, maybe they don't have a dog. What do you think?
I don't know Plantar. I never heard of Plantar. None of this has anything to do with me.
What a stupid tangent.
The man I'm looking for is called Khan. He bought a suit from you, remember?
Mr. Khan. Yes, I remember him. Yes, I delivered the suit to his hotel. The Hotel Ubu. I don't remember the room number. It was upstairs. The second room on the right-hand side of the corridor.
Thanks, Todrick. That's all I wanted to know. Now I've got you, Mr. Clown.
And we'll never speak to that man again.
Hi.
You're the guy who gave me the tip, aren't you?
Yes,
Huh?
the American.
The racehorse. Salahedin.
Oh, yeah, but
I put every franc I had on that horse.
listen,
My lifetime savings, next month's rent, everything.
Why?
Oh, God.
She won by 3 lengths. I'm a rich man.
Call me Lucky George, the punter's friend. So how come you're still here?
I'm not going to let my newfound wealth change me, not one bit. I bought this hole, fittings and all. Now I can come and go as I please. No more clocking on or completion schedules. No foreman breathing down my neck. Thanks to you, I've found paradise.
I'm getting a mushy feeling in my chest. But not half as mushy as your head.
What do you want now?
Did you see this
Do
guy?
you recognize the man in this photograph?
No, I don't.
Alright, well, bye.
I gotta go.
Don't let me keep you.
I feel like any horse that would be capable of winning by 3 lengths is probably like an odds-on favourite. So you could put whatever you want on it, but like unless you're putting a ridiculous amount of money on it, you're not coming out with a ridiculous amount of money. Oh, there they are. What? And Guido.
The man looked like an amiable Bigfoot. The guy looked just like a weasel. Excuse me.
Yes?
Will you shake my hand?
Are you joking? Who knows where it has been?
Do you know a man by the name of Khan?
No, I don't.
It's very important I get to see him, and
I told you, I don't know it.
I'm looking for a clown.
Are you trying to be funny?
No,
No,
I
that's the
really
clown
am
show.
looking for a clown.
There are no clowns here except you.
Alright, wise guy.
Have you heard of a guy called Plantar?
No, that name means nothing to me.
Do you recognize the guy in this photograph?
No, I never saw him.
Have you ever seen this clown's nose before?
No,
What does this tool suggest to you?
hard labor.
What does this tissue mean to you?
Are you serious?
Oh, yes. Take a good look at the substance it's smeared with.
You are sick. Very sick.
No, what would be sick is if I started licking it.
Forget it. Excuse me?
Yeah?
Do you happen to know a guy named Khan?
That ain't nobody I know.
I'm sorry to be a burden on your brain. You ever meet a guy called Plantow?
No, I ain't.
You missed your chance. If you're quick, you'll catch him at the coroner's.
That's a weird line.
Have you seen a guy dressed as a clown?
No, I ain't. Don't tell me I missed him. Oh, that's too bad. I love the clowns, don't you?
I've seen daytime television that was funnier.
I love it when the little guys get hurt.
That figures.
Custard pies, hose pipe down the pants, then smack! A plank in the kisser.
Shouldn't that be like a pie to the kisser?
Have you ever seen this clown's nose before?
Nope.
Do you recognize the guy in this photograph?
Is this a trick question?
No, I
What do you
simply
mean,
asked if
trick
you
question?
recognized him.
Okay then. Nope, I don't.
Weird answer.
What do these... Oh, never mind. Shake my hand.
Nah.
Oh, rats. Do you recognize this tissue? Think carefully now.
Ooh, ooh, ooh.
I'm gonna have to hurry you.
Ooh.
Time's up, so I'll tell you. It's a used tissue with a liberal dump of Bestheimer's number 12.
If you say so.
See you later.
Not if you see me first.
As what I don't think we're going to get anything out of these two knuckleheads.
The woman was obviously English. She had all the qualities of Boadicea, Elizabeth I, and Margaret Thatcher rolled into one.
That's
It
not
wasn't a
fair.
pretty sight.
Lady Paymont's a wonderful woman.
I recognized the guy. It was the Nobel Prize winner from the country whose name I couldn't pronounce.
Alright, so second door on the right.
The sign on the door read 22. If the tailor's description was correct, this
Yeah, Lady
was
Paymont's
the
great.
killer's room. The door was locked.
Wonder how far I'm gonna get in this today.
The clerk wore a disdainful expression, like he'd been born with it. Hanging from a brass hook was a key and a plastic tag.
You know, I'd forgotten about that detail, Kat. Thank you.
Excusez-moi, monsieur.
What?
You were trying to steal that key, no?
No, he was clearly trying to
way.
bat at it.
I want some information.
Who are you? The police?
I'm
You know, I don't think
conducting
I
a
even
private
noticed that he had
investigation.
earplugs in
Ah, I know only too well what you mean. That is one of the drawbacks of the catering business. When people book into an hotel, they leave their morals at home, no?
before. Do they? I've only booked into a hotel once, and I was very courteous. But also, I think I'm just kind of generally a polite person. Unless I'm working, in which case, fuck off.
I'm looking for a man who dresses like a clown.
This is a highly respectable hotel, monsieur. There are no clowns here.
If
You
you
sure?
say so. Do you have a guest by the name of Khan?
No, monsieur. Perhaps you would care to check the register.
Yeah, sure, I'd actually really appreciate it, thank
The
you.
man who calls himself Khan has a scar on his left cheek.
Vraiment? I tell you, I do not know a man named Khan.
Maybe not, but I'd noticed a change in his expression when I mentioned the scar. Do you know a man named Plantar?
Suggesting a false
No,
name.
monsieur.
About the key hanging on the hook over there.
Oui, monsieur.
Which room is it for?
Number 21.
Is that room taken?
No. The guests checked out this morning.
Alright, I'd like to check in.
I'd like to check into room 21.
That is not possible.
How come? You said it was vacant.
It is reserved for another guest.
Rats.
No, monsieur. Dutch.
Nationality would you assume rats to be?
Do you recognize this red nose?
No, monsieur.
What do you make of this tool?
Stunning, monsieur. I bet you handle it like a professional.
Yeah, you should see me work the shaft.
Hey, shake my hand.
I'd rather not, monsieur. I'm still sore from the shock administered by one of the guests. He was secretly concealing an electrical device in the palm of his hand. Practical jokes are so puerile, don't you think?
Yeah, so
yeah,
immature.
Sure.
I don't understand the kind of person who would do such.
What do you make of this tissue?
Do you wish me to dispose of it for you, monsieur?
No, I want you
Hey,
to eat
no.
it.
It could be useful.
The
I'm
entire
holding on to
tissue.
this.
As you wish, monsieur. Perhaps you would like a little plastic baggie to keep it in?
That'd be a
Nah,
good
it's
idea.
fine the way it
actually.
is. Do you recognize the man in this photograph?
Yes, monsieur. That man is one of our guests.
What name?
I cannot tell you that.
Can you tell me which room the man in the photograph has taken?
Oh, no, monsieur. That information is confidential.
Thanks for your help, buddy. Excuse me, didn't I see your picture in the news? You're that Nobel Prize winner from some unpronounceable Eastern European state.
Yes, that is me, in person.
I don't want to worry you, but have you had any threats on your life? You know, mysterious phone calls, letters made up of headlines cut from the newspaper.
I don't know what you're talking about.
So I don't think you ever actually have to speak to this guy, but it's worth doing because he'll appear later, and he appears in Broken Sword 3.
Have you seen a clown?
I beg your pardon?
The clown. A guy in funny pants. Have you seen him?
My pants are from England. Marks and Spencer. They are a pleasure and a comfort to wear, with much support.
I'm real glad to hear that. You know, it's good to know you Nobel Prize
These are not
winners are
just
human
any
too.
pants.
In my
These are
country,
Marks
the
and
people
Spencer's
make do with string and egg cartoons.
For pants?
For everything. Oppression is the mother of ingenuity.
Do you know a guy called Plantar?
I don't know anybody in Paris.
Oh, well, this guy's dead anyhow.
Why do you ask me about dead men? I have seen enough of death to last me a lifetime.
I get it, you come from war.
Sure you have.
Shake my hand.
May I shake you by the hand?
I do not shake the hands of imperialist dogs.
Now that's a real
Listen,
bad attitude
dude.
problem you've got there.
The Iron Curtain fell at least 5 years ago.
Does this goo-smeared tissue mean anything to you?
No, it doesn't.
Have you any idea what this tool might be used for?
I cannot guess.
Would it mean anything if I told you it was for lifting drain covers?
Such technology fills me with wonder.
Hey, Short Stober. That's good stuff, I like that.
What is this clown's nose?
Look, you
suggest
want his
to you?
pretentious
In
face.
my country,
Yes.
we have no use for clowns.
I'm glad to hear it.
They were dealt with most severely in the last.
It's good to know that, like,
offensive.
Broken Sword,
the
even though I
mines?
feel like it's
Did you
not
get them
talked
too?
about a lot,
All
it is a
gone.
loved
Our
series,
streets
and
are
it's loved by
mine-free.
quite a lot of people.
Sounds like heaven.
Like, Broken Sword 5 is, like, a great indicator that there are people who still love Broken Sword.
Do you recognize this man? He calls himself Khan.
Yes, I know this man. Why do you carry his photograph?
I'm a private detective.
Why do you question everything I do?
This is a photo of Khan, right?
That is just one of the names by which he is known.
What's your interest in Khan?
He is an enemy of my people.
You know he's a killer.
Of course, amongst other things.
Would you help me investigate Khan?
That is not possible. My instructions are to observe. I cannot jeopardize my position as an honored guest of this country's government.
Okay. Weird.
Thanks for your help.
Goodbye.
Okay, so before we talk to Lady Paimon, I'm gonna warn everybody who has not played this game before, like, brace yourselves for her voice. I hope you've braced yourselves.
Hi there, ma'am.
Well, hello. What can I do for you?
I'm looking for a man.
You disappoint me, my dear.
Good work,
For
T.
one foolish moment, I thought. But never mind. Aren't you going to tell me your name?
George Stobart, ma'am.
How sweet! I once had a stable boy called George. I am Lady Piermont. The common reaction is to kneel and stutter, but it's not obligatory.
A real lady? I mean, you're an honest-to-God aristocrat?
Oh, I don't know about that. Few of my ancestors are honest, not even to God. I can trace my family back to the Normans, but don't let that intimidate you, George. Beneath that impressive pedigree, I'm just flesh and blood. The blood may be blue, but the flesh is the plump beef of old England, so to speak. You appear distracted, George. Is there any way I can help you?
Probably, but I imagine there's certain ways you want me to help you.
Are you here in Paris on vacation?
No, darling, I'm on holiday. I needed to get away after Algy's funeral.
I didn't realize you were mourning the loss of a loved one.
I'm not. He was my husband.
I'm sorry to hear about your husband's death.
You wouldn't be if you knew him, my dear. It gave me the opportunity to take a well-deserved holiday. Daphne suggested a change of scenery. Paris, she said. A wild romance is just what you need to take your mind off the inquest. Well, the closest I came to romance was being wooed by a drunken Breton chef. I must say I was disappointed with his coq au vin. Not at all what I was expecting. I was thinking of cutting my holiday short, packing my bags and heading back to Hempstead. That was until last night.
What happened to you last night?
I was stricken, Mr. Stobart. Cupid's arrow has cleft my bosom.
They couldn't really miss.
It was just as I'd always imagined it should be. The intimacy of candlelight, romantic music tinkling across the room, and then a stranger's glance. Those brooding eyes, that suave manner, those tight trousers. He was the man I'd been waiting for all my life.
I'm glad he finally turned up after all these years.
Ah, but it wasn't to be. He was merely toying with my affections. And if I ever catch up with him, he's dead.
Sounds like she is gagging for it.
Who was the guy who led you on?
His name is Merlin.
Merlin?
Would you distract the clerk while I borrow a key?
Are you asking me to aid you in a criminal act, darling?
Maybe.
Oh no! It's the key to an empty room.
And why, may I ask, do you wish to gain access to an empty room? Do you plan to squat?
No, ma'am.
No.
Scouts honor?
I was never in the Boy Scouts, ma'am.
Oh, you should have been. What were your parents thinking of? It's a fine way for a boy to get licked into shape. Now tell me,
Not sure I'm
why do you want to
overly
get
fond
into
of the
that
way you
room?
said licked into shape.
It's next to the room the killer is using.
What killer?
It's a long story. Did you know there's a gangster out front?
What makes you think he's a gangster?
The Italian suit and the bulge in his pocket?
I know plenty of men with Italian suits and bulges in their pockets. That doesn't necessarily make them gangsters.
I'm looking for a murderer.
Good heavens!
A man.
You're a private detective.
That's correct, ma'am.
What's the term you Americans use? It's on the tip of my tongue.
Yeah.
I believe what you're thinking of is Dick.
Precisely.
She is begging for it.
Have you come across a man who calls himself Khan?
I am familiar with only one person named Khan.
Genghis Khan, the legendary Mongol barbarian chieftain?
No, darling. Kevin.
Kevin Khan? I never heard of him.
I'd be most surprised if you had, darling. He's a pharmacist in Hemel Hempstead. Organises fundraising for the Rotarians. Lovely man.
Does he have a scar on his cheek?
I really wouldn't know, sweetie.
One thing I do love, is I think this is the only character George will refuse to actually suggest this to.
Would you like to shake my
never
hand,
mind.
ma'am?
Now, George, there's no need to be so formal. We met as tourists, and I want to keep it that way, despite the enormous social gulf between us.
I mean, I thought you respected her too much. Maybe later.
Do you recognize the man in this photograph?
My God, it's him! That's Merlin!
She represented everything I loved about the English. The lady was totally deranged. Merlin? You mean King Arthur's wizard?
Good heavens, no! Monsieur Merlin is a fellow guest.
Merlin.
He's the man I've been telling you about.
Merlin.
That's the man who spurned me.
The man you know as Merlin is a fake.
What do you mean, sweetie?
He's a murderer. He also uses the name Khan.
I am shocked, Mr. Stobart. Shaken. I took him to be a gentleman, a man of honor. Do you know, I'd rather like to assist you in stitching him up.
When did you last see Merlin?
It was no more than an hour ago. He came downstairs and spoke to that clerk chappie. Something passed hands. I couldn't see what exactly.
A briefcase?
No, smaller than that. A bundle of papers, perhaps. The clerk put it in the hotel safe and Merlin went out.
Are you sure you saw Merlin putting documents in the safe?
Yes, darling, positive.
I wonder what they were.
Obviously something of great importance.
Well, we'll have to steal that.
I'd sure like to get my hands on whatever it is. I'll bet they had something to do with Plantar's briefcase. Has Merlin returned to the hotel?
No, he hasn't. Are you going to search his room?
If I could get in there, I would.
Think so.
And that's why you want the key?
Yes, ma'am.
I shouldn't think my feminine charms would be much use in this case, but a good dose of English arrogance might do the trick. I say! You there? Flunky!
Oui, madame.
Listen carefully. You do understand English, don't you?
But of course, madame.
Good. I wish to deposit some jewellery for safekeeping.
I understand.
Are you quite certain?
Oh, bien sûr, madame.
Over to you, my dear.
So if you screw this up, you ask for her help again and she just has the guy get the stuff back out. And if you keep screwing up, you can have them just put the jewellery in the safe and take it out and put it in and back out again. It's kind of funny. Alright, so the room next door.
Maybe it wasn't the right room, but this was the right key. It was a massive mahogany wardrobe.
Mahogany, you say?
There was nothing in the wardrobe apart from a vague, lingering smell of camphor.
I don't know what that is. Teak, my boy.
A cabinet stood beside the bed.
Oh, look at it.
The cabinet was empty, but it smelt of onions. No kidding, it really did.
Strange. Alright, now to do what I've been waiting to do all day. Jump out the window. Fortunately, he left the window open.
The bed was several times larger than the narrow cot I'd been given at the place I was staying.
Well, you get what you pay for.
The bed was freshly made, and the crisp white sheets told me nothing about the killer's habits.
As much as I can remember, too, Bane. Welcome on in, buddy. Glad you didn't miss it.
The assassin had been too smart to leave incriminating evidence beside his bed. The closet was a solid, impressive piece of antique furniture.
Guido and Flap are waiting. They can wait all day.
The pants were newly laundered and pressed with immaculate creases.
Immaculate.
There was nothing in the pockets of the pants. It was the battered leather briefcase I'd seen Plantar carrying just before he died.
See if anything's in here.
I searched the interior of the briefcase, but as I'd half expected, it was empty.
It doesn't seem like there's anything in here. I've nothing else to do now but leave.
The door led back into the hall, idiot. The door led back into the hall, idiot. I had the kind of feeling in my stomach that would usually send me running to the bathroom.
We better hide. Those pants do not go with that suit. Right, let's check his pants.
The pants matched the jacket which the killer had lost in Paris.
Crazy, we're still wearing them.
I couldn't believe my luck when I found 2 items in the pockets of the pants. The first was an ordinary matchbook. No matches, no clues.
The second was a gun.
Pass card which read, Thomas Merlin, Gruber Electronics Corporation. The matchbook bore a pattern of swirling color and the words, Club Alamut.
Yes, but as we all know, Bane, to be a successful
It was the
adventure game
card I'd
protagonist,
found
you
in the
have to have
hotel
at least
bedroom.
some degree of kleptomania.
It read, Thomas Merlin, Gruber Electronics Corporation.
Alright, let's go.
There was no one registered under the name of Khan, but the name in the book for room 22 was Merlin. It was the register of guests staying at the hotel.
What now, monsieur?
Does this pass mean anything to you?
That is Monsieur Merlin's property.
That's right. Merlin the murderer. I want to see what he's left in your safe.
Impossible. I cannot betray his confidence, no matter what you say
I'm from
he's
Breaking
done.
Ends.
You're making a big mistake.
Maybe. I can live with that.
Thanks for your help, buddy.
Oh. Talk to her again.
Hi, ma'am.
Hello, George. What can I do for you now?
I need to get into the safe.
I got the key. Thanks for your help, ma'am. Did I show you this photograph?
Yes,
Use the
darling.
tissue.
I found this pass in Merlin's room.
So, that deceitful little man is passing himself off as an electrician, is he?
Uh-huh. This guy probably has a million faces. I showed the
And
pass
all
to
of
the
them
clerk,
have the
hoping he'd give
scar.
me Merlin's papers, but he wouldn't buy it. He's too scared.
I'll
I
give him
don't think
something
he's
to be
scared so
of.
much as he's doing
Follow me,
his job.
George. Did you place a package from Merlin in the hotel safe?
I did, madame.
And did my friend here show you Merlin's identification?
Indeed he did, but
What's the problem?
he isn't Merlin.
A mere academic detail. Give him the package.
But that is against the law.
I happen to be a justice of the peace, you silly man. I am the law. If
Not
he
in
tries
Paris.
anything, shoot him, George.
My pleasure, Lady Piermont.
One moment, please.
This man is terrible at his job.
You know, I haven't enjoyed myself this much since Greenham Common.
I don't know what I would have done without you, Lady Piermont.
Voilà, monsieur. Le manuscrit de Monsieur Merlin.
There's no good reason why this guy gives this
Thanks.
thing
How
up.
satisfying. An Anglo-American alliance that actually worked.
The clerk had given me a tightly rolled sheet of parchment. I decided not to
No,
unroll it
it's
until I was
strange.
safely back in Nico's apartment.
The power of her personality and her high-pitched voice. I know what I'm doing.
Just a minute, monsieur.
What's your problem?
No problem, if you cooperate.
What do you
The actual
want?
hint for this is that
Routine
anytime you
security
leave the
check,
hotel,
nothing
these
to
two will
worry
search you.
yourself about.
Oh, well, all right.
Search him, Flap.
You bet.
It doesn't matter if you've accomplished anything or nothing.
Hey, knock
in
it
there.
off. Get off, you big ape.
Whenever you leave, they will search you.
Is this what you're after, Guido?
See, that's it.
I can explain everything. Well, almost everything.
Too late. You're on your way to feed the fishes.
I'm allergic to fish. I break out in blotches when I eat tuna.
Let's go.
Greetings.
The door was locked.
I don't think Phoenix Down will cure drowning.
couldn't let it fall into the hands of the goons waiting outside.
Yeah, it's a whole weird situation. The two guys outside, and they'll just search you and kidnap you in broad daylight off presumably what is a public street.
Just a minute, monsieur.
What's your problem?
No problem, if you cooperate.
What do you want?
Just a routine security check. Nothing to worry yourself about.
Oh, well, all right.
Search him, Flap.
You bet.
Hey, knock it
That's
off. Get off,
copying
you big ape.
things.
Nothing, Guido. Zilch.
Our apologies, monsieur.
What? I had to report you to the authorities.
Round here, we are the authorities.
You want I should break his arms?
No. Let him go, Flap.
Yeah, like, so the implication is that they search everybody who leaves the hotel. Which creates the question of, like, how has nobody reported them? Given this seems to be a hotel for
was what Flap
pretty
and Guido
wealthy
were after.
people.
They were going to be disappointed. I couldn't wait to get back to Nico's apartment and check it out. You're just not going to believe what I've found.
It's not another part of the clown's costume.
Hey, Abby Craig. Onto the stream, buddy. It's not that the game's set to mature audiences, it's that the stream's set to mature audiences.
It's a medieval manuscript. Khan left it in the safe at the Ubu.
It's incredible. Is this what he took from Plantark?
It could be.
I mentioned that earlier, like, the first time he comes over, George walks in.
Look there, two guys on the same horse.
Oh, yeah. Maybe they couldn't afford one each. What of it?
Have you ever heard of the Knights Templar? Their official seal was an image of two knights sharing a horse. Whatever this
I think
manuscript
this
means,
manuscript
it's
was
connected to the
redrawn for the
Templars.
director's cut.
How come you know about these knights?
I learned about them while writing an article on the Crusades. This guy, named Hughes de Payen, arrived one day at the court of King of Jerusalem. He offered to protect the Christian pilgrims from the displaced Muslim armies. The king would be able to guarantee safe transit to Christians in the Holy Land. Safer journeys meant more pilgrims, and pilgrims meant trade and wealth. The Templars proved invaluable to the king as a mercenary army. It was said that they never asked how many the enemy numbered, just where they were. And as the years went by, the Templars grew in wealth and numbers. They were so rich, even kings came to them for loans. But at the height of their power, they fell foul of the King of France. He rounded them up and turned them over to the Inquisition. Thousands of Templars were subject to torture and confessed to heresy. Of course, at the hands of the Inquisition, there wasn't much they wouldn't confess to. The last Grand Master Jacques de Molay was burned alive. But the treasure of the Knights Templar was never found.
I don't know why none of that had subtitles.
Jeez. So
No,
the
I do. It's an
treasure is
FMV.
hidden, waiting to be
Like,
discovered.
none of the FMVs have
If there
subtitles.
ever was a treasure, it's been lost for 600 years. Anyway, we're supposed to be investigating a serial killer, not a medieval treasure trove.
Yeah, but this has
Maybe
something to
that's
do.
what the clown and his accomplices are after.
Does he have accomplices?
Maybe this manuscript is the key.
You'd better leave it here for safekeeping. Think about it, Josh. One guy's already died for it, as you said yourself. Besides, that parchment is fragile.
Okay, I'm convinced. You keep hold of it.
Alright.
I found Plantao's briefcase in the killer's hotel room. It was empty, of course.
Thanks for commenting on it, Nico.
What are you doing to help trace the killer clown?
Research, George.
Yeah? You have a copy of the clown's yearbook?
You're very
I have
aggressive,
a telephone
George.
and lots of contacts.
Oh, well, did you find anything useful?
Not yet. I'm employing my first and most useful weapon.
What's that?
Patience.
Oh, I've heard of that. Isn't it a substitute for decisive thinking?
It's a wonder how Nico ever actually gets to like George as a bit.
Have you found out any more about the murders?
That was needlessly
well, it may
aggressive.
Be nothing, but both the clown's victims visited Paris earlier this year.
When?
The second week of July. They were both here at the same time.
Did they meet?
That sounds like
No, but I can't imagine it was coincidence.
a very strong connection. It's actually the second time he's heavily implied that she's lazy.
Let's take another look at the manuscript.
Let's face it, we need help, George. Someone who knows about these things.
Who do you suggest? Indiana Jones?
I know a guy who specializes in medieval studies.
Ugh.
His name is Lobino.
Andre Lobino.
Some stuffy old fossil who gets horny over ancient relics, I suppose.
Far from it. Andre isn't the stereotypical professor you have in mind.
Where can I find this Lobino guy?
At the Kroon Museum. I'll give you the address.
There's a woman looking at her reflection in a mirror, but the reflection has 3 hideous faces.
She reminds me of the Wicked Queen in Snow White.
She was the one who said mirror, mirror on the wall, wasn't she? She made me cry so much when I was a kid, Mom carried me out of the movie theater.
She didn't frighten me in the least.
Like I said, I was only a kid. I didn't like the crocodile in Peter Pan either.
Yeah, it's just kind of a beach, George. Yeah, I think, like, the manuscript was redrawn for the director's cut to make it clearer in, like, what any of it is supposed to be.
There's a woman looking at her reflection in a mirror, but the reflection has 3 hideous faces. A knight with a crystal ball. Now, there's something written on the scroll beside the knight.
Yes, but it's written in Latin. Per disciplinam mea lux videbis.
By my teachings, you will see the light.
You speak Latin? Where did you learn a trick like that?
A trick? I studied law, okay? I can read Latin.
My, you're touchy. Tell me that again.
Through my teachings, you will be enlightened.
That's the first time George's actual profession comes up.
There's a guy working on a loom. He's weaving a carpet or a tapestry.
Or a duvet cover. It's a clue to a place, I reckon. Somewhere famed for weaving and ships.
Where folk live in barrels?
It beats copper boxes.
A place known for weaving and ships, which would presumably be somewhere that was known for weaving and ships like 500 years ago.
There's a guy with a sword and a bull.
The only mythological bull I know of is the Minotaur, but he was only half bull.
There's the Iron Bull.
I don't think I'd like to be half a bull, even if it was the bottom half.
What's that object between them?
It looks like a gem on top of a tripod.
I feel like an Iron Bull is like a lesser known torture device, but actually kind of horrifying. One of the more horrifying ones.
Maybe I'll check out the Kroon Museum.
I'm sure you'll find it useful, George.
Alright, I'm off. Later, Nico. We cannot go back to the hotel or the clown shop, but we can go back to the cafe. And I think it's actually boarded up now. We never have to go back to the cafe, but I think when we go back now, it's boarded up. Yeah, there it is. Well, there we go. Bubble. Cafe. No police cordon, not really anything there, honestly. Speaking of the police, we can actually go to the police station. Talk to Sergeant Moot and Inspector Lostock, but there is absolutely nothing to be gained from it.
In the case was a spindly tripod, blackened with age and pitted with rust. It was identical to the tripod pictured on the manuscript. A notice identified it as 15th century from Western Ireland. It had been found in Loch Marne at the site of a Knights Templar preceptory. Ireland!
What's that?
This tripod was found in Ireland.
I will have to ask you to keep your voice down.
I'm sorry, I was excited.
There is no excitement permitted in the museum. Yeah, there's been a bomb attack and a murder, but
Definitely the one on the manuscript.
it is kind of crazy how fast it just wraps everything up there.
Go to Ireland to check it out.
Well, let's go to Ireland. Wait to or down at the Emerald Oil. It's not an Irish accent.
Several hours later, I arrived in Ireland, the Emerald Isle. I'd been lucky to get a bus from Dublin to the tiny village of Loch Marne. On the way out, the driver told me there was only one service a day.
That doesn't sound like British bus times. But this is Ireland, so I don't know. What's the phone easy yet? Very quick. Alright. I think what we're going to do, though, is we're going to have a quick BRB. When we come back, we will explore the wonderful world of Ireland. Don't go anywhere. And we're back.
Hi there.
What?
What's your name, kid?
Who are you calling kid? Who the hell are you?
I'm George Stobart, and I'm with the good guys.
Okay.
You're a head case, mister.
Listen,
A few
kid, do
sandwiches
not
short of a
thrust yourself at me.
Cut the crap and tell me your name.
Liam McGuire.
What are you doing hanging around the bar, McGuire?
I'm on the run from me dad.
Why? Did you do something bad?
I ain't done nothing, boss.
You can tell me, kid. Is it your dad?
Oh, sir. He drinks every last penny down his evil throat. And there's me poor old mother, bedridden and dying of presumption.
You mean
I tried
consumption?
to buy her medicine. Chopped firewood for
From
Father
Craggy
Mahoney
Island.
till me fingers bled. The old skinflint cheated me too. But I took the pennies he gave me back home. Look, Ma, says I. See what your darling son has earned with his own sweat and blood. When suddenly, me dad appears and grabs the loot. I'm off to Dublin heavy drinking, says he. Watch out till I get back. That's why I runned away.
Something in the grin on his face told me he wasn't being strictly truthful. Compared
Been
to
another
him,
one, kid.
Huckleberry Finn was a candidate for Altar Boy of the Year. Give me your hand.
Get lost.
Oh, come on. I just want to show you a little trick.
No way, mister. I don't do tricks. Father Mahoney told me I'd burn in hell if I did.
I just want to shake your hand, that's all.
Oh, all right.
Gotcha. Neat, huh?
Didn't feel a thing.
Shake my hand again.
No way.
Look at this tissue.
What does this tissue mean to you?
Nothing.
What does this tissue mean to you?
Nothing.
Do you recognize this matchbook, McGuire?
No, sir. I never seen it before in my life.
Crazy time, though. George was able to get on the plane with this.
What do you think this tool is used for?
Lifting drains.
Dead right. How did you know that?
Work experience course at school. That gives me a choice of going down the drains or up the chimney.
You're kidding. Take a look at this, McGuire.
It's an ID card. What of it?
Ever heard of Thomas Merlin or the Gruber Electronics Corporation?
No.
Days before body scanners, the days when security was just like way less strict.
Have you ever seen this man before?
What a slimy character. No, I never seed him.
Have you ever seen anyone wearing one of these?
Sure. Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer.
It's a clown's nose. I was almost killed by the guy who wore it.
You should have told the cops.
I did.
They did.
They weren't interested. Have you seen a guy dressed as a clown?
I don't know why we're asking.
They all dress
this.
like clowns.
The man I'm looking for is a
It's
dangerous
like, oh yeah, we know he
psychotic.
immediately took off the clown costume,
It's
but we
just like
thought he
that
might have
film
put
I
it back
saw.
on at some
There's
point.
this clown, see, and he's after this kid who saw him kill a guy. He tries to warn the sheriff, only no one believes him. Then, while he's in the tub, the clown cuts him up with a chainsaw.
My God, that doesn't sound suitable for a kid like you.
Who are you calling a kid? I'm 25.
Yeah, right. You're not a day over 14.
Oh no, it's 25 that I am. Married with a car and 3 kids. 10 kids if you count the wives.
That's actually kind of a funny little addition.
What can you tell me about the castle, McGuire?
What do you want to know?
Well, can I get inside?
No, it's locked up.
Does anyone live there?
No, only...
What?
Oh, nothing.
You know something about the castle you're not telling me, don't you?
No.
What is it you're covering up? Is it something
Yeah,
you're
why
scared
did
of?
you get off a bus and just approach
I
a
ain't
kid and
scared
demand
of
to
nothing.
touch his hand?
I'll give you one last chance to tell me about the castle.
Oh, yeah? And what if I don't?
Then I'll take you round
Then I'm
back
taking
and
you
spank
back to
your bottom.
school.
Oh. There's a ghost. It's called the Phantom of Loch Man.
A ghost.
You're not telling me you believe in ghosts, are you?
Mister, I seen it with me very own eyes. Last Tuesday night, I went up to see what that dig was about. I just reached the top of the wall when I hears this awful noise.
What sort of noise?
A horrible snuffling and snorting, like O'Brien's pig, only worst. It was coming from inside the castle.
Did you find out what was making the noise in the castle?
No fear. I just sat there on the wall like Humpty Dumpty. The moon was cracked and greasy like an old dinner plate. The yard was full of shadows. I could have been hiding anything. I would have gone home, but me legs had lost their stuffing.
Okay.
Did you get to see the ghost?
Indeed I did. And a fearsome sight it is too. I sat on my arse, waited while the moon
Watch
went
your
down.
mouth, kid.
Then out it comes from the shadows, all grey and tattered and hunched over like an old bent willow. Then I hears this spluttering and splashing and horrible laughter in the dark. I was so scared. Why, I fell off the bloody wall.
I'm sure there's a rational explanation for what
It's
you saw
not
in
a
the
ghost,
castle.
but they're close.
There is. The bloody place is haunted.
See you later, kid.
Okay, mister.
Oh, bye.
No!
I'd been taught not to judge people by their appearance or their clothes or the length of their hair. Nobody ever said anything about runny noses.
I wouldn't judge somebody for a runny nose. I'd judge them for not covering their face when they sneeze. This is the original thing.
Hi there, old timer.
The original PC vote. You can tell it's not director's cut because we don't have the little portraits in the top corners.
What? Nasty cold you've got there. As soon as the words left my lips, I regretted them.
Is there such a thing as a cold which isn't nasty? I put the question to Father Mahoney. Father, says I, why were we born to suffer snot?
What did he say?
He said it's my reward for being out all night like a sinner.
Alright.
Pious prig. Anyway, this is no ordinary cold.
Yeah, the violin
It's the
player, I was
hay
like,
fever.
was there always a guy
Halitosis?
playing violin
Thank
there?
you. You're not a policeman, are you?
Excuse me?
But it's been long
Police.
enough that I
No.
could have been wrong.
I'd know it if you were.
Can I buy you a beer?
Very kind, I'm sure. But I don't drink the stuff Leary sells.
What's wrong with it?
I've seen what it can do.
Okay.
Can you tell me how to get into the castle?
Don't even think about it, me bucko. Lochmarn Castle is haunted.
Haunted?
That's what the kid outside told me, but I don't believe it.
Then you're a fool.
Ghosts don't bother me. I still want to visit that castle.
You can't. It's not open to the public.
There's no one around to stop me, is there?
That's right. Nothing human, anyhow.
Have you ever seen the ghost?
To be sure. With me very own eyes.
The violin player also looks really out of place.
Can you describe the ghost?
It was horrible. A wee stunted beast, long beak, straggly, flappy wings.
Are you sure it wasn't a wild animal? A rabbit or a skunk or something?
Skunk? In Lochmarn? That'll be the day. No, that was a ghost, to be sure.
I think I know what you saw on the castle wall.
I know what I saw.
I don't think so. It was the kid, McGuire.
What?
He was up on the wall last Tuesday night. He thought you were the Phantom of Lochmarn.
Oh!
Do you recognize the man in this photograph?
Is that supposed to be you?
No, I don't have a scar on my face, and I'm not from the Middle East.
I can't tell without me glasses.
Oi. Terrible business it be not having your glasses.
I'll see you later.
No! No!
Wait for it. I'm missing something.
The young red-haired guy was plainly nervous about something. Perhaps he felt threatened by the presence of a handsome dude like me. My name's George.
Pleased to meet you, mister. My name's Fitzgerald.
Cool. Ever seen this man?
Do you recognize the man in this photograph?
No. At least I don't think so.
Look closely. He has a scar on his face.
No, I'm sure I don't know him.
Yeah.
What can you tell me about the castle?
There's nothing there. Just an old ruin.
How old?
I really couldn't tell you.
Have you ever explored the castle yourself?
I used to play there sometimes, when I was a kid.
I think
then
we need
one
to
of the little
get the
ones fell
guy
off the wall,
drunk.
broke his head and died.
Yeah, stream is... That's weird. So I'm seeing on stream, it's like, oh yeah, no, stream died, but I'm... According to my readout, everything's fine, so I have no idea what just happened.
We didn't go there anymore.
You haven't been up there recently?
No.
Can I get you another drink?
Oh, no, thank you. I shouldn't be drinking at all. I'm on tablets for my nerves. More than a pint and I'll pass out.
Why are you drinking at all? That's not the kind of thing you should really risk.
What does this tissue suggest to you?
Nothing.
Shake my hand.
It's a trick, isn't it?
Damn it, you're right. I can't seem to fool anyone. Does this matchbook mean anything to you?
No.
Check out this pass.
Yeah. It's yours, is it?
Not exactly. Do you recognize the name?
Thomas Merlin? No. Never heard of him.
What do you think this tool is used for?
Something to do with horses?
Wrong. It's for opening manhole covers.
I don't know what you do to horses.
Really? Well, you learn something every day.
What does this red nose suggest to you?
Blood.
Why's that?
I used to bleed a lot when I was a kid. Every time there was a playground scrap, I'd end up with a bloody nose. I wouldn't have minded, but I wasn't even involved in the scraps.
Do you recognize the man in this photograph?
No, I'm sure I don't know him.
Alright.
See you later. The guy with the fiddle seemed oblivious to everything except his playing. Meanwhile, everyone else in the bar seemed oblivious to him. He wasn't listening. The guy sat in the corner as if he was a permanent fixture. There was a vacant look on his cow-like face that said quite clearly, "Nobody home." His elbow rested on an obviously soggy piece of towel. The white whiskers on the bartender's flushed face were like garlands on a Christmas tree. The resemblance ended there. The top of his head was too slick and shiny to act as a perch for a Christmas angel.
Yeah, no, with the proper support.
As the man raised his arm to drink, I snatched the towel away.
I hope I can find a use for it.
It was a rectangle of toweling printed with the words, "Nagopolian stout builds body." Top of the morning to you.
I beg your pardon.
Well, that's what you Irish say,
That's
isn't
a
it?
Do you
dumb
want
fucking
something?
thing to
Or
say
you
to
just
an actual
flaunting your
Irishman.
xenophobia?
Well, I was trying to be sociable.
Is it a room you're after?
Yes.
That's not a bad idea. Do you have a vacancy?
I could, if you don't mind waiting until the last guest checks out.
No problem. When will that be?
When the Undertaker comes to collect him.
Yeah.
I'll try a glass of beer, please.
Is this your first pint of real ale?
Well, I guess so. What's real
I'll have
ale,
a
anyhow?
coffee, please.
Beer that's
Here it
brewed
is.
from natural ingredients to traditional methods. It shouldn't be kept under pressure or refrigerated. And finally, it should have a good body and distinctive character.
In other words, it's flat and warm with bits in, and it makes you fall over.
I like my alcohol cold.
What can you tell me about the castle?
You're the second person to ask me that today. I don't know anything about the castle. It's only an old ruin anyway.
Who was the first?
Who else was asking about the castle?
He said he was a reporter. He was asking about the little people.
I could have told him a tale or two about the little people. He might have paid me to hear what he wanted me to say.
Anyway, I chucked him out on his arse.
Good for you, Mick. That's the way to deal with journalists.
Have you served any, clowns
I
recently?
get the feeling these guys
No.
either would
You're
like
the
Nico a
first
lot,
today.
or would
Seriously,
absolutely despise him.
I'm looking for a man dressed in a clown costume.
Would he be having a little white dog with a black patch over the eye?
I shouldn't think so. Does this tissue mean anything to you?
That's disgusting.
Uh-huh. I found it in the sewers.
Well, what's the idea of waving it around in my face?
I thought it was a
You're
good
worse
way to
than
make
old
friends.
Ron. Put it away, man.
Hey, bartender?
Landlord, if you don't mind.
Sorry. Shake my hand, why don't you?
Now, why should I do that? What have you got up your sleeve?
Nothing. Come on, just shake my hand.
Not just now, mister. I have to be careful on account of the health restrictions.
Aw, jeez. Do you recognize this matchbook?
No, sir.
To be fair, like, it's probably a bigger risk to your health handling money than it is shaking somebody's hand. And this is the days before card payments were common.
Here's something which might interest you.
Huh? Well, what is it?
My passport to the sewers of Paris.
Is that so? Did you see the snooker last night, Mr. O'Brien?
We haven't got a television, Michael.
I know that. Why is it, if you don't mind me asking?
If God had meant us to watch television, we'd all be like Doyle.
I take it no one wants to hear about my underground escapades.
I'd rather drink me own beer.
Weird that you're talking badly about your own product.
Do you recognize the name on this card?
No. Should I?
It's like, yeah, you can accept that your
Nah,
product
it was
is
a long
garbage,
shot.
but to actually openly admit it in front of paying customers is a dumb idea.
Do you recognize this man?
No, I don't. What do you want with him?
I've got a score to settle.
I don't want any trouble in the bar, mister. If it's a fight you're looking for, 60 Father Mahoney.
A priest? A man of the cloth?
Sure. And he teaches the boys how to go to the youth club. According to Mahoney, it develops character.
Not a bad idea, actually.
Didn't he teach you all the art of pugilism?
Doyle. Oh, sorry, Michael. My wire was away. What did you say?
Never mind.
Does this also mean anything to you?
It's not Red Nose Day again.
I don't remember when Red Nose Day
This
is.
is part of a clown's costume.
I know that. Good God Almighty. What do you take me for?
Actually, a funny thing. Americans have probably assumed that's a joke, but like Red Nose Day is actually a thing.
May I borrow this towel?
Sure you can. On one condition.
What's that?
You keep it away from old Ron.
Who's Ron?
That's him in the corner. With the hygiene problem.
Yeah. Audio's a bit choppy.
Thanks. Hi, my name's Stobart, George Stobart.
Hello there, mister. What can I do for you?
I'm just going through fine on mine.
Can you tell me anything about the castle on the hill?
Oh, I don't know much about anything. You should ask Mr. O'Brien here. He does joined up writing. Would you be one of them history fellas yourself?
Why?
That's right. Professor Stobart, Miskatonic University.
You're an archaeologist, and you're asking us about the castle.
Excuse me, Mr. O'Brien. The gentleman was talking to me. How come you didn't leave with the others?
I didn't know they'd gone.
Oh, yes. Packed their spades and shovels and away they went.
Seems I missed all the excitement.
What excitement?
Do you know anything about Pegram's excavation?
Who's Pegram?
Only that he didn't have the right tools for the job. What he needed was shovels and a JCB.
Pegram was digging for historical remains, not coal.
Is that a fact? What the hell for?
It's the science of archaeology, Pat. Understanding how people used to live by what they've left behind. One day archaeologists might be digging up our remains.
Imagine that, Mr. O'Brien. I wonder what they'll find.
Well, it won't be arrowheads and beakers. Fast food cartons and flavoured condoms, more likely.
Their flavoured condoms are biodegradable.
Did anyone from the village work at Pegram's dig?
I tried it myself, but that high and mighty history man called me incontinent. What a nerve.
I don't think incontinent would be what he called you. Incompetent, more likely, not incontinent.
Is it true that Pegram found a valuable gem?
What? First I heard of it.
Where have you been, Pat? For that gem
I feel like I
talk of
missed
every
something.
town from Lochmarn to Ballydoon.
Nobody told me. The lucky sod. So that's why he scampered.
Maybe it was something in the museum that said something about Pegram and the gem.
May I shake your hand?
No, you can't.
Well, how come?
Because I'll spill me beer if you do.
Does this tissue mean anything to you?
No, but you should show that to my granny. She could tell you fortune from it.
From a soiled tissue?
Sure. Some people read tea leaves. My granny reads handkerchiefs.
I suppose it makes about as much sense as reading your future from your palm.
Do you recognize this matchbook?
No.
What do you make of this tool?
It's for lifting manhole covers.
That's right. I found it in Paris.
Well, you look at that. A French sewer key. Marvellous.
I have a feeling like he's not being sarcastic about that.
Does this security pass mean anything to you?
Well...
No.
No.
Do you recognize the man in this photograph?
It's a handsome mug on that fella, to be sure. Is he a film star?
Don't be fooled. This is the face of a psychopathic killer.
No.
Aye, the women must be all
there's
over
one
him.
in the eye for me and my men.
What does this false nose mean to you?
No, you're a clown.
No, not me.
Ha, you're a good one, aren't you? Did you hear that, Michael?
I hate clowns.
Listen to this fella. I hate clowns, says he. Isn't he just the funniest man you ever did see, Michael?
He's not a clown, Doyle. He's not even remotely funny.
Thanks. What do you think of this towel?
Now, there's a fine piece of cloth if ever I did see one. Such craft must surely come from linen cupboards of the Vatican itself.
I found it on the bar under your elbow.
I thought it looked familiar.
These
Bye
guys
for
are
now.
great. How you doing, Flame?
Hello there. My name's George
Hello there.
Stobart.
Pleased to meet you, I'm sure. I'm O'Brien. Can I help you?
I might have to climb the castle.
What can you tell me about the castle, Mr. O'Brien?
It's a fine sight now, isn't it? Dates back
There's
to the
going to be
10th
more
century,
terrible
you know.
accents until we're done
Most
with
of the
Ireland.
existing building was added much later, of course.
Are the ruins open to the public?
Oh no, it's much too dangerous. Anyway, there's nothing of interest remaining.
Can you tell me about the tripod which was found at the castle?
Now there's a bone of contention and controversy. It was dug up by an Englishman of the archaeological persuasion.
Who was this Englishman?
Professor Pegram, the same man who dug up the gem.
So I feel like I was probably supposed to speak to this man first, and then we'd get the information about Pegram and the gem.
How can I get into the castle?
Well, those walls were built specifically to stop people getting in, Mr. Stobart. But I dare say...
Ideally, that's the
you'll
point
find
of a
way,
castle wall.
If you've the will.
Do you know where I can find Pegram?
You're too late to meet that fella.
Is he
Hey,
dead?
welcome in, Clem.
Not that. But he's gone from the village. A sore point with our esteemed host, I might add.
Do you know where Pegram has gone?
I'm sorry, but I don't.
Oi,
He anchored
that's
in
a
the
hill.
dark and shipped out before the dawn.
Why did he do that?
Who knows? A guilty conscience or a secret assignation. Whatever the reason, he'll not be missed in Lochmar. Maybe now the fuss about the gem has died down, we can get back to normal.
What can you tell me about the gem which Pegram found?
Now there's a gem which should never have been taken. A man would have to be full of greed to covet that stone. What's your interest in the jewel? You're not a reporter,
I
are
don't
you?
know, man. Like a big diamond, or just like a big, valuable gem. I don't think it's so much greed as like wanting to be well off for a while for comfort.
Why has Pegram's departure upset the landlord?
He's lost a paying guest, that's why. More than that, there's the question of an unsettled bill. Poor Michael's seen red over the business, and I don't blame him.
This is why you get people to pay up front.
Can you tell me more about the landlord?
Mick Cleary? He's what you call a would-be sophisticate. The trouble is, his idea of sophistication extends as far as putting paper in the lavatory.
I never worked out why he did that. It's much too dark in there to read.
That's true. Have you ever run your hand over the back of the door? The graffiti is written in Braille.
What do you make of this tissue?
I'd guess that muck on it is grease paint.
There's no fooling you, Mr. O'Brien. I'd like to shake you by the hand, Mr. O'Brien.
I'd rather not. You see, I happen to notice that vibrating buzzer in your palm.
Does this matchbook mean anything to you?
I like this guy.
The design is Middle Eastern, I'd say.
Does this tool mean anything to you?
I'd say it was for lifting manhole covers.
How come you know that?
I'm a man of the world, Mr. Stobart.
I like the idea of a character who just knows everything, but has absolutely no significance to the plot.
What can you tell me about this ID pass?
Gruber Electronics. I've never heard of it.
Do you recognize the man in this photograph?
Nope, I've never seen him before.
Does this red nose suggest anything to you?
It's a clown's nose, isn't it? I haven't been to a circus since I was 10 years old. O'Donnelly and I walked all the way to Ballymore, 15 miles in our bare feet.
Does this towel mean anything to you?
Sure, it's one of Leary's towels. Are you planning on stealing it?
No, I'm just going to
borrowing
stuff it in the
if you
sink
must
downstairs.
know. Goodbye for now.
If I could recruit O'Brien, I absolutely would.
Oh, no, you don't.
Okay, I'm sorry.
A little too late on actually getting there.
Keep your hands to yourself, mister.
Hey, I only wanted to...
Can't. Hands off.
Hello again. What?
It's one of those weird timing puzzles that you see in adventure games
Pegram,
every
the
so
archaeologist?
often.
That's the scrawny fellow who was poking around at the castle, isn't it?
Oh, it is.
No, I don't know him.
Do you know where I can find Pegram?
I told you, I never heard of him.
Were you aware that Pegram was conducting an archaeological dig?
I don't meddle in other people's affairs. They don't interest me.
What's that you're making?
It's a necklace, me bucko.
Oh, sure. Made out of steel wire?
That's right. A necklace for my pretty one.
My
When my
little
little
pretty
lover
one.
feels it
Pretty
round her
one.
slender neck,
When you gonna
she'll
give
be
me some
mine.
time
All
around?
mine.
If I was a woman, I wouldn't think much of a wire necklace.
It's not made for a woman. I've got my sights on tastier dishes than women. Flesh as smooth and tender as a maiden's. Bones as soft and white as a newborn babe's. Rabbit, lad. That's what gets my juices flowing.
I feel like you really could have worded that better.
Ah, so you're making snares to trap rabbits.
That's right. Do you have a problem with that?
Damn right I do. Isn't it painful?
Only if I get me fingers caught.
I'm talking about the rabbits. Do they feel much pain?
You bet.
What an unpleasant little man.
I'll see you later.
Hello.
Hello.
Do you know Professor Pegram?
He's the archaeologist, isn't he?
That's right. Where can I find Professor Pegram?
I heard he's gone fishing. I don't know where.
That's interesting. Nobody else knew that.
Did you work at Professor Pegram's dig?
What gave you that idea?
The way you responded when I asked you.
Have you heard about the gem which Pegram found?
I heard a rumor, but you can't believe everything you hear or see, can you?
Do you recognize the man in this photograph?
No, I'm sure I don't know him.
See you later. The young red-haired... Perhaps he felt threatened.
Needs to show the aggression. Quick, activate Renegade.
Hey!
Hello there again, mister.
Hello.
Do you remember seeing Shaun Fitzgerald at the dig?
Let me see now. I think me brain box needs a spot of lubrication.
Oh, well, we better get lubed up then, aren't we, pal?
Can I buy you a drink?
You most certainly can.
Give me a drink for my friend here.
Who, Doyle? Has he conned you into buying for him?
Yes.
Shame on you, Patrick. Same again.
Just a point this time, Michael.
1 point of brown coming up.
Do you remember Shaun Fitzgerald now?
I can picture the scene as
No,
if it was
what do you
only
have
last
in
week.
mind? That's
Come to
what
think
I
of
have
it,
in mind.
It was only last week. Fitzgerald was there all right. Him. and a bunch of students.
Students?
He was speaking with the boss man.
Bye for now.
Thank you, Doyle.
Hello.
Hello.
Doyle told me you definitely worked at the dig.
You don't believe him, do you? Patrick Doyle is a moron and a scoundrel.
Even so,
He's right
he saw
there,
you
he can
talking
hear
to
you.
Pegram.
You can't prove that, mister.
See you later. Excuse me, Mr. O'Brien.
Hello there. What now?
Oh, nothing. Excuse me.
Yes, sir?
Being told the stream died again, but again, like, I'm not seeing any issues on my side. It's weird. Yeah, like, I'm seeing stream died again, but again, like, no issues on my side.
I don't want anything.
Just give me a shout when you do.
I'm sorry, I wanted to talk about Professor
Excuse me?
Pegram.
Yes, sir?
Do you know a man called Pegram?
Indeed I do. Are you a friend of his, by any chance?
No.
Oh, no. I'm just trying to track him down.
Me too. That son of a bitch should be locked away.
Did Pegram stay here?
That's right. In the best room in the house.
That's the one with the bed.
Can I see Pegram's room?
It's been taken by one of the brothers from the reformatory. They come every year for spiritual refreshment.
That's a good one. Their idea of refreshment is a gutful of stout.
I wouldn't want to disturb a man of God, especially not a big fella from the bad boys' home.
I don't blame you, Mick. That brother's got muscles like a muscle man.
Okay.
Thanks.
Alright, let's go talk to Maguire again.
Hey, Maguire.
What do you want to know?
Do you know a man called Pegram?
Can you describe him like on the telly in the cop shows?
No.
He's an English archaeologist.
I know the man you mean if he's the one.
Can you tell me where I'd find Pegram?
No, I can't, 'cause he's not here now, but if I sees him, I'll ask him.
Thanks, Maguire. Appreciate it.
Do you know what Pegram was doing in the castle?
Digging for buried treasure. Jewels and gold and skeletons, like in the films.
I heard that Pegram had found a legendary gem.
That's right. It's been the talk of Lochman all week.
You haven't
Yeah,
seen
shit,
the
you're right.
gem, have you?
This is strange. Disconnected again. Reconnect. Now I'm seeing frame issue. Now it's disconnected. Yeah, hopefully that's going to take care of it. Sorry
Hell
about that,
no.
guys.
I reckon Pegram made off with it. If I was him, I'd go to Amsterdam, chop it up and sell it. He could be living the life of Riley instead of digging holes.
Anyway.
Do you know anything about Pegram's dig?
He wouldn't let me anywhere near it. I offered to help, but he chased me off. I didn't want to see his smelly old hole anyhow.
Well, no, you probably wanted to help with the dig.
Did anyone from the village work at the dig?
Pegram brought some students and bums with him. He reckoned no one in Lochmarn would know what to look for. The only local guy who worked for him was Shaun Fitzgerald.
Fitzgerald says he's never been anywhere near the dig.
He's having you on, mister.
Is that a fact?
Are you sure Fitzgerald worked at the dig?
Oh, yes. It was him, all right. Would I tell a lie?
Well,
Yes.
he denies it.
I saw them together only last night.
Last
I
night.
wish you'd told me that sooner. What were they doing?
Pegram gave Fitzy a box. He didn't look too happy about it.
I knew it. But how am I going to persuade him to part with it?
Break his fingers.
Nah, I couldn't do that.
I could.
Thanks for the offer, kid.
The
but
big
I'll try a more
question
subtle
here is
approach.
like,
Chinese burns?
why do we care?
What's Fitzgerald scared of?
Everything and everyone.
So I shouldn't have any trouble getting him to talk.
He's a pushover. But don't scare him too much. Try the soft touch. Butter him up a bit.
It's a little too thoughtful for
See you
a
later,
kid.
kid.
Okay, mister.
Lying bastard. It's a kid.
Hello.
Hello.
McGuire says he saw you working at the dig. What's more, he saw you talking with Pegram.
Last night.
I knew this would happen.
Nonsense. He's not a day over 14.
Just my luck. Grasped up by a delinquent and a dimwit.
I need to talk to Professor Pegram, if he's still alive.
What do you mean? Is he in danger?
Yeah, you too, if I'm right.
You're not from the Social Security.
Hell no. What makes you think that?
Well, I was claiming benefit at the same time I was working for Pegram.
I'm not in a position to make judgments,
Okay.
Shaun. That's between you and your conscience. All I want is to talk to Pegram
That's
about
probably
the
just the
gem.
voice
But
acting.
he's not
Clint.
here.
I know that. But he left that package with you, didn't he? What did Pegram find at the castle?
The entrance
Was
to
it
an
a ghost?
underground chamber. It was filled with earth and rubble, and Pegram had us dig it out. We uncovered a secret room, a hidden chapel.
Honestly have no interest in grassing on the guy for benefit for all.
Did Pegram find the gem in the altar room?
I don't know. He made us leave and wouldn't
Terribly
tell
old
us
looking
why.
thing.
Half an hour later he came out.
That's just
White
Irish
as a
boys in
sheet
the
he was.
90s.
He closed down the dig and locked up the castle, sent us all
Faces
away.
like they've been
From
working in the
sound of it,
mines all their
Pegram had
lives.
discovered more than just the gem. So where did Pegram go?
I don't know. I swear it. He came to see me early this morning. Said he was leaving. He asked me to give this package to a guy called Marquet.
Okay.
Show me what's in the package, Shaun.
I can't do that.
Why not?
I promised the professor.
So what? You didn't have any qualms about your benefit scam. So where's the harm in taking a peek inside Pegram's package?
You don't know these people. I can't. I don't dare.
This is your last chance to show me the package, Fitzgerald. I've been patient with you, but now it's time to kick ass.
But he'll kill me.
Who will?
Kill you.
The man from Paris. Jack Marquet. Pegram told me
Meaning
if I
shot.
gave him the package unopened, I'd hear no more about it. But if I double-crossed Marquet, I'd be dead.
I need you to tell me everything you know. No. You might be in danger. Okay.
I'll deal with Jacques Marquet. Give the package to me.
No. Why should I trust you?
Because
I
I'm
don't
American.
know who to trust anymore. I wish I'd never even heard of the Lochmarn gem.
Get back here, Fitzgerald.
Hey, I just seen a big red.
Get out of here, Maguire. Come back when you're old enough.
What's the lad howling about?
A big red sports car. Shaun Fitzgerald's been runned over.
Get out! Noisy little tyke.
Maybe you should send out some medicinal brandy, Michael.
Oh, yes? And who's going to pay for it?
Not me.
Me too, neither.
I feel like at least somebody should have been like, what was that noise? Hey, Maguire, what happened?
I was telling the truth about Fitzy, mister.
Okay, calm down.
Nobody cares,
Now
Maguire.
tell me what happened.
I was standing here, minding
So this
me own
cutscene's censored
business,
in the director's
when I
cut.
saw this beautiful red sports car coming up over the hill. Would you look at that, says I, and I going over to take a closer look. Next thing, Fitzy comes tearing out of the pub and nearly knocks me on my ass, when the car just flies at him. It was too fast for poor old Fitzy, and hit him an awful wallop. He goes flying up on top. Jesus, says I thought he was a goner. Next thing, the driver hops out, and I couldn't believe my eyes. He was dressed like a bloody pixie.
Oh, so that was Khan. Censored and directed. What's the point of them? Yeah, they censored the blood. Like, they've painted over all the blood.
Did Fitzgerald drop anything when he was hit?
I didn't see. It all happened so fast.
Yeah. The main thing with director's cut is, like, it adds extra scenes with Nico, where you play as Nico doing her own investigation. And portraits when you're talking to characters on the top left and right of the screen, which were drawn by Dave Gibbons, who also did the artwork for the original game. But they look really out of place because they were drawn like 10 years after the original game.
Did this pixie have a scar on his cheek?
I couldn't see. He was wearing a stupid mask. Are you a special agent?
Sorry to disappoint you, kid, but I'm not. Have you ever seen this man before?
What a slimy character. No,
Did it?
I never seen him.
Wasn't aware they removed the death
See you later,
scenes,
kid.
but I don't think I
Okay,
died in the
mister.
director's cut.
I pushed the switch down, but in doing so it snapped off in my hand.
Alright, so that's something I want to do now. Can't kill George deliberately. That's dumb. Let's go do the goat puzzle.
Hi, do you speak English?
Well, no. What if I was to say no? An implication of cognizance shrouded in denial. A pretty poser of a paradox indeed.
Ah, you're a
I
twat.
gave him the look I'd perfected when I was 12 and was going to be the greatest hypnotist of all time. It was a killer.
Are you attempting to hypnotize me, or is it the constipation you're suffering?
I was a little out of practice.
Alright, so all of this is ultimately meaningless. The only thing we have to tell him about is the car.
Did you happen to see a red sports car down on the road?
I caught a glimpse of a flash of red on the hill and heard the racket. Sure, it was an awful noise. A sports car, you say?
A Ferrari, to be exact.
A racing car? And what was it doing here? The poor fella must have been lost.
He could speak Gaelic, but like, I feel like everybody in Ireland probably speaks English better than they speak Gaelic.
The driver of the Ferrari was involved in an accident.
Is that so?
Yeah.
The same
He
thing
knocked
as,
somebody
like,
down
I
outside
guess
the bar.
Scots
What
could
an
speak
idiot!
Celtic.
How could a thing like that happen?
He was traveling too fast.
So fast, he ran right under the car?
I mean, the car was traveling too fast.
But you'd have thought the idiot could have heard it coming.
Maybe you know the guy who was hit by the Ferrari. His name is Shaun Fitzgerald.
Oh, I know him all right. That's me nephew, the idiot responsible for the stacking of my hay cart. Was he killed by the car?
Oh no, but he has been abducted.
Well, that's a relief now.
Aren't you going to look for your nephew?
What for? From what you say, it's too late.
Well, you could report the matter to the police.
Better not. Besides, what could they do?
Well, they could mount a search.
They have only the one bicycle between them. In a question of superior acceleration, I put me money on the Ferrari.
I think you ought to know exactly what Shaun has gotten himself into.
I'm not sure I want to know.
But you're his uncle, his own flesh and blood.
You're right, but what can I do? If I'm not here to guard it, some idiot might try to climb the haystack. What a moral dilemma. Stay here and guard this potentially lethal agricultural construction, or to go off in search of the prodigal nephew, the very man responsible for said hazard? It'll need some thinking about.
Why, there's no problem.
You're right. Why didn't I think of it before? We'll demolish the haystack.
Yeah, it's probably like the better idea.
Good book?
A book? It's a passport to a world of fantasy and imagination.
Yeah,
Oh,
what's
book.
the title?
Creative Shelving for Beginners, the 1978 edition.
Great, is it? Yeah.
What's so cool about home improvement?
There's nothing like it. The resinous autumnal aroma of seasoned wood, the rhythmic rasp of the blade. Ah, no wonder our Lord came to earth as the son of a humble carpenter. I bet he was a wizard with a chisel and a length or two before.
Surely the portrayal of Christ's adoptive family as humble artisans is a symbolic metaphor.
I don't know about that, but I know they were carpenters. Haven't you read the book?
Well, no. But I have seen The Greatest Story Ever
I
Told.
saw History of the World Part 1.
I don't recall Jesus putting up any shelves. What can you tell me about the castle?
Not much, I'm sorry to say. Most of its history is long forgotten. Ah, but if these old stones could only speak, what stories they'd tell. Stories to make your toes curl and your blood run cold. You know, this castle is said to be over 600 years old.
Who built the castle?
Mad Phelan, the first lord of Lochmarn. Well, I say lord, but actually he was little more than a village chieftain. He built his castle from the remains of the Templar preceptory.
That makes more sense then. A village chieftain wouldn't likely to build a castle.
Do you mind if I climb up your haystack to get into the castle?
What? You'd break your stupid neck for sure. Do you think I'd stand by and see your brains dashed out?
I'd be very careful, and I promise not to sue.
You won't get the chance, not while I'm here to stop you.
You don't have to demolish the haystack to go look for Shaun. I'll stay here in your place and warn anyone who's silly enough to climb it.
Marvelous! I think I should start me inquiries in the bar.
He strode off in the direction of McDevitt's bar, leaving me to contemplate the stack of hay.
Now, George, don't you be a fool and climb that haystack.
The stack of hay stopped, short of the top of the wall. Even if I stretched as far as I could, the wall was out of reach. What I needed was a
Better
slice
jump,
or
then.
two of Alice's Wonderland.
Well, there's only one thing for it.
I inserted the end of the lifting key in the mortarless crack and gave it a firm shove. It remained lodged in the wall, jutting out to form a step.
Probably really dumb and dangerous. everybody's favourite part of Broken Sword 1. The part so infamous that there's a Wikipedia page dedicated specifically to this part. The goat puzzle. They changed how this works in the director's cut. So the real trick of it is to get the camera to move over here. You click on that and George will run over to this and move it.
The rope by which the goat was tethered had become tangled on the old
It's
plowshare.
literally that simple. But everybody, when this game came out, had serious trouble with it. Including me. I'm not going to say I was a genius and figured this out super easily. Because I wasn't. Well, that's the goat puzzle. And, like I say, it was made easier in the director's cut. I think they cut out the first step in the director's cut. I mean, now I'm a lot of things, Clem. Alright, so I want some of this.
As I dipped my fingers into the soft white powder, I realized what it was.
I did, Bane, but it's not enough to level up.
I'd used it in kindergarten to make casts of animal paw prints.
That's the thing I need.
I placed my fingers and thumb into the holes in the wall. Nothing happened. I tried in vain to move the panel. The only object on the table which interested me was a small sack. The sack was empty. I reached into the sack, but it was empty.
Did he literally just scoop out all of the plaster?
The only...
There it is. Is that what I'm after? I think it is. It blends in so well with the background.
The statue was too heavy to lift. It overbalanced into the sand. As I swung the stone upright, I noticed it had left a pattern of holes in the sand.
Like, that blends in way too easily to the background. Like, imagine trying to notice that at, like, a way lower resolution.
I sprinkled the plaster on the sand until the holes were filled. The goat was tangled up with the old plow.
Well, see you. Now to finish off what we need to do in the pub. Get fucking sloshed. Absolutely wasted. Have a pint of the ale. Down it, my son. Too right.
Somehow, I'd managed to drink the thick, sweet brew. I felt strangely compelled to order another, even though my every instinct warned me against it. The farmer was drinking and chatting with his pals as if nothing had happened. Maybe abduction had replaced cattle raiding as their national pastime.
That feels like it's probably racist.
Excuse me.
I'll have another pint.
Yes, sir?
Do you know Shaun Fitzgerald very well?
I know him enough not to sell him more than 2 pints. He's like a kid when he gets a few beers inside him.
I'm not surprised. He's on medication for his nerves.
There's nothing wrong with his nerves. He's just screwy.
May I have another beer, please?
Certainly, sir. Same again?
Aye, same again, please.
How is this stuff made?
That's the secret of the master brewer, sir. Each barrel is lovingly manhandled in time-honored fashion, suspended on skillfully tied ropes of the finest hemp, lowered into the cellar utilizing the forces of original gravity, like manna from heaven.
Original gravity?
I'm sorry, but the pump appears to be broken.
I could fix it for you.
I don't think so. This is a job for a professional electrician. Oh well, at least the glass washer is still working. It's not my dear, is it?
It just so happens I'm an electrician. Check out my credentials.
Well, no.
I'll have a coffee,
Isn't
please.
that marvellous?
Here it is.
Here's a house bedeviled with faulty wiring of a wayward nature. Here's you, an electric man, with a little plastic card to prove it. I still want to see what you can do before I let you touch me beer pumps. You can make a start on the glass washer.
O B E.
When you finish that, will you take a look at the pumps?
Oh, I'll take a look at your pumps, alright. Working like we've never been working before.
Almost as if he'd sensed my intentions, the old derelict snatched the wire from the table.
Messing the timing on this up.
Will you leave it alone, man?
Look, I know how it seems, but my curiosity got the better of me.
I feel like I'm supposed to grab it while he takes a drink of his beer, but he's not doing it while he's got the damn wire out.
As soon as the old guy looked away, I grabbed his piece of wire.
Fuck you, old man. Now do something you really shouldn't do at home.
I replaced the fuse with a piece of wire. I knew it was dangerous, but I was desperate enough to disregard everything I knew about standard safety precautions.
Excuse me, Mr. Leary. I fixed your glass
I
washer,
knew it was dangerous, but I did not care if this man's pub burned down.
A free half pint to that man, on the house. Now, could you take a look at the beer pumps?
Well, I guess so, but I'm not making any promises.
If you can't fix them, I'll have a riot on me hands.
The pumps are in the cellar, right?
That's right. You'll find a flashlight down there somewhere.
What a dumb place to store a flashlight. A dark cellar.
Yeah, like the smart place to do it would be to keep the flashlight next to the door.
I pushed the lever and heard the grating of metal, but nothing appeared to happen.
Back up top. Run, George. That's something that's different in the director's cut as well. If you double tap an exit, then you'll just immediately load out there. Makes speeding through the director's cut a lot more convenient. Hey, Amanda. There we go.
I lifted the trap door and an overpowering smell of stale beer rose from the cellar below. I looked down on a stone-tiled floor, way too far to jump.
I should only be like a story at most. I could absolutely do it. Oh, hey, Khan.
Excuse me. There was a nasty feeling in my guts I usually associated with light opera. It was Khan. What's the problem?
Did you see what happened here a few minutes ago?
What was that?
A man was involved in an unfortunate accident.
I didn't see anything.
What about the boy?
He doesn't know anything either. The kid, well, you know how it is in these rural communities. Not enough genes to go round. I prayed McGuire had the sense to keep his mouth shut. Was the guy hurt bad?
He's been taken care of, but he thinks he dropped a small parcel. You didn't happen to find it, did you?
If I had, I would have taken it to the police.
Of course. Thank you.
Oh, bye.
It wasn't my nerves that stopped me jumping. It was my damned legs. They wouldn't move.
I always forget how kind of, like, dumb Khan's voice is. Hey, you've also played this quite a bit. Do you refer to him as Khan or Merlin? Or the assassin? Assassin? Hansel? Hansel? Hansel?
Then I noticed a flash of light.
That makes sense.
Something sparkling beneath the open trap door. It was Peagrim's gem, all right. A large, uncut blue stone.
The diamond.
As I held it aloft,
the deal was for
I
the
realized
diamond.
the fascination it could command. I guess I was already under its spell.
Did you find it?
What?
Whatever you was looking for.
Yeah. Listen, McGuire. I want you to keep this to yourself.
No problemo. Just chuck us up a crate of lager.
No way. You're not old enough.
We can sell it and make some cash.
Forget it, kid. I couldn't betray Mr. Leary's trust.
I could, for sure. That old misery cuts deserves
It is, yeah. It makes
If you
sense.
want to do me a favor, keep a lookout for that guy in the suit.
Okay. But it'll cost you a packet of chips.
Oh, and shout if you see that Ferrari.
You should probably be more specific, Maguire. George is American. You'll be thinking
There
of
was
a different
couple of
meaning for a
paper
packet of
sacks
chips.
filled with trash. I searched the trash, but there was nothing useful there. It was a calendar with a faded photograph of a prize-winning carp.
Ooh, carp. Thank you, Amanda. Alright, so...
The faucet
yeah, it'd be like
coughed and
what
spewed
we'd
out
call
a stream
chips.
of rusty
Pop on down
colored
to the
water.
local chippy and get yourself a nice piece of fish. Chips to go with it, slather them in vinegar. Like the fucking heathens would. Alright, so this is the reason why I went to the castle and did all that stuff first before doing this. Because this is one of those occasional time-based adventure game things.
I held the towel under the faucet and soaked it with water. I shut off the faucet as tight as I could, but it kept on dripping.
If you leave the faucet on, you get a line later about the basement having flooded. But yeah, we gotta do this quick before that towel dries out. But Mr. Leary's been such an absolute lad to us, like, it wouldn't be right then. That goat can choke, though. The goddamn towel. Yeah, so if you take too long with this, the towel will dry out.
The trickle of water was quickly absorbed by the plaster. I eased the solid piece of plaster from the sand. Underneath, it had formed a perfect copy of the statue. The hardened plaster cast fitted snugly into the 5 matching sockets. There was a soft thud, then silence.
Yeah. And the thing, just this morning I was drinking coffee outside a cafe. Off I saw.
So, where did you stay last night?
At McDevitt's. I got to drinking with Doyle and a couple of the guys.
That explains why you look so ill today. Did you get any sleep at all?
Not much. I had to share the room with another guy.
Did he snore?
Hardly. He was dead,
And you say Pigram has disappeared?
without a trace.
At least they
But
seem to have gotten the
my
pumps
visit
working
wasn't a
again.
complete waste of time.
Pigram's gem?
Yeah, it's amazing customs didn't take
The
it from them.
Templars gem. Whoever Jacques Marquet is, he's in for a disappointment.
Jacques Marquet?
He's the guy who should have collected the gem from Fitzgerald.
I've been reading about Pegram in this magazine.
The media got its claws on
Raj,
him.
sit back down.
If I was his agent, I'd get him to lose the pipe.
That dig must have been pretty important to him. He resigned his chair at Durham University to go to Ireland. And now he's disappeared. See what you can find out about Professor Pegram.
I'll speak to the university. What are your
Poor
plans?
maintenance of a
I
pot
want to
washer.
find out who, what, or where Montfaucon was. All I've got to go by is the name and a picture of a hanged man. What do you know about Professor Pegram?
He's
There's
probably
been a
dead.
television program, Pegram's Past. He's written a book, The Crusader Families of Ireland.
Interesting.
Do you want to look after the gem?
No, Josh. I'd be too tempted to sell it.
You say that like it'd be easy to sell a gem.
Look, Nico, a handful of plaster.
Yeah.
Like, what are you going to do,
Why
take
is
it
it
to a
that men
pawn
never
shop?
really grow up?
What's your problem, sister?
Your pockets stuffed with useless junk like little boys.
You never know when useless junk might come in handy.
You notice he took the manhole opener back?
Let's take another look at the manuscript. That's the gem that Pegram found in Lochmarn. That's the tripod in the Croon Museum. There's a woman looking at, but the...
Yeah, we've already gotten everything out of this, I think. Well, I'm off, Nico.
I can't sit here all day, much as I'd like to.
Okay. Don't forget to look for Lobineau at the Croon Museum. And why don't you see if Rosso has heard anything?
Okay. Anything else I can do for you while I'm out? Shopping, a trip to the laundromat?
Just take care of yourself.
See, she cares about you, George, you fucking... Maybe I'm thinking of the director's cut that just cuts out the outside of Nico's apartment.
It was Rosso's sidekick, Sergeant Moo.
It's weird that Inspector Rosso's desk is just like right behind the public counter.
Excuse me?
Ah, Monsieur Stobart, n'est-ce pas?
That's correct. You remember me.
The retention of such data is part of my duty as a gendarme. That is how crime is fought, through attention to detail, not intuition.
Yes, sure.
You sound kind of bitter.
I know the identity of the dead guy. His name was Plantar.
Is that so? You knew him, did you?
No, but...
We'll know everything there is to know about him soon enough.
I'm trying to be helpful here.
The best way you can help us is to go home, monsieur.
I can't, I'm in a different country.
Is Rosso here?
Yes, he is. You wish to speak to him?
Yes, I do.
One moment, monsieur.
So, something you can do over the course of the game is talk to Rosso every now
Stobart
and
is
then.
here to see you, monsieur.
Did he say what it was
It's
about?
not
No, monsieur.
required. Like, you never have to come here.
Very well.
But it is worth doing for additional plot details.
Hi, Inspector. Remember me?
But of course, Mr. Stobart. My mind is a well-ordered faculty.
I didn't realise he was
A
shorter
mental
than me.
classification system that's the envy of the Bibliothèque Nationale. No tricks, mark you, monsieur. Just exercise. Just as our muscles waste through inactivity, so our minds decay. But there is no need. If only people would learn to exercise their wits daily.
But Bane,
was
I
trying to
didn't
impress
see the
me.
bad guy's
It worked.
hideout at the
He
start
was
of the movie.
pompous and patronizing, but he had style.
Eh bien,
If you called about the bombing, you're too late. Investigations have been closed.
But
I've been taken off the case.
what about the murderer, the dead guy?
It is out of my hands.
So, who's on the case?
What was that psycho-detective business you did in the cafe?
It is my theory that the passions evoked in violent crimes create ripples in the ether, invisible to all but the possessor of a highly developed and receptive mind.
I'm impressed. Can you bend spoons, too?
I didn't think a man of your obvious intelligence would stoop to mockery.
I'm not mocking. I've had personal experience of the power of the mind. I used to get ignored at parties until I read a book that changed my life.
Really? What was it called?
Hypnotism for Fun and Profit. He looked at me as if I'd farted at a funeral.
The power of mesmerism is a rare gift, not a party trick.
You're not going to try any of that psychic interrogation on me, are you?
Do you find the thought of my probing distasteful?
It depends what
Let's
you probe
just
him
say
with.
I'd rather you didn't. I've got more doubts than Doubting Thomas when it comes to mysticism.
Too bad. I think you would make an interesting subject under controlled regression.
The day I let anyone mess with my mind hasn't dawned yet. Did you find out the ID of the guy who was killed in the explosion?
I already knew who he was.
That's interesting.
I heard that the bomb victim's name was Plantar.
Your sources are reliable.
He was a big shot at the Treasury, wasn't he? Maybe that's why
How
you've
the
been
fuck
taken
did
off
I
the
know
case.
about that?
I'm sorry, monsieur. I cannot comment.
I think that's a line I've ever really been aware of.
Do you know a pair of thugs called Flap and Guido?
I have known those two since they graduated from special school. Flap is a nasty piece of work, but Guido is the real brains of the partnership. Where did you hear of them?
I met them out front of the Hotel Ubu. Don't you want to know what I found out about the killer?
I told you, monsieur, the case is closed. I have washed my hands of the whole affair.
Then I'll have to continue my investigations without your help.
No. You must forget the business of the clown completely. Go back to being an ordinary tourist, Stobard.
Too late, man. I'm already an adventure game protagonist.
Have you heard of Professor Pegram, the archaeologist?
Molly Pegram? The second son of Lord Barclay Pegram?
I don't know. I only read about him in a magazine.
So much for the efficacy of rehabilitation. What has he done this time?
He made an important archaeological find in Ireland. Do you know Pegram well?
I have connections with the family, but I wouldn't say I knew him at all.
Is his name really Molly?
Of course not. That was the nickname he was given at school. All his friends and acquaintances know him as Molly.
Weird.
Ever heard of a guy called Marquet? Jacques Marquet?
Marquet? I know the name well. He has a record for suspected blackmail, kidnapping, arson, and art theft.
An all-rounder, huh? How come he's on the loose?
His bravado is matched only by the courtroom skills of his attorney.
Fascinating.
Do you recognize the man in this photograph?
No.
It's the face of a killer.
The man who bombed the cafe?
The photograph was taken soon after the explosion. He'd escaped through the sewers, leaving a trail of clues behind him.
Circumstantial evidence, Stobard. None of it proves a thing.
Would you care to shake my hand, Inspector?
Please don't be offended if I decline your offer, Stobard. The palms of my hands are particularly sensitive.
Okay.
Does the name Thomas Merlin mean anything to you?
No, monsieur, nothing.
It's another one of the assumed names used by the killer.
Ah, the famous killer clown case.
Yeah. You might have forgotten all about it, but I still aim to find that guy. Does this matchbook mean anything to you?
No, monsieur. I suggest you ask Sergeant Moo about that. God only knows why, but he collects matchbooks. He claims it is a hobby.
Man, the days before your hobby could just be playing video games.
What do you make of this white powder, Rosso?
It is plaster.
Say, you're good. So long, Inspector.
Imagine in his line of work, you get to know what powder is and isn't cocaine.
Excuse me.
What do you want now?
Does this matchbook mean anything to you, Sergeant?
That's a double-lined Swedish with a crosshatch Bergman strike strip. Now, that's unusual. Pre-war Anderson hinging.
Really?
I haven't seen a reinforced Anderson outside of a private collection.
It's rare, then?
In this part of the world, yes. There are only 3 places these are made. Taiwan, Manila, and Slough.
Wow, really?
Does this matchbook mean anything to you, Sergeant?
That's a double-lined Swedish. Now, that...
Really?
I haven't seen...
It's...
In this part of... There are only...
Do you know a man named Khan? He's a shifty-looking guy with a scar on his left cheek.
No, monsieur. Has this man any connection with the bombing of the cafe?
He is the bombing in the cafe.
I believe Khan was the name he used when he hired the clown costume. I'd like to report an assault.
Yes, monsieur. Where is the victim?
I'm the victim. I've been harassed by a pair of thugs.
I see. And where did this alleged assault take place?
Outside the Hotel Ubu. They stopped me as I was leaving and went through my pockets.
Could you describe the suspects, monsieur?
One looked like a gorilla, and the other looked like a weasel. Their names are Flap and Guido.
Bon. I'll get them this time.
What are you going to do about Flap and Guido?
I've run-ins with them before,
I'm going to bust them, monsieur. For years I have been hoping to pin something on that pair. Now's my chance. I'll show them. And the inspector.
Thanks, Sergeant. Thanks for taking me seriously.
I'm only doing my duty, monsieur.
Have you heard of a man called Marquet?
Yes. He used to be known as the Mole of Montmartre. I heard he's been hospitalized, probably by one of his rivals.
Hospitalized?
Which hospital was Marquet taken to?
The Hagenmeyer Clinic, in the Avenue des Hérissons.
Fascinating.
Why was Marquet known as the Mole of Montmartre?
Because he lived in Montmartre, I suppose.
Yeah, but why the mole?
I don't know. Maybe he ruined people's lawns.
Do you recognize the man in this photograph?
No, monsieur.
It's the guy who bombed the cafe. The clown.
This man looks nothing like a clown.
He's taken off his grease paint and costume.
Then there is nothing to link this man with the killing.
Nothing? Look at those murderous eyes.
Hardly likely to get him convicted.
Anyway.
See you later, Sergeant.
There's the hospital. Is Lebanon at the museum yet? I forget the specific sequence of events around this point. There he is.
He was a thin-faced, pallid guy with a questionable taste in outlandish clothes. My mother used to dress like that. I beg your pardon. Are you André Lobineau?
That's me. You want my autograph?
No. I was told you may be able to help me.
Help?
My name is George Stobart. I'd like your professional opinion.
Well, okay. Shoot.
Does the name Montfaucon mean anything to you?
Sure. It was the most grisly spectacle in Paris until the Revolution.
A public toilet?
Montfaucon was the place of execution for many thousands. A dark temple of death, with row upon row of arches, each one framing a grim exhibit. Scores of rotting corpses swung on creaking rope, while the crows devoured their flesh.
Now it's a
That
public church.
explains the image of the hanged man. I found a reference to Montfaucon in Ireland, in a village called Lochmarn.
Lochmarn? That's where Pegram was digging.
That's right. He'd left the excavation before I arrived. I'd like your opinion on a medieval manuscript.
Manuscript?
Do you have it with you?
No, it's too fragile. And besides, there are certain people who'd stop at nothing to get their hands on it.
Intriguing. Do you have a copy of the text?
There isn't much. Only a few Latin
You know,
phrases.
it makes
I was
sense
kind of hoping
for the
you'd
sake
help
of this
decipher the
to
pictures.
like have a picture
Without
of the
seeing the
manuscript.
manuscript, that's a tall
It's
order.
weird that
Just tell
Nico
me one
didn't take a
thing.
picture of it and
What
have
does
it
the
developed to give
image
to us.
of two men riding on the same horse suggest to you?
The Knights Templar. Does the Templar seal appear on this manuscript? I'd love to see that for myself.
The manuscript is being looked after by a friend.
In Paris?
Yeah. Not far from here, in fact.
Well, just give me the address and I'll come round and take a look.
I'm not so sure about that. Maybe I should check with her first.
A female friend?
Yeah, she's a woman. Maybe it was my imagination, but I noticed a predatory look in his eye. Suddenly, this friendly historian had turned into the big bad wolf. This friend, who has the manuscript?
Oui, the anonymous girlfriend.
She lives at 361 Rue Jarry.
Ah, I know it well. I'll drop by.
Really shouldn't just be
Just
giving
as
out
soon
the
as I
address
can.
like that. Like, Lobino is somebody that Nico knows anyway, so it's not as bad as that, but really shouldn't be giving out the address.
Can you tell me anything about the Knights Templar?
I sure can, Georgie.
Do not call me
Soldiers,
that.
diplomats, mercenaries, monks, bankers, you name it, the Templars fit the bill. The greatest fighting force in Christendom, the militia of Christ.
Jeez. How did the Templars get their name?
From the building in which they set up their headquarters. The King of Jerusalem gave them part of a mosque on the Temple Mount. It was said to have been the site of the original Temple of Solomon. The order became known first as the Knights of the Temple, and later as the Knights Templar.
You're a mine of information, Andre.
Glad to be of help, Georgie.
You'd hope he would be, being a historian.
How come the Templars became so wealthy?
There was a constant stream of new recruits to their ranks, many from noble families.
Plus
They were
loans.
required to swear a sacred oath of poverty, chastity, and obedience.
Like, weren't the Knights
So,
Templar
their
like
money,
one of the
goods,
original
and lands
banking
were donated
institutions
to the
that
order. The
introduced
Templars
loans
soon
with
held
interest
land in
rates?
France, Scotland, England, Spain, most of Europe, in fact. The poor Knights of Christ became the wealthiest power in Christendom.
Where was the site of Montfaucon?
To the northeast, near the Canal Saint-Martin, but there's nothing there now. The old gibbet was torn down during the Revolution.
Is it true the treasure of the Knights Templar was never found?
Who knows? So little knowledge of what really happened remains. Oh, if
Well,
it
the Knights
does,
Templar
the
was
truth has never been made public.
destroyed in the
What do you mean
12th
by that?
century, right?
The Templars have attained mythological status, like the King Arthur of the Britons. There are people even now who say the Templars still exist.
Do you think that's likely?
No, not for a minute.
Do you know Pegram well?
Not really. I met him at a conference. I would have liked to talk to him in depth, but I didn't have time.
When was this?
Oh, back in the summer, July, I think.
The second week of July?
Maybe. Yes, it was, just
By the
before
King of France
Bastille
on
Day.
Friday the 13th.
So
In the
Pegram
11th
was
century?
in Paris
No,
at
the
the
12th
same
century?
time as the other victims.
Pardon? Victims of what?
Nothing. Just thinking aloud.
The other victims. Continuing connections.
Does the guy in this photograph look familiar to you?
No.
Yeah, makes sense.
What do you make of this?
It's the biggest gemstone I've ever seen. Where did you get it?
From Professor Pegram's messenger boy.
Did Pegram find this on his dig?
Yeah,
Thanks to the
site
additional
where this
history,
was
man.
found was a Templar castle. Do you think it could be part of the Templar treasure?
No, I
12th
shouldn't
century.
think so.
I'd like to shake you by the hand, Andre.
Not now, Georgie.
Thanks for your help, Andre.
You're welcome.
High above me was a window.
Attention! Please do not open the window, monsieur.
Don't you think it's kind of stuffy in here?
Better stuffy than dead.
What's the problem? Fumes from car exhausts?
Not just that, monsieur. There's a new burger bar opened up across the street. The Laughing Buffalo.
So what's the problem?
They cook their burgers on a charcoal grill, and the fat falls on the open flames. The amount of organic compound and smoke particles released is astounding. Since they opened, local air pollution has doubled, and it stinks like a funeral pyre. That is why I keep the windows closed.
Put the door open.
The rod turned smoothly, and the window above me opened. This is ridiculous. I could be here for hours.
I was wondering if it was going to actually start that sequence yet. When we had no reason to. But I appreciate that you can actually do that earlier. It's kind of neat. En avant. Check out Morphosaur.
I once read a list of low-stress jobs. It didn't include police work. Obviously, this guy hadn't read the same list.
Or is on break.
Excuse me, officer.
And how may I help you?
No, he's wasted.
Shouldn't you be off directing traffic or something?
You have seen the Parisian traffic, no?
Yeah?
I haven't seen any Parisian
I could
traffic.
direct the traffic. The most dangerous, the east side of Rome. Or I can sit here and enjoy the sun, the architecture, and the Sauvignon. Which would you choose?
Yeah, but I'm not a policeman. What happened to duty?
An excellent question, monsieur.
What do you know about the Knights Templar?
Les Templiers. Only that they were excommunicated in 1312 and hanged in their dozens.
That's
within
interesting
this
because
very
that would be the
square.
14th century.
Boy, what they teach in the police academy these days.
No, monsieur. I read it on that board over there.
Does this red nose mean anything to you?
Aha! A prosthetic nose. Very significant.
It is?
No, I am just having a little joke.
Have you seen this man before?
No. Who is it?
I believe him to be an international assassin.
Oh.
Is that all you can say? Oh.
I did wonder if I should say that I believe you to be an international paranoiac, but it didn't seem polite.
Look at this gem. What do you think?
Cut glass.
No, it's not. It's for real.
What kind of madman would go around waving a priceless gem under people's noses?
So either
Same
it's
one that
glass
would
or I'm
go,
mad?
the same
I
kind
didn't
of
like to think about
madman
that
who
for
would
too
go
long.
around waving a used issue.
Take a look at this.
Ah, an electrician. My TV has been acting up. Could you fix it?
I doubt it. This isn't my
They
idea.
charge by the minute.
Do you know what this is?
It's a sewer key.
Does it mean anything to you?
Do you belong to some obscure arm of the Masons?
Does this matchbook mean anything to you?
The pattern looks Middle Eastern. Beyond that, who knows?
Do you know what this is?
Aha! You Americans with your notorious nose candy. I read Hollywood Wives. I know all about it.
If you tried to sniff this stuff, you'd wall up your nostrils. It's plaster of Paris.
It is? Thank
you, Evans. I thought I would have to do some
For
Vic.
a moment, I thought I might actually have to arrest somebody. Alors, the paperwork. You have no idea.
Would you like to shake? I stopped myself barely in time. Electrocuting a cop would not have been smart. They'd rebuild the Bastille just so they could throw me in and throw away the key.
I mean, you're probably exaggerating there a bit, George.
What do you make of this grease paint-stained tissue?
Delightful. Would you like to see some of my used tissues?
It depends, and they're full of snot.
Then please put yours away.
I'll see you around.
Oui, monsieur. I'll be there.
So I'm pretty sure I have to get rid of this guy, but I don't remember how.
Hey! Hey, you! What do you think you're doing? Leave that cover alone. Now.
Sorry, no
Fair
harm
enough.
intended.
You stay away from that.
Alright, to the hospital then. So long, Josh.
The old building managed to retain some of its original grandeur, but the modern additions look like a baseball cap on a statue of a medieval
Much
saint.
later in the game. Fair enough. Thank you, Ben. Hello, I'm Dr. Stobart.
Hi, my name's George Stobart.
Just shout it from across the room. Just walk into the hospital. Hi, my name's George Stobart.
Pleased to meet you, sir.
Call me George if you like.
Are you sure?
Yeah, that's my name.
My name's Benoit, but everyone calls me Bunny.
Bunny?
That's right. I used to have this cute habit when I was a kid.
Keep it to yourself, Benoit.
I'm looking for Jacques Marquet.
Do you know anything about a patient named Marquet?
No, sir, I don't know much about any of the patients.
I've never met a doctor who admits that he's only human.
I'm only a trainee, sir. I'm sure I'll get the hang of things.
Does this false nose mean anything to you?
No, it doesn't.
Do you recognize the man in this photograph?
No, monsieur. I've never seen him before.
Does this gem mean anything to you?
More like the answer. You are right. You're absolutely right.
Have you ever heard of a guy named Merlin?
No, sir.
Although, like, look at the statues across the archways, the columns. This place, as a hospital, like, it'd have to be, like, one of those incredibly high-end private hospitals.
What does this tool suggest to you?
Isn't that used to snap the patient's ribs when exploring the abdomen?
Oh, jeez.
Have you ever heard of the Club Alamet?
No, sir.
Have you ever heard of the Club Alamet?
No, sir.
Do you know what this white powder is?
No, sir.
Shake my hand, Benoit.
I don't think that's a good idea, sir.
How come?
Dermatitis.
I don't have dermatitis.
I do.
Ugh.
What does this tissue mean to you?
Is that a nasal discharge, sir?
No, it's grease paint.
Oh, see you later, buddy.
See you later.
Right.
The woman managed to look overworked and hassled, though she didn't appear to be doing anything. Excuse me.
Yes, sir?
Is this the Hagenmeyer Clinic?
That's correct.
I thought I was in a garden center.
Oh, the plans. They were my idea. A little greenery to evoke the spirit of nature. How may I help you?
You don't sound French.
I'm here to see Jacques Marquet.
Oh, yes. Are you related to our client, sir?
Yes, I'm his long-lost twin brother.
Yeah, I'm his, long-lost brother.
A brother half his age with a different name and an American accent.
Yeah.
Long lost.
People always say that. I blame Mom. We were separated at an early age. After a mix-up in the nursery at the Oakland shopping mall.
I've never heard anything so ridiculous in all my life.
I guess not.
Anyway.
So, do I get to see Marquet before the funeral?
That attitude will get you nowhere. My instructions were quite clear. No one gets to see Marquet. So unless you can prove you're a relative or a close acquaintance, you're wasting your time here.
Has Marquet had a visit from a pair of gangsters?
I should hope not. Can you describe them?
A thin guy who looks like a weasel and his friend, the gorilla.
Sounds as if they escaped from the zoo.
Has Marquet been visited by a man in a clown costume?
Oh, no.
I don't know why
You
we're
haven't
so
seen a
hung
man in
up on
disguise?
the clown costume.
Well, there's Theodore the Bear. He comes every Thursday to entertain the children. Personally, I
We
think
know
he
he
scares
ditched
them
the
half
clown
to death in
costume
that
almost
crummy old bear
immediately.
suit. If I was stuck on my back with tubes in every orifice, he's the last person I'd want to see.
What does this false nose remind you of?
Oh, it's a clown's nose.
That's right.
Why don't you give me a break and go and play with someone else?
Have you seen this man here at the clinic?
No, sir. And I never forget a face.
What does this gem suggest to you?
I advise you not to flash that around. The hospital insurance wouldn't cover it if it was stolen.
Look at this ID pass.
So you're Merlin. Marquet's been asking for you.
For me.
Yes. He was shouting your name when they brought him in here. Now, let me see. He was on ward B12, as I recall. Oh, he's being transferred to... Oh dear. He's on ward J2. That's... Nurse Grendel's ward.
A nurse named after the mythological beast from the Beowulf poem. It's probably not a good thing.
What's so bad about Nurse Grendel?
She runs that ward like a South American prison.
Keeping a well-disciplined ward isn't a crime, is it?
Well disciplined. In the discipline and punishment stakes, she'd whip the butt off the Marquis de Sade. Everything, I mean everything, is done to a strict routine. 6 o'clock alarm call, 6:10 bowel movements, and woe betide anyone who doesn't have a result. Those patients of hers are like Pavlova's dogs.
She sounds like a
You
real
mean
nightmare.
Pavlov?
And then some.
If Nurse Grendel is that bad, how come the authorities tolerate her?
She's like part of the furniture.
Oh, you mean she's been here a long time?
No, I mean there's not a man in this clinic who hasn't sprawled out on her.
I was beginning to get the
Dang.
picture. This woman was jealous, with a big green capital J. How do I find Nurse Grendel's ward?
Down the corridor on the left, turn right at the senior consultant's washroom. Right again at the executive coffee lounge. Bear left past the administrator's sauna. And turn left at the end. That's J2. And good luck.
Thanks.
Thanks for your help, ma'am.
You're welcome.
What about this guy who's studying like he's posing for a
The guy seemed
picture?
to be practicing his air of authority. Today, he was working on his withering stare.
That's not the impression I got from him.
Hi, my name's George Stobart.
Really? If you wish to make an appointment, see the receptionist.
Does the name Thomas Merlin mean anything to you?
No, it does not.
Well, fair enough.
Thanks for your help. As I turned the corner, I saw the source of the hellish noise which echoed through the corridors. It was an industrial polishing machine with an odd-looking guy in tow.
Don't mind me, buddy. I'm just gonna make your life harder.
As I tugged the plug out of the socket, the polishing machine coughed, spluttered, and died.
Mr. Shiny, what's wrong, pal?
You also don't sound French. Alright, now I'm a doctor.
Dr. Stobart at your service.
George, why have you buttoned it, like, right at the bottom? What the hell is that?
Good afternoon, Doctor.
Hi, I was told people sprawl out on you.
Yes, sir. The patients are ready for your inspection, Doctor.
Thank you, nurse. Well, who's first?
Monsieur Croquet in bed 2.
What's his problem?
He's been complaining of loss of consciousness. You'll need this, Doctor.
She gave me a long, narrow metal box and a stunning smile. Thanks. Hi, I'm Dr. Stobart.
Hello, Doctor.
The nurse told me you
also
keep
don't
losing
sound French.
consciousness.
That's right. I've had the problem as long as I can remember.
How long
It's
can
a
you
real
remember?
out-of-body experience. Like death, but not so conclusive.
I see. How long does it last?
Just a fraction of a second, and then I recover.
I might not have been a doctor, but I was formulating a diagnosis all the same. This guy was nuts. I know exactly what you mean. It's known in the medical field as blinking.
Is it serious?
Of course it isn't serious. It's perfectly natural.
But just think, 2 seconds every minute. Why, that's almost half an hour every day. 2 weeks out of every year spent in total darkness.
What do you think happens when you go to sleep?
Baloney. Which bed is Marquet in?
He's round the corner, in solitary.
What's the matter with him?
I don't know, but the men who brought him in were wearing masks and rubber gloves. Hey, you're a doctor. How come you don't know?
We doctors don't know everything.
Then how come you act like you do?
To make the patients more comfortable and assured.
Has Marquet had any visitors?
Nah, neither have I. That's the worst thing about being in hospital.
Sure.
You feel like the
I would have thought
rest
it's
of
the
the
colostomy
world
bags.
has abandoned you.
Well, you know how it is. Life goes on.
Thanks for those comforting words.
I do what I can, and that's what I am.
Do you know what this piece of equipment is called?
No, I don't.
Do you know what this piece of equipment is called?
No, I don't.
I thought about giving him an electric shock, but I just couldn't do that to a sick guy. Have you any idea what this is?
Please, take it away before I throw up.
Throw up, throw up, throw up.
Does this gem mean anything to you?
No, Doctor.
Do you recognize this red nose?
Nah, I don't.
Do you recognize the man in this photograph?
Nah, Doctor. Who is it?
A cold-blooded killer.
If we put on the red
One of
nose,
your
we could do a Patch
colleagues.
Adams impression.
No, he really is a murderer.
I've never seen him before.
Well, goodbye and good luck.
Thanks, Doc.
The nurse was stunningly beautiful. The guys on this ward sure were lucky to be in her care.
Excuse me, nurse, I heard something about everybody getting to sprawl out on you.
Could you take a look at the client in bed number 3 now? His name is Eric Sopmarsh.
What's his problem?
He's delirious. He just now came out of theater. He's recovering from major surgery.
I'll have him up and about before you can say, Lazarus, get out of your bed and walk. Hello? Anybody home?
Who are you?
My name is Dr. Stobart, and I'm here to steer you down the rocky road to recovery.
Dr. Monroe said there was no cure for what I've got.
Your problem is you stayed in bed too long.
Are you sure you're a qualified doctor?
Yes.
You better believe it. What's your impression of Nurse Grendel?
She's a very efficient young woman.
Efficient?
Interesting way of saying.
You make her sound like a vacuum cleaner.
I've no complaints.
The woman in reception described Nurse Grendel as a monster.
Well, that's simply not true. She's quite strict, but that's her job, isn't it? You've got to have discipline in a place like this.
What can you tell me about Marquet?
He's the man in the private room, isn't he?
Yeah, I think so.
That room was mine before I was tossed out like a common squatter.
You also don't sound French.
Do you know what's wrong with Marquet?
They won't even say what's wrong with me. Tell me, Doctor, what's your opinion?
It's too early to say.
But I've
I
been
think
here
that's
for
so.
3 months.
I'm going to take your blood pressure.
Why?
I'm a doctor. It's my
Don't
job.
question me.
I'm going to take your blood pressure.
On the
Why?
international
I'm
war.
a doctor. It's my job.
It seems like a high-end clinic, possibly private healthcare, specifically catering to rich, which could mean, I guess like a lot of rich people would probably move to Paris.
I thought
I
about
don't
giving
know.
him an electric shock, but I just couldn't. Have you any idea what this is?
No, Doctor. I wouldn't even like to guess.
Hmm.
Do you know what this is?
It looks like plaster.
How did you know that?
I'm a plasterer.
Have you ever heard of the Club Alamut?
I'm not really a nightclub man, Doctor. A game
I
of
think
whist
it's
and a glass of
less
ginger wine is
nightclub
about
and
my
more Diogenes club.
Do you know what this tool is used for?
I'd rather not, Doctor. Ignorance is bliss, as they say.
Well, this is what we use to prepare you for a colonoscopy.
Have you heard of a guy called Merlin?
No, Doctor.
Does this gem mean anything to you?
No, Doctor. Is this some kind of test?
If it was, you would have failed. Do you recognize this red nose?
Doesn't that belong to Boissy?
No. I found it in a sewer.
He's a clown, you know.
Really?
You wouldn't think so to look at him now, would you?
Found it in a sewer and I brought it into a hospital.
Do you recognize the man in this photograph?
No, Doctor. Who is it?
A cold-blooded killer.
Really? He's a dead ringer for my bank manager. Of course, Mr. Soames hasn't got a scar, and he doesn't come from the Middle East. His hair's a lot grayer, too. Otherwise, it's just like him.
Remarkable.
Hmm.
See you later.
You're going to make a full recovery.
Now, I was no doctor, but this guy looked dead to me.
Hmm. So, about sprawling out.
Doctor?
What is it now, nurse?
Number 2 again. He won't tell me what he wants. He says he'll only talk to a man.
Do I have to? That guy's nuts.
Doctor, I'm surprised at you. There's no way to talk about our clients.
Okay, I'll see him. But I'm telling you, he's a hypochondriac.
Hmm.
Hello again.
Back lacking, homie.
Do you know what this piece of equipment is called?
No, I don't.
Well, goodbye and good luck.
Thanks, Doc.
Alright, let's just go around the corner.
Doctor!
What is it?
You haven't taken my blood pressure.
I was going to, but you kept saying why.
Seems fine to me.
You're not doing it right.
Of course I am.
No, you're not. Dr. Monroe never did it like that.
It's because Dr. Monroe's a
I can't
quack.
take a satisfactory reading while you're excited like this. I'll come back later.
So, there's a guard outside Marquet's room.
Oh, Doctor.
What now?
You didn't finish taking my blood pressure.
Okay, let's try again.
I feel like we should just give up trying to see Marquet and, like, take Nurse Grendel to the supply closet.
You don't have the first idea what you're doing, do you?
How
I'll come
dare
back when
you?
you've recovered your manners.
Broken Sword, Shadow of the Templars, Nurse Grendel percent.
Hey, Benoit!
Shout across the room. All new category of which I hold the world record. Thank you.
There's no need to shout. What do you want?
What do you know about this piece of equipment?
It's a device for measuring blood pressure.
Do you know the nurse on Ward J2?
No, monsieur. This is my first day here. I can't wait to get my hands dirty. I was talking about treating my first patient, of course. I didn't mean I'd get my hands dirty with a nurse.
Good, because I'm next. It's actually a fair point. I mentioned earlier, like, I think the only time they ever actually say Broken Sword in the series is if you play the demo of the first game.
What do you know about this?
It's a device.
See you later.
Right.
Hey, Benoit!
Wasn't after talking
Yes,
to him.
sir?
Forget it. Excuse me, sir.
You must be the new boy.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I must be.
Well, stop wandering about and make yourself useful. Bernie, come here, boy. This is Benoit, my nephew. Can I trust you to look after him?
Do your own babysitting, Gramps. Who do you think you are, anyhow?
I am Felix Hagenmeyer.
And may I say what an honor it is to meet you in person, sir. You are on my medical wall of fame. Right up there with Pasteur and Leary. I look on it as a privilege, no, an honor, to look after your nephew, sir.
He is fresh out of medical school. It will open his eyes
So
to
it's an
see
insert.
a real doctor on the job.
I'll bet.
Show him around. Let him see some real suffering.
Alright.
Look what Nurse Grendel gave me, sir.
Ah, yes, very good. I'm glad to see you are carrying it with you. It reassures the public to see the medical profession using traditional archaic tools.
Yeah, I can believe that.
So long, Hagenmeyer.
Let's roll, bunny.
Do you have a patient named Marquet on this ward?
Oui, monsieur. He is in the private room at the end of the ward. He has been placed in strict isolation.
Quite polite. Oh, it's all the way the receptionist presented her.
Why is Marquet in quarantine?
If you wish to know more, you'll have to speak to Herr Hagenmeier. All I know is that Marquet's room is strictly out of bounds.
Do you know who paid for Marquet's room?
No, of course I don't.
Preferential treatment like that must cost an arm and a leg.
That's not my concern, monsieur.
Do you have any clowns on the ward?
Why, yes, we do. A professional clown.
I'll bet he lightens the place up.
Hardly. Monsieur Boissy has been in a coma for the last 3 months.
What's wrong with Boissy?
He was involved in a very nasty accident. A silly stunt involving a unicycle. His current condition is due to post-traumatic shock. It's unlikely he'll ever perform as a clown again.
It's an ill wind that
What
blows
happened?
nobody any good. What is this device?
It's for taking the patient's blood pressure, doctor.
Thank you, nurse.
Au revoir, monsieur.
No, I do not seek, but
You haven't
you can
finished
rest
taking my
assured
blood
we
pressure.
will find out.
Will you keep quiet? You're disturbing the other patients.
Bunny,
I'll
take
keep
care of this
quiet when
man.
you've taken my blood pressure properly.
I have to see Jacques Marquet first.
How come he gets preferential treatment?
Because he paid
It's
for it.
because he's got money, isn't it?
Yes.
It's not like that. I'll come
It
back
is
when you're done with
exactly
that chip
like
on
that.
your shoulder. Hey, Benoit!
There's no need to shout. What do you want?
I want you to take care of the man in bed number 3.
Here, take this pressure gauge.
Thank you, sir. What do you want me to do with it?
Well,
Kill that
keep
man.
it safe until I think of something. Are you ready with that pressure gauge?
Prime and ready to pump, sir. What do you want me to do with it?
Use it on Nurse Grendel.
Huh?
Go on, she'll enjoy it.
Well, okay.
Dr. Stobar?
Nurse Grendel.
I would appreciate it if you saved your jokes for the intern's restroom.
No.
This is a hospital ward, not a cabaret.
Oh, lighten up.
I heard that. Any more nonsense and I shall report you to Dr. Hagenmeier.
No. God
Hey,
damn it,
Benoit.
Benoit.
Yes, sir?
Do you still have that gauge?
Oh, yeah.
Use it on Eric Sopmarsh.
Okay.
And make sure he dies while you do.
Rather you than me, pal.
Trust him. Wow, you look beaten
Marquet?
to hell.
Yes, I am Marquet. I've been expecting you.
You have?
Well, what are you waiting for? Get it over with.
Oh, I'm not here to kill
I
you.
just want to know what I should do with the gem.
The Lachmar gem.
Yeah, right here in my pocket.
I thought you were one of the assassins.
Not me. I never inhaled.
So, you were sent in my place?
Yeah.
Yeah. You could hardly make the trip to Ireland in your condition. What should I do with the gem?
Deliver it to the Grandmaster. Quickly tell him that I have found the tripod right here in Paris.
You have it?
Not yet, but it's being taken care of. hired a couple of stooges with a flair for petty crime.
Would that be Flap and Guido by any chance?
You know them?
Yeah, you could have
Met.
picked better.
What about the Hashashin?
Is more likely to have followed Klausner. He'll stop at nothing to prevent the reforging of the sword.
And that's bad, is it?
As
Oh, they do actually mention the sword.
he is gone off to Syria on a
Considering how much of this game is like just
They have geese in Syria?
like moving along wherever you can
the location.
and piecing bits together like, very slowly. I forgot the Templars' actual plan.
That's enough excitement for one day, Monsieur Marquet. What are you doing here?
Talking to this patient, of course.
Monsieur Marquet is my patient. If Herr Hagenmeyer was to hear that...
Okay, I'm going. I'd learned all I could from Marquet anyhow.
Ah, there you are, sir. I was just coming to look for you. I finished with your pressure gauge.
Thank you, Benoit.
Thanks, Bunny.
What's that noise? It sounds as if someone's having a cardiac arrest.
It's all right. The doctor's in there with him.
Are you sure he was a doctor?
Oui, monsieur. He showed me his ID. It was Dr. Braille.
There's no Dr. Braille working here.
He's an imposter! The door's locked. Help me, officer.
Yes, he's the imposter, and only him. No, I remember the basic
Stand
gist
back,
of it. I just
monsieur.
completely forgot that it had anything to do with a sword. I remember we ended up confronting him in Scotland, but like, fuck, I can't remember what the plan actually was. Wow, that was awful.
I found Jacques Marquet.
Did he talk?
Yes.
Yeah, he talked. For the very last time.
He's dead.
Yes.
Yeah. Killed in cold blood by a bogus doctor.
That wasn't
That's
me.
despicable. What kind of guy would pass himself off as a doctor and take advantage of a dying man?
A terrible
Was it
man.
Khan?
No, I don't know who he was, but it certainly wasn't Khan. He got away, out the window. Have you ever heard of the Hashiashin?
No.
Marquet said that they were his biggest enemy.
No, he didn't.
His biggest enemy was the bogus doctor.
Don't remind me. That guy was evil. He had wild, staring eyes like a dead fish. I'll never trust a doctor again.
Yeah, I'm amazed that George managed to get away from that so cleanly. It's like, oh, you're a witness to a murder. And we can't let you go anywhere. We have to take a statement. And it would absolutely come out that he's absolutely not supposed to be
Do you
there.
think the assassin was responsible
And
for
would
killing
be
Marquet?
assumed to be in
I
league
don't
with the
think
fake
so.
doctor.
He could have finished him off the first time. Besides, Marquet would have recognized him.
He was pumped to the gills with sedatives. He wouldn't have recognized the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse unless they'd introduced themselves. Have you found out any more about the Knights Templar?
Yes, I have. The guy responsible for their downfall was Philippe IV, the King of France, otherwise known as Philippe le Bel. Well, he is known to history as Philippe the Fair, but I doubt if the Templars called him that. I'm sure André will tell you all about him.
I don't want to talk to Andre.
Can you think of any use for this?
That's a thing for measuring blood pressure, isn't it?
Yes.
What are you doing with that?
I
I
stole
picked
it.
it up in the hospital. It could be useful.
You ought to take it back. Don't you feel guilty?
No.
No.
I'm an adventure game protagonist. I do not understand this
I
thing
guess
you
I'd
call
better go
guilt.
back and talk to that weirdo.
Which one, Rosso or Sergeant Mou? Oh, were you referring to André?
I'll let you work it out.
Well, lobby now. On our ball. Let's talk to her again.
Oh, hi.
Hello, my handsome friend.
Please stop staring at my crotch.
Have you seen anyone out here watching Mademoiselle Collar's apartment?
Yes, I have. A strange man, tall and thin as a broomstick. He kept his face hidden, but I saw his eyes peering from evil little slits.
How was he dressed?
A long brown raincoat with a hat.
Or like Humphrey Bogart?
Yes,
Oh,
but he didn't have Bogart's charisma. Besides, this guy looked like he needed a toilet. You never saw Bogart clenching his buttocks like that.
I'll take your word for it.
Do you recognize the man in this photograph?
What a hunk.
He's a killer.
I can see that. His eyes say it all.
Would you like to shake my hand?
No, I wouldn't. I can see the future, remember?
I thought you couldn't see what happens to you.
What does this apparatus mean to you?
The last time I saw one of those, I was about to go to the operating theater. The doctor told me there was nothing to worry about. I laughed in his face.
How come?
I can see the future, remember?
I thought you couldn't see what happens to you.
Does this matchbook mean anything to you?
No, but I can tell you one thing. There's no such place as the Club à la Mue in Paris.
With how big a place Paris is, I would not take that on anybody's word. There's like pre-Google times.
That's right, monsieur. You will.
Like before you could just look up like Club à la Mue in Paris. I would not take the word of anybody that there isn't a place called that in a city.
You have left it very late, monsieur.
Late for what?
Anything. I am closing the museum soon. You wouldn't like to get locked in. I can tell you, not in this gallery.
Why not?
It is haunted, monsieur.
You don't believe in
Haunted.
ghosts, surely.
Oh, yes, I do. 7 years ago, a lad managed to hide in here. He'd made a bet with his friends, I suppose. When I found him in the morning, he was cold as ice and stiff as a board.
Well, what was the cause of death?
They said it was a brain tumor. But on his face was a look of stark, desperate terror such as I have never seen before.
Scary.
Well, anyway, I didn't want to
Forget
talk
it.
to you. Fuck off.
Hi, Andre. Hello, Georgie.
Look, I make the effort to pronounce your name in your accent. Make the effort to pronounce my name in mine.
I think you ought to know that the tripod is going to be stolen.
The Lochman tripod? No.
It's true. I can give you a description of the thieves.
Before the supposed event has taken place?
I heard them planning the raid.
They're wasting their time. The tripod is protected by a state-of-the-art alarm system.
Well, don't say I didn't warn you.
Yeah, but you know the best way to deal with crime is to prevent it, right? Did you not see Minority Report?
Why don't you loan the tripod to me for safekeeping?
Because I'd never see it again.
Well, don't you trust me?
It's not a question of trust, George. That tripod is hundreds of years old and extremely fragile.
I get your point. What can you tell me about Philippe le Bel?
He was responsible for the extermination of the Knights Templar.
I know that, but why was Philip so hot to get rid of them?
The case in the
Mostly
tree.
because he wanted to get his hands on their treasure.
If he
had an
was though,
enormous
like,
debt and a
if you were
lifelong
casing
war
a
with
joint, why
England
would you go up
to
to
fight.
somebody and say, "Hey, this is going to
The
be
trouble
stolen
was, the
soon"?
Templars were a highly respected
All
holy
it would do is
order.
raise tension.
If the Templars were so powerful, how did this Philippe dude wipe them out?
By underhanded, dishonorable means, of course. The Pope was Clement V, a Frenchman.
French, huh? Handy for Philippe.
Fate had nothing to do with it. He was Philippe's puppet, planted to further his political ambitions.
Back when the role of
Philippe
Pope
wanted
actually
the wealth
meant
of
something.
the Templars and used Clement to get it.
So what was Philippe's plan? What happened?
Sealed orders were sent out all over France, not to be opened until the appointed day. That day was Friday, July 13th. That's the origin of our superstition regarding that date. At dawn, throughout the whole of France, the Templars were arrested. It was the biggest bust in the history of the world.
What happened to the Templars after their arrest?
Philippe was out for blood, so he handed the Templars over to the Inquisition. Not surprisingly, they confessed to a sensational and sordid list of blasphemies.
Like what?
Oh, the sort of things you read about in the gutter press. Devil worship,
Mostly sodomy.
lewd sexual practices, spitting on the Holy Cross, that kind of thing.
Well, that must have given their lawyers some headaches.
Whether or not the accusations were true, this was not good publicity. Most of the charges were probably cooked up, but so were the Templars, literally. Hundreds of them were found guilty of heresy and flamed grilled at the stake. They died protesting their innocence.
But surely Philippe had no proof of his charges against the Templars.
Why would you need proof
A
when you're a
man
kid?
will admit anything under torture. The Inquisition fabricated some nonsensical demon called Baphomet, and then suggested to their victims that this was what they worshipped.
But they didn't have to agree.
The records show a Templar coming to trial with both feet burnt off. Fragments of flesh and charred bone falling from the stumps. What would you not admit to stop such torment?
So there was no truth at all in the Baphomet accusations?
None that anybody's
Not a
aware of.
shred. Almost every victim described the idol differently. No, Baphomet never existed outside the sick minds of the Inquisitors.
So Philippe stole the Templars' riches, huh?
Oh no, they weren't stupid. The king's troops marched first on the temple in Paris, then to the Templar home port at La Rochelle. There was no trace of the treasure, and the fleet of the Knights Templar had set sail.
And they were just gone.
Have you ever heard of the Hashashin?
Never heard of.
Why, yes, it was a radical Muslim sect whose name became synonymous with murder.
Where the word
It was
assassin
formed in
comes from.
11th century Persia, shortly before the Crusades.
At roughly the same time as the Templars.
Yes, they gave a new word to our language, assassini, the assassins.
How did the assassins get their name?
From the legend surrounding the secrets of their initiation rites. A young man who sought to join the sect was given hashish until he drifted into dreams. He awoke to find himself in a fabulous garden with everything he could wish for. The freshest water, the most delicious food, the choicest hash, and the most delectable women imaginable.
Cool. Do you have the address?
Really feel like
I
women
haven't
shouldn't be
finished the
described
story.
as delectable.
There was a price to pay for this taste of paradise.
Wouldn't you just know it?
The young man would wake the next day to find himself back in the real world. He was told that he'd been given a glimpse of the heaven reserved for holy martyrs. A heaven he would enjoy for eternity if he was willing to join the Hashashin.
How did the assassins operate?
Well, as I explained, the new recruits would be only too willing to die for the cause. They'd be instructed in the use of the dagger, poisons, and disguise. Then, the Grand Master of the sect would name an enemy of Allah.
And they'd stop at nothing to eliminate
Well, it's
that
an
enemy.
interesting thought. You
You've
could
got
probably
it.
pretty
They were
easily
fearless
fabricate
and
that kind of
deadly.
thing.
Does the cult of the assassins still exist?
Take a look around at the world today. You tell me.
Thanks for your help,
When
Andre.
you give
You're welcome.
a young, impressionable person something that could knock them out, move them so they wake up in a different place with specific things set up, to make them believe a scenario, wait until they fall asleep again. Tell them it was paradise when they wake back up. Like, could very easily set something like that up.
It is closing time, Monsieur Lobineau.
Already, there just aren't enough hours in the day.
More than enough for me. I can't wait to get home and put my feet up.
Eh bien, see you tomorrow.
Good night, Monsieur.
It is crazy just how simple it is for that guy to just close the museum and leave. He had more stuff to go through just closing up a fucking retail shop. Don't mind a museum full of actual valuable stuff.
Hey, Guido! Look at this!
Quit fooling around, you moron! Get your ass over here and bring that flashlight. What the? Who's there?
Let's get out of here!
Some sort of sexy thief.
And when I woke up, I was at the police station. Luckily, I managed to persuade Rosso I was innocent.
Poor Georges.
What a mess. I bungled the whole thing.
I don't think so. You made a pretty good job of distracting those two crooks.
Yeah, but the killer got away with the tripod.
No, he didn't.
Once again at the
He's not
scene
the
of
only
the
one who
crime.
can dress up
Yeah.
in costume.
You mean
you were the sexy thief?
it was you who stole the tripod? Oh, hell, Nico. I could have been shot.
Those dogs are more likely to shoot their own feet.
I just wish you'd told me your plans. We're supposed to be in this together. And how come you dressed up like a pantomime cat?
Don't sulk, Georgie, please.
Oh, rats. And don't call me Georgie.
Oh, I really thought you'd be pleased. After all, we've got the tripod. Aren't you going to try putting the gem on the tripod?
I guess so.
Would have a feeling that. Yeah. Wherever stuff, just awful stuff is afoot.
Nothing
George is
happened.
there.
Yeah.
The gem fits perfectly, but what does that prove?
I don't know what you expected to happen. It would clearly have to be in a specific place. Even fold that tripod up.
Maybe the tripod has to be in a certain location.
There's nothing on the manuscript to indicate where, though, is there?
Oh, by the way, I had a visit from André Lobineau.
Oh, yeah. I hope you didn't mind me giving him your address.
Not at all. It was lovely to see him again. He was over the moon when I showed him the manuscript. It's not often he gets that excited. He made a sketch of the knight's crest to take back to the museum. I believe he's identified the family who bear that crest.
I sure hope so.
Alright.
Lobineau explained who the Hashashin were.
Yeah?
The cult of the assassins.
Oh, boy!
That was a strange reaction.
What do you think the purpose of this tripod is?
On the manuscript, the gem is shown mounted on top of it.
So, we risked a criminal charge to steal a display stand?
Don't ask me. Maybe it's intended to hold the gem in a specific position.
Alright.
I have to go.
Already? You only just arrived.
Time and tide wait for no
Look,
man.
Nico, I'd be
Okay, I'll see
absolutely
you
down
later.
to get up to Hanky Panky, but you don't have curtains in here and I don't want the neighbours to watch. The windows in her apartment are huge. Alright, back to the museum. Look, I signed up for very vanilla missionary sex. I did not sign up for an orgy.
Hi,
They
Andre.
repaired that glass case very quickly, didn't they?
Hello, Georgie.
What's with the long face?
Haven't you heard? The tripod was stolen.
No kidding.
I just don't get it. So many other treasures, and the thieves choose the tripod.
A modern-day alchemist, perhaps?
Who knows? There's no shortage of crazies in Paris. Hey, I visited Nicole's apartment.
Yeah, she told me you came by.
Ooh, quite a fine Georgie boy. I didn't expect anything quite so sexy.
I hope you're referring to the manuscript.
Oui, of course.
Oh, Andre?
Look what I have in my
What would you
pocket.
say if I told you I knew who'd taken the tripod?
The police
I'd call
boss
the
says
police
you
and
were
have them
there.
arrested.
That's what I thought.
Who was it?
Oh, I don't
It
know,
was
really.
Nico.
It was just a hypothetical question.
That's too bad. If I could get my hands on a thief, I'd wring his neck.
It was Nico.
What did you make of the manuscript?
It dates from the time of the Crusades.
We guessed that from the Templar seal.
It's a story and pictures like a modern-day comic book.
Well, yeah, pictures are the most consistent form of written language.
What story does the manuscript tell?
I don't know. It was probably produced for the tourist market.
Tourists?
Oh, oui, pilgrims in their thousands on their way to Jerusalem. The tourist trade is nothing new, you know. It's been around for centuries. Ever since Joshua made a packet selling souvenir bricks from the walls of Jericho.
Have you deciphered any of the images on the manuscript?
There's very little I can be sure about. The slang of the bull could be a reference to Mithras.
Who's he?
A Persian god, almost as popular as Christ at one time. The only thing I can be sure of is the knight. He's Spanish.
How can you tell that?
The writing on the shield, the reference to Ave Maria. No self-respecting knight from Northern Europe would have borne a coat of arms like that.
Go on.
Can you identify the knight's coat of arms?
I already did, Georgie. He's a member of the De Vasconcelos family from the Costa Calida.
Were they famous?
Vasconcelos.
They're not mentioned after the 15th century.
Oh.
The spotlight of history moved on. They're probably long dead.
Well, I've got money. I'm going to Spain anyway.
Do you think the manuscript could be the map to the Templar treasure?
Frankly, no. That's too far-fetched. The manuscript is interesting enough and a rare find, but that's all.
Wouldn't it be terrific if it was a map, though? The treasure of the Knights Templar.
A romantic notion, Georgie, but extremely improbable.
Yeah. Well, this is a video game.
Thanks for your help, Andre.
You're welcome.
Alright, later, fuckface. I would not have to see you until the sequel. Do I want to go to the Villa de Vasconcelos or stay in Paris? I think the villa's next. Off my son? Well, see you.
Down the long, dusty driveway was a road along which a bus traveled maybe twice a day. I knew because I'd arrived on one. And no way was I leaving until I'd got something concrete to show Nico.
Well, I'm not allowed to leave. What time is it?
There was a crotchety old guy watering the lawn. If this garden was all his own work, he was more capable than he looked.
Oh,
Hi.
what?
Is this the De Vasconcellos house?
Oh, you can do them in any order.
Who wants to know?
I could tell the old.
There is actually
My name's George
a game-breaking bug in the
wondering
Game Boy
whether
Advance
The house
version
is not open to the
involving going to
This
Syria
is
at the
De
wrong time.
Vasconcellos house.
And what business is that of yours, senor?
Look, all I want is to speak to the head of the household.
There is no household. Only the Countess and myself.
Only a countess, you say?
Tell me about the Countess de Vasconcellos.
She doesn't receive guests. That's all you need to know.
You don't even
I
know
think
what I
you'll
have to
find
talk
she
to her
can.
about.
She'll
She
receive me.
hasn't won the lottery, has she?
No, she hasn't won the lottery.
A more cunning man might have claimed that she had.
Oh yeah? They might have, might they?
No, the GBA
And
version
that
isn't
more
voiced.
cunning man
It's also
would
not
have been
point and
kicked
click.
off the premises. The Countess
It's a
doesn't
fascinating
do the
book.
lottery.
What do you know about the Templars?
Who wants to know?
Are you angling for a bribe or something?
You have nothing that I want, senor, except the pleasure of your absence.
Experience
The
that
guy
bug?
was obviously protecting the Countess against the whole world. But why? Would you like to shake hands?
I do not think so, senor.
What do you think of this tripod?
I think nothing of it.
Look at this tissue.
It's a tissue with some greasy muck on it.
Yes, that's right. What do you make
Like,
of this?
there was the idea I had
that's
one
it.
time of doing
You're
a
a
review
shade,
show focusing on
If I
handheld
was
ports
hawking
of
medical
console
supplies,
games,
I can think of better places to hawk them.
with the idea of like calling it handheld heaven or hell. And Broken Sword on Game Boy Advance would have definitely popped up in that.
Have you got any use for a fistful of plaster?
No,
It's a fascinating port.
Do you recognize this matchbook?
I don't smoke.
Do you know what this is?
See, I have a similar tool for opening culverts on the estate.
This lab pass mean anything to you?
Nothing.
Yeah, I never got around to
See
actually
this gem?
doing it.
Men have died for it.
Do I look as if I care?
Because it used to be like absolutely wonderful and awful handheld
Do you
versions
recognize
of
this man?
some really notable
No.
console games.
I don't suppose this red nose means anything to you, does it?
Ha! El Flojo!
El who?
El Flojo! He is a clown on state television.
Oh.
Okay.
Is he any good?
He is as funny as scabies, without the laughs.
Okay.
Yeah, like
Well, I'll
GBA
see you
stuff
around.
had like Prince of Persia,
Adios.
The Sands of Time. Speaking of like Prince of Persia, the PSP version of Warrior Within and Two Thrones. The DS version of Spider-Man Shattered Dimensions, which I bring up every now and then whenever Shattered Dimensions comes up. Because the DS version of Shattered Dimensions, I think, is really overlooked. It's actually a pretty solid Metroidvania game. And if
Hey,
Mecha-Troidvania ever comes back,
Yeah? What
like,
is it?
I'd be down
You
to
would
do it.
not like it if people just wandered into your home, would you?
Well,
EKC
No, I
Trilogy
guess
on
not.
GBA probably
Enjoy
less
little
likely than the Donkey
consideration.
Kong Land
Okay.
trilogy on
sorry.
Game Boy. Probably less likely than Donkey Kong Country on Game Boy Color.
I didn't like the idea of carrying 30 yards of hose around me, so I left it alone. The hose ran from some sort of utility room all the way to the lawn.
Donkey Kong Land 3. There's been some interesting fan translations recently. One of the Donkey Kong Land games had a full color version only in Japan. It might have been Donkey Kong Land 3. I don't think it was a Game Boy Color version. I think it was like one of those enhanced Game Boy cartridges that had full color on Game Boy Color, like Link's Awakening DX. But it was all released in Japan. But there's a full fan translation come out for it, and if you like Donkey Kong Land, it's definitely worth checking out.
My horse has stopped.
Yeah?
See, my horse never stops.
Well, I'm sorry to hear it. It's always sad when an old tradition comes to an end.
But I was also
Did
stuck
you
here.
have anything to do with it? See, you.
Well, I'm shocked. I'm mortified. How could you think such a thing?
Very easily, senor. Very easily. I'm going to find out why my horse has stopped. And that means going into the house. You are not, absolutely not, to go in the house. If you do go in the house, I will set the dogs on you.
It was then I realized I'd left home without my pocket siege engine.
I don't even know what the hell it was playing to. Oh, not that way.
I hid behind the armor and waited for developments.
Hey, you. I know you are there, American.
Hey, no.
All right, you dogs. I'm coming.
I feel like just hiding under the stairs would have been a better plan. Ah, Countess.
Madre Dios, who are you?
My name's George Stobart. I'm sorry to burst in like this.
You must leave at once. You're not wanted here.
Please, if you just listen a minute.
Very well. State your business, Senor Stobart.
There's been a series of murders, part
Yep,
of some
back to
conspiracy.
trespassing. But
anyway,
if I can
the
convince
trail
her very
led me
quickly
here.
to invite me
Here?
in, we'll be okay.
There is nothing for the outside world here.
Over 600 years ago there was.
What do you mean?
This whole thing ties in somehow with the Knights Templar.
The Knights Templar are dust.
They had a secret that was so important, they went to a lot of trouble to hide it.
I do not see what this has to do with my family.
Your family had a strong connection with the Templars, right? I believe that they have planted some clues here.
Why should I believe a complete stranger who barges into my home?
Just let me have a look around. If I find nothing...
You'll be spending the night
Why
at
would
the
you-
police station.
Why would
Very
you-
well. Please, sit down.
Let me have a look around.
Thank you.
If I find nothing, like, okay, I'll let you have a look around, and you'll quietly slip valuables into your pocket.
I know your family is involved with the Templars, but I don't know how.
You should be asking how my family were involved, Senor Stobart. The Templars ceased to exist centuries ago. And as for the De Vasconcelos, the line dies with me.
I'm sorry.
Don't.
I mean, if you ask nicely, I can help you fix that.
Okay, whatever happened, happened almost 700 years ago. So, if the Templars left any clues, they're going to be in stuff that dates back to the early 14th century.
Obviously.
So, what do you have around here that's early medieval?
Early medieval. Let me think. Well, the house is relatively modern, a scant 3 centuries old. Or, of course, the chess set.
That chess set is over 600 years old? It must be worth a fortune.
Indeed it is. Not that I would part with it, of course.
No, I wouldn't either. That's the sort of thing that gets handed down to your children. Sorry.
Its value is less than you might think. The set is not complete. One of the pieces is a modern replacement. As to the original, it was lost a long time ago.
Nobody has any idea where it is?
No. The children had it when they were taken.
Children? What children?
All in good time, Senor Stobart.
We might have trouble.
May I examine the chess set?
Certainly. But do not move any of the pieces.
Okay, thanks. Close up, the modern piece stood out like a sore thumb. There was something else odd about the set. All of the original pieces had irregular bases.
My lady, I have to warn you, there's a...
Hello.
You! Why, I'll feed you to the dogs.
Lopez, what have I told you about feeding intruders to the dogs?
But, my lady...
Never without my permission. Senor Stobart, if I find that you're wasting my time, you will be fed to the dogs. Now, I want to show you something interesting. Follow me.
Interesting that you talk about wasting your time, because it really seems like you have nothing but
Lopez,
time.
unlock the door, por favor. This is the only remaining structure on the estate contemporary with the Templars.
Nice. What is it, a summer house?
A mausoleum, Senor Stobart.
Oh.
Come with me.
This old lady's gonna murder me.
Hey, senor.
Yeah?
I do not know what you have told my lady to be shown these favors, but I do not trust you.
You've got nothing to worry about. Aren't you coming in?
No, the dead do not interest me. My garden is a living thing. I will be there.
I'll be there.
Wow, this is old.
It was constructed in the 13th century as the final resting place of the De Vasconcelos Templars.
It's well maintained.
These are my ancestors, and they deserve respect. I come here at least once a week to say a prayer for them.
Mind if I have a look around?
By all means.
Okay, real fucking quick.
High up in the dome were windows. I guess they might open them to make it less stuffy in there. A big statuette of the Virgin Mary kept an eye on the place. In front of the shrine was a lectern with a Bible on it.
Let's do some good old-fashioned puzzle, like adventure game puzzle.
On removing the Bible, I found a pattern on the lectern top. Hey, it's a checkerboard! Close up, I could see that the pattern was made up of glass squares over a checkerboard pattern. Some of the squares had little jagged holes in the middle.
I mean, that's just obvious.
It was too delicate to move. Now what? There was nothing to snuff. Feeling like an idiot, I put it down again. May I ask you something?
You may ask.
You want children?
You certainly know your history.
What's your opinion of the Templars, Senor Stobart?
The Templars? Well, they seem no worse than a lot of the knightly orders.
You are mistaken. Compared to the simpering politicians of the Hospitallers or the brutish Teutonics, the Knights Templar were the embodiment of chivalry. The filthy, money-grabbing French king and his pet pope did a great wrong. A bane settled upon my family at the whim of that self-seeking tyrant.
It was all a long time ago.
Some things don't die. Injustice is one of them.
Yeah, but injustice just builds up, but it'll never be rectified. You can either let it fester or you can let it go.
Is the Virgin Mary really the right person to be sharing a mausoleum with 5 knights?
You are showing your ignorance, Senor Stobart. The Templars were dedicated to the Virgin Mary.
What's the story with the glass chessboard?
Glass chessboard. Oh, the pattern on the lectern. Purely decorative, I'm sure.
There are pieces of glass missing from it.
Oh, it has been like that since I was a girl.
The gaps in the glass chessboard look awfully deliberate.
No, it is ridiculous. What possible significance can it have?
It's part of a chessboard, and the gaps are for...
the chess
Senor
pieces.
Stobart. You cannot mean...
This place was built for the Templars. Your chess set is as old as the Templars. It's kind of suggestive, isn't it? Do you recognize this man?
No, I have never seen him before in my life. Who is he?
I've got a couple of names for him, but they're probably false. He's the killer.
I believe is a
His
Hashashin.
face is utterly unfamiliar.
Hashashin.
Would you like to shake hands?
A formal bow will suffice.
Hashashin.
Does this matchbook mean anything to you?
Club Alamut. Not an establishment that I am familiar with, a young man.
Hashashin.
Does this lab pass mean anything to you?
Nothing at all.
Anyway, get the pieces.
I think this must be it. This is what the manuscript is pointing to.
This is extraordinary. Am I to understand that the Templars left a puzzle here? And in all of this time we failed
Yeah, a
to
puzzle's so
realize
simple
that
that it's ridiculous that nobody else ever solved
It was wonderful to watch the Countess change before my eyes.
Right. Well, no time for wallowing in self-pity, eh, Senor Stobart? This mystery has had a good long run, but it ends here and now.
All those years of fatalism were falling away from her.
Lopez! Lopez! Put that hose down and listen! Go to the house and get my chess set. Yes, the old chess set! Oh, damn the game! Now hurry! My, this is exciting, is it not?
Don't get too excited. This could be a blind alley.
Oh, I do not believe that for a moment.
It's good to see you happy.
Happy? You know, I think I am.
So, about those children.
While we're waiting, I'd really like to know what happened here. I mean, the curse and everything?
It all began at the time of the dissolution of the Templars.
Who mentioned
Don
the curse?
Carlos had already left their ranks to become a scholar.
Don Carlos. Is he the guy who went missing?
Si, but he had reckoned without the local bishop. The bishop envied us our lands and determined to use the papal edict as an excuse to destroy us. Don Carlos was on one of his scholarly journeys when the Inquisition arrived. When Don Carlos returned, it was to find his loyal manservant slain and his children gone.
They took the kids? But why?
Oh, we will never know. The bishop denied all knowledge of the children's disappearance. But witnesses had seen his men kill the servant who had been charged to protect them.
What happened to Don Carlos?
He swore he'd find his children if he had to go to the edge of the world.
And did he?
He put on his armor and took up his sword and shield and rode out alone. He was never seen again.
Never seen here again.
Lopez, you have the pieces.
Si, my lady, as you asked.
Por favor, Senor Stobart, would you be so kind?
Of course.
My lady.
Calm yourself, Lopez. I believe Senor Stobart's motives are pure.
Very well, my lady. My lady seems to trust you.
But you don't.
No, senor.
Alright, let's work this out.
It fits, Senor Stobart. It fits.
Working quickly, I found which pieces went into which
I think
hole.
this is actually a puzzle that you have to solve in the director's cut.
That is not a good idea. No. Maybe not.
Might be a puzzle I have to solve right now.
That is not a good idea. That is not a good idea. Maybe not. Maybe not. That is not a good idea.
Solve it in all versions, thank you, babe. I feel like director's cut would have changed the presentation up.
No. Maybe not.
Go Google. Oh, no. You are right, Bane. No Google, so we do this the old-fashioned way. Which is honestly the way I prefer doing it. I hate puzzles that you end up having to look up the answers to solve. There's always a joy to solving these things yourself. Of course, the problem here is the lack of hints. And by lack of hints, I mean the lack of, what the goal here is. Yeah, I can understand why. You just go into it and there's no suggestion of what your intended destination is. There's only so many combinations it can be. If the goal's to avoid checkmate, Queen, we're already there like this. Nothing can take this. I don't know what this piece is supposed to represent. Presumably king, queen, bishop, knight. So that'd have to be a pawn. Means it doesn't matter. Unless the goal is to take that king, check. We're in check there. Yeah, there shouldn't be any way of that king being taken. That king should be in check. But it could avoid mate by going here or here. No, it couldn't go here because the king. It would have to move here. I move the knight here. That's check. Check, check, check. Check. Again, not that. Check. 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 Well, the king here is in check. We couldn't move this king into this position. Queen being there means the only place we can go would be here. Swap those around.
Senor Stobart, look!
I have no idea what the
is
fuck
that?
I just did.
It's not the Holy Grail, is it?
No, Senor Stobart. It is the communion chalice of the De Vasconcelos, missing for almost 700 years.
Wow. Well, go on.
I cannot. I can hardly believe it is real.
Go ahead. Live a little.
Are you sure? This is your moment of triumph, Senor Stobart.
Sure, I'm sure. The possibility of death traps only occurred to me a few days later.
I'm watching that back, I'm not sure what the goal of that was. Thank you, there. Oh, again, like, I'm not sure what the goal of that was.
So the curse of the De Vasconcelos is lifted?
Oh no, the Countess was thrilled to find the lost chalice, but there's still the riddle of the missing knight.
Well, you can forget about that now and get back to finding the Templars' secret.
Actually, I promised the Countess I'd find Don Carlos.
You what?
I can explain everything.
You have got the odds for a withered old Spanish aristocrat?
The Countess
Wow, you
entrusted
sound
me with the chalice and
jealous.
the quest for her ancestor's tomb.
You're as crazy as she is. Haven't you got enough problems? Khan and the Templars?
It's all
be a
part of the
dinosaur
same
term,
thing.
is it?
The chalice is important, I'm sure. The manuscript pointed us to the knight, and I have to find him.
What then?
I don't know. But when the knight and the chalice are reunited, maybe I will. This is the chalice I discovered in Spain.
I still can't figure out why the Countess gave it to you. After losing it for all those years, she simply gave it away to a total stranger? She's one prawn short of a paella.
The Countess is a fine lady. You shouldn't compare her with seafood.
I wouldn't be surprised if there's something going on between you and that Countess.
Are you serious? She's old enough to be my grandmother.
Nico sounds really jealous.
Okay, I'll see you later.
More fossil. God damn it. It's going to be even harder to get in there now. I don't want to go in here. Is there anything I can do in here? I thought there wasn't, but I'm suddenly having a thought.
I didn't have time.
George, get down here.
I didn't.
George, get down here.
I did.
That's an impressive window.
A huge stained glass window formed a magnificent centerpiece for its neighbors.
You say magnificent centerpiece, but it feels out of place considering the other two are just standard.
A statue of a knight holding a staff and a scroll. The statue had any secrets. It was concealing them pretty well.
I forgot about the little hand that you can use to move over to the side. Alright.
Hey, you with the balls.
Oui?
It didn't seem right to fry somebody's palm when they make their living with their hands.
Fry? Isn't it a practical joke? The idea that it could actually damage somebody is a little concerning.
Oui? What is it this time?
What do you know about the Knights Templar?
Le Templier? Ah, the last Grand Master, Jacques du Molay, was burnt on an island in the Seine in 1314.
Wow. You're pretty well educated.
Again, they
for a
say the
juggler.
14th century.
No, monsieur. I read it on that board over there.
How did you learn to be a juggler?
Juggler? What is this juggler?
It's you. You juggle, that makes you a juggler.
Yeah, but that's the Joker. The Joker's tricks aren't practical
A
jokes,
jongler?
they're deadly.
What's that?
Mon Dieu! A jongleur is an artist, a master of the contragravitique aeroballetique mysteries. In centuries past, the courts of the crowned heads of Europe had the jongleurs, witty, erudite men to whom the monarchs turned in their hours of need.
Mean jesters?
Wait a minute, wait. Let me get this straight. Our enemies are at the borders, plague ravages the land, and the peasants are revolting. Thank God we've got Chuckles the Jongler to throw his balls around. I don't think so. That juggling doesn't look so difficult.
Oh, it does not, does it not? Perhaps
It does not, it
you
does
could
not.
do better, no?
I'll give it a try.
Be my guest.
I had no idea what I was doing. But this guy was obviously an idiot, so how difficult could it be?
There's a trick to this, and I feel like I don't have the right item.
A lot more difficult than I'd thought. That's how difficult. Still, it was my big chance to be derided by complete strangers.
Not so easy after all, is it?
No, I guess not. Does this chalice mean anything to you?
It is very badly designed. I would not wish to drink from such a vessel.
You're not going to get the chance, Buster. It didn't seem...
I've got a medieval tripod.
And my Uncle Claude has hemorrhoids. So what?
Well, one of them's more valuable than the other.
Does this...
It is...
You're not gonna... Does this grease paint mean anything to you?
It looks like one of mine, or at least another jongleur.
Or a clown?
Mais naturellement, a clown.
A clown.
Hardly a breakthrough. Does this matchbook mean anything to you?
You smoke?
No, I don't.
In that case, it means nothing to me.
Does this lab pass mean anything to you?
You work in a lab.
No, try again.
You steal lab passes?
No.
Yes.
Well, not as a habit. This was a special case. Have you seen this man before?
No.
Look, a red nose.
Ah, you are a clown.
A clown?
No. If so, you would be a much better jongleur.
For a moment, an idea capered around near the spotlight of my attention, but fell down the pothole of abstraction before I could focus on it. Look, a red... Look.
Oh, you...
Catch you later.
Au revoir.
Hi again.
Oui.
Catch you.
Au revoir.
Hi again.
Oui.
Look.
Oh, you...
Hi again.
Oui.
Catch you later.
Au revoir.
Hey! Hey, you! What do you think you are doing?
I'm preparing the jongleur's act.
Leave
He's gonna
that
fall down the
cover
sewers.
alone. Now.
You know, like Shelley Chaplin or Bastille Quiton.
Sorry, no harm intended.
You stay away from that.
There was a small crowd of 5 sightseers. It's a weird thing, but you can take the most intelligent people in the world, put them in their vacation duds, and hey presto, they look like morons. Why is that?
Because they are.
An architectural echo of the gallows that once used to stand here.
Need to get one of the balls and replace it with a...
No way.
Bravo. Gaffé. March.
A stone knight lay in full stone armor, blank eyes looking at the ceiling. Carrying all that armor around must have been hard work. I wondered if this guy had died in combat. A knight, there in the company of his fellows.
There's a priest in here at some point.
A row of old pews, beautifully carved and glowing with polish. I thought of all the people who must have sat here over the decades. All those Parisian derrieres, firm buttocks of the young ladies, the flabby flesh of the old men.
That
Later
wasn't
on.
a pleasing image, so I went back to the young ladies. Whoa!
I feel like Morphosaur is one of the most recurring areas in the series. Because you come back here in 2, and by that I mean you sit at this cafe, 2. I'm sure this area is back in 3. This specific area.
Hello again, officer.
Hello again, monsieur. Ah, you are a clown.
Do I look like a clown?
No, although you juggle like one.
That's
Now,
rude.
if I'd known you were a clown, it would have been amusing. And not a humiliation for you.
What do you mean?
Whoever heard of a plainclothes clown?
Yeah, sits at the table in 2 and you have to steal his
If I
alcohol.
juggle badly with a red nose,
Or
I'd be the
spike his
king of
alcohol,
comedy.
one of the two.
But if I juggle badly without it,
You look like a pathetic loon. Oui, monsieur, you have it.
what do you think of the juggler?
Ah, he is excellent, most wonderful.
Alright, I think we're getting where we want
But
to go.
he's blocking the thoroughfare and obstructing traffic.
So?
What a traffic.
He is amusing. The traffic isn't.
Steal it to
If
spike
he
another
wants to
person.
block
Thank
it,
you, Ben.
Who am I to say no?
You're a cop.
Ah, oui. So I am. Ah, well.
So you're not going to do anything about this guy?
No.
He probably doesn't even have a license.
Ah,
You need a license to be a clown?
This I had not considered.
So what are you going to do?
The instant I return to the station, I shall check.
Return to the station? Why not just ask him?
And spoil his concentration? What kind of a barbarian do you take me for?
I'll see you around.
Oui, monsieur.
To be fair, an
I'll be
accomplished
there.
juggler is a pretty impressive sight. His juggling is really interesting, actually. Pay attention to. Like, the blue ball leaves his left hand, and then he catches it in his left hand. There are frames I feel are missing. The red ball just disappears. Then that's when he's supposed to be switching it between hands. I don't know. It's probably smoother in
Hi again.
the director's cut.
Oui? What is it this?
Look,
Are you...
I'd like to have another try at juggling, please.
I mean, jongling.
You have gone on a crash course, perhaps?
No, I just had an insight into presentation.
Huh?
Allow me to demonstrate. The balls, please.
Oh, not
You
those ones,
insist
the
on
ones in your hands.
completing your humiliation, monsieur.
Okay, now for my secret weapon. The juggler was speechless with rage. You could have mistaken him for a mime. And without a word, he collected
I feel
his
like
balls
he took the nose off too quickly.
and left in a fury. Hey! You forgot one of your balls! Hey! But he didn't hear. Better still, deprived of his entertainment, the gendarme decided maybe he ought to do some policing for a change.
Didn't even finish his drink. Meanwhile, the tourist stood there and watched me open the sewer. I should probably call this. I don't think I'm gonna finish this today.
A weird little boat lay tied up.
But if we keep
I
going
guess
much
they used
longer,
to
there's
get
not gonna be a
maintenance
huge
crews
amount
around.
left for the second
Either that
session.
or the Phantom of the Opera was somewhere near. The wall had flaked, and anything once written on it had long since gone. The inscription was hard to read, but I made out Templier and something about innocence. Close up, I could see a faded inscription. My medieval French
Yeah, I'm definitely
isn't
past
much,
the halfway point.
but the few words I understood
Syria.
seemed to say, "This is where the gallows used to stand." Maybe.
I don't think Syria is that long, but there's Syria, the return to Spain. I don't think there's a whole lot left in Paris. And then we're on our way to Scotland. Unless I've missed something.
Close up, my medieval French isn't much. Maybe. The inscription was...
Pretty much it, yeah.
Hey! That's hollow! It was time for some brutal destruction.
Thing is, that could be like another 2 hours. But again, that's like... 2 hours isn't much in the whole length of the game.
I'd poked a hole
It's just a
in
while
an
to keep
historical
going.
site. If any
Like
archaeologists
11:30.
came by, they'd lynch me for this. Close up, I could see the plaster was thinner where I'd broken through, and behind it were some cogs and a lever. Here goes. Hey, cool! The secret door had jammed. I couldn't get through that gap. Inside the hole, I could see one of the cogs had come loose and jammed the mechanism solid.
I'll rip them off. That door ended up looking a lot more like wood. Alright, so this will at least be an interesting scene. I can die going down there, I think. I'm gonna save it, we're gonna check. I don't think I've ever gone down there. Yeah, because like my first instinct has always been to just look through here. Like, examine the new area before you go down. See it, because I don't think I've ever seen it.
From the lit area. This was it. The conspiracy was revealed. Okay, nobody move. I'm making a citizen's arrest. At last, I had them. I could see the fear in their eyes as their little scheme came to pieces. You're all going away for a very long time. And you can just drop those guns. You're impressing nobody.
Alright, that was worth it. Yeah, like you get into a new room and it's like, let's examine everything before we go down the obvious way forward.
There was a crack in the wall. There was a crack in the wall. Through it, I could see a glimmer of natural light.
In the beginning was the end.
An end wrought by our enemies began our darkness.
In the end will be
Is that Eastern
a
European Nobel Prize winner?
An end to our enemies.
And the guy who killed Marquet.
Report. The military establishments are in flux. The end of the Cold War has left them with no clear goal.
There's also a thing of
and
like
as obvious
overlaying
targets for
those
budgetary
voice tracks
cuts.
in
We have
like, this
successfully
format.
promoted a sense of
Very
betrayal in
crunchy.
the upper
Not fun.
echelons. They feel that the politicians have cast them adrift. The pattern is emerging. Our time is now.
Good. Mademoiselle?
Governments are giving the corporations more respect than their own citizens. A groundswell of dissatisfaction and dissidence is growing. The corporations are becoming too large and complex for their own executives to control them. A blind belief in market forces is accelerating this trend the world over. The pattern is emerging. Our time is now.
The global population's belief in those that govern it has never been lower. We have inculcated a sense of immediacy and action over forethought and planning in all the major governments. They are acting on hasty decisions that cannot be completed or revoked without appearing foolish. The pattern is emerging.
Probably something that's
Our
definitely
time
a
is now.
reason to play the director's cut.
Excellent.
Like the quality of the voice samples is probably way higher.
Dying a slow death from their own incompetence and our machinations. The millennium is almost upon us, and everything is in place for the rise of our new order.
Let's be fair, the year 2000 didn't really mean anything in the grand scheme of things.
Professor, where is the broken sword?
Ah, as we discussed last time, with the loss of the manuscript, our search is as a corollary hindered.
And as discussed last time, you have been furnished with a dramatically increased budget. What have you been doing with our money, Professor?
We are working on
I have
the
been
principle
acquiring
that the Templars,
many high-class prostitutes
that is
and
to say,
some
our
very
predecessors-
wonderful
Hold
drugs.
on. These are the Templars?
must have left a trail when they were hiding the clues to the sword of Baphomet's location.
There you go.
I have a small army.
That's the
of
specific
historians
reason
and
why I'm like
archaeologists
Broken Sword,
ferreting out that
because
trail.
it's more often
I
referred
trust
to as
these
the Sword of
historians and
Baphomet.
archaeologists are more trustworthy than your friend Pegram.
Pegram was loyal. He tried to protect the Lochmarn gem when the
Yeah,
Hashashim
the
came
Millennium
here.
Bug, more than
And
anything,
failed.
the Y2K
And
issue.
don't call that Syrian maniac the Hashashin. He's an assassin. Plain and simple.
That's not what he believes. He actually thinks.
Silence! Do I have to remind you
Probably uneventful,
that we
yeah.
have a sacred
Yeah, like the Y2K
duty?
thing was entirely a man-made
trust.
fear.
When Philippe attempted to destroy the order, we lost the
Like
sword.
the actual year
our
2000
power
meant
with it.
nothing in the grand scheme
Now,
of things,
we have
beyond
the
minor
opportunity
things that
to
humanity made up.
reforge it. But time is short. We need results, not petty bickering, not excuses. Now, Professor Baphomet.
Yes, of course. My apologies. We will find Baphomet and the sword, manuscript or no. We have already found another element actually within Paris.
Excellent. What is it?
Well, we're not exactly sure at present.
Ha!
but I have my best people working on it. You would do well not to criticize others,
But only in
Eklund.
Japan.
At least I have not murdered one of our own.
Of course. That guy was the bogus doctor in the hospital.
Marquet was a liability. Eklund dealt with him on my orders.
I beg your pardon, Grandmaster. I did not mean to.
Have you any good news for us, Professor?
We already know 3 of the elements. We know that Klausner had obtained the lens before he vanished.
Where was he?
Syria. We know that he arrived, but after that, nothing.
The assassin.
I fear so. It's a shame. Klausner was a good operative.
This will be our last meeting in person until we locate the sword of Baphomet. I hope that I don't need to emphasize the importance of finding it. Without it,
Yeah, but the
our
Y2K bug was
endeavors
still a
come
man-made
to
problem. It was an issue of computers rather than any big suggestion of the year 2000 being anything special.
Opposition. The new millennium will belong to us. The next time that we meet, it will be to become the
Princes of the universe. Here we belong, fighting for survival. We've come to be the rulers of you all. Yeah, I mean more like specifically in a sense of like there wasn't any major event in the year 2000 that was just a natural thing. The year 2000 didn't really mean anything. As opposed to like what a lot of media likes to make out that it was. It was because math.
In the middle of the circle was a stump of stone, a shaft of daylight from the world above lancing down to touch it. In the middle of the circle,
yeah, that's my point.
was
Like a lot of stuff, like say, oh, the year 2000 is
from the world above lancing
significantly
down to touch it.
interesting, and it's not. And Ben says, like, the most interesting thing to happen in the long run was the release of the PS2.
Notches
that was only
around
in Japan.
the edge of the stump's top.
Maybe not.
The light, falling from above, struck the gem and scattered in 5 neat rays, and each ray picked out a letter. Starting from the seal, I could read M-A-R-I-B, Marib. Now all I had to do was figure out what the heck that meant.
Nico, I keep bursting into your apartment.
Nico, I've seen them.
Who?
The Templars. I spied on their meeting in the catacombs.
And you saw the Knights Templar?
I saw a bunch of guys masquerading as Templars. They're after something called the Sword of Baphomet. The bogus doctor was there, the guy who killed Marquet. The manuscript is the key, just as we thought. It shows the way to the broken sword, whatever that is.
And how does the assassin fit into all this?
He's out to stop them.
Hey, welcome on in, Foxhound Cat,
These
legendary streamer.
Neo-Templars, they're men and women
We
in
give Cat a
influential
shout out,
positions.
please.
Don't you see? Plantar was one
We're
of
still
them.
playing
The
Broken
assassin
Sword.
killed him for the manuscript, to stop them finding the sword.
But now we have got the manuscript.
Yes.
So, how do they hope to find the sword?
I don't know. They said something about a lens and a guy called Klausner who's gone to Syria, but they didn't seem to realize the significance of the very site of their meeting.
I mean,
You
they
see,
probably did.
after
It's
they'd
probably
gone,
exactly why they were
I
meeting there.
discovered a stone pedestal and a carved inscription. I set up the gem on the tripod, directly below a beam of light. The gem split the beam.
Thank you, Ben.
And lit the letters
It's soulful boyfriend, huh?
M-A-R-I-B.
I've had that on PS4 for years, and my intention was to like do a Let's Play or stream of it.
Then the Neo-Templars are ahead of us. Klausner beat me to it.
You're not thinking of going there yourself, are you?
I
Why
don't know,
not?
I'm at the
These
point
guys
now where
are
I'm like,
crazy
I
and
don't think I want
That
to do
reminds
visual
me,
novels.
You should leave the gem here.
Okay, what about the
Maybe I'll
tripod?
play it for myself. I
And
don't
send
think
back
I'll
to
stream it.
Andre, anonymously.
Would you like this juggling ball?
Have you been drinking, George?
No, why?
Not since
Because
Ireland.
you're talking crap.
Do you think I should go to Marib?
Syria is a long way, George.
Thanks for your input, Nico. Murder RPG quest, the ultimate pudding. Curious. You're ending pretty early, aren't you, Kat? You usually go till like 2 o'clock. The raid alert did go off, I heard it. You know what? It won't be on the thing, the sound alert. Yes. Then we should. Gotta get up at 6. Ah, that's bullshit. Yeah, I heard it. It just mustn't have come through. There we go. Alright, that's good. Yeah, I hate having to do, like, stupid early work. He had me on earlies for most of last month. I was up at 4 most days to go and deal with fucking work.
The stand was being watched by a young boy, maybe 12 years old.
There's a gun.
The rifle looked dangerous to the user.
Hey there, young fella. Speak you the English? Speak you the Anglese? Parlez-vous anglais?
Yeah, it's kind of bullshit.
See, and indeed we, and rather better than you by the sound of it. My name is Nijo. Welcome to my grand emporium of quality merchandise.
Listen, kid, you can't just hash on the Americans for not being able to speak English very well. It's not their fault.
So, this is your stand?
Oh, yes, sir. Though stand does not begin.
Yeah, I imagine you're probably gonna call it now, Kat.
In this
So I appreciate the raid. Thank you so much for joining us.
Bustling metropolis?
Well, not per se.
Have yourself a good night. And a good shift tomorrow. We'll catch you later.
How much are those books there on the shelf?
Have you any Syrian pounds?
I think I might have a couple of Irish pund.
Then they're too expensive for you, sir.
You speak very good English.
Thank you, sir. I learned from tapes that my uncle procured.
Oh, a language course.
No, sir. Jeeves and Wooster. Gussie, Fink, Noto, Aunt Agatha. What ho?
Okay.
Does the word Templar mean anything to you?
Templar.
I mean, not bison dollars.
Templar. Templar. Why, yes, of course.
It does?
Yes. A splendid series of books by Mr. Leslie Chatteris, featuring the roguish Mr. Simon Templar.
You mean the Saint?
Great. That's a real help, Nijo. Anything else?
The Saint television program featuring Mr. Roger Moore.
of the quizzical eyebrow, and a stick man with a halo. Bing!
Interesting thing to note is, like, go to both Ireland and Spain, we get an explanation of how we got to the specific place we're at. But here, we go to Syria and we just pop up here. And it's like, okay. We're just here.
So all Templar means to you is Roger Moore.
I only watched it for the stick man with the halo. Bing! He was better animated.
Oof. Half criticism of Roger Moore there.
So I'm correct in saying that the word Templar doesn't mean much to you.
Well, there was the Order of Knights who were wiped out in an Inquisition in 1312, I suppose.
That's them. What else do you know?
Just how much information do you think there is on a Trivial Pursuit card?
A what?
From the medieval edition. We had it on the stand a couple of years ago. Ask me what a feuter is. Go on, I know all this stuff.
Never mind.
Hmm.
Okay, forget about the Templars for a minute. What do you know about knights?
Like
Define knights.
Crusaders, they came to the East on an insane and pointless mission. They sacrificed thousands of lives, including their own, for insensate pride. How anyone can find them romantic confounds me.
What do you think of this, eh?
Oh, sir, what a splendid plaything. One day, when I am rich, I am going to build a world-renowned collection of brightly colored balls.
Into dreams?
Are you serious?
In deadly earnest. People will come from far and wide to see my collection. The Rockefellers and the Gettys can keep their hoard of so-called fine art. But answer me this. What good is a Picasso, I ask you, if you cannot bounce it off a wall?
You may have a point.
A comedian. No surprise there.
Have you seen this man before?
No, sir. I'm glad to say. Cold eyes.
Do you know the name Merlin?
I'm afraid not, old bean.
Don't call me that.
Look at this. A lifting key as used by Parisian sewer workers.
Callooh, Calais, sir. I must remember this day for posterity. My grandchildren will be fascinated.
I like you, kid.
What do you make of this?
Well, beyond the obvious, very little. That pattern seems very familiar, though.
What do you make of...
Well...
This plaster was very useful in Ireland.
Really? Your fund of travelers' tales never ceases to enthrall me.
Here, shake hands, Nijo.
I'd rather not, sir. At least not while you've got that shake and shock buzzer clumsily concealed in your palm.
Just tired? Don't worry, we're going to wake you up with this riveting tale of murder and conspiracy
Outlawed in
and
3
seducing
separate
old women.
arms limitation conventions, those are.
What do you think of this?
Excellent workmanship. 12th or 13th century. I wish I had things like that for sale.
What do you make of this?
A man-sized double-ply tissue stained with Bestheimer's number 12 white pancake grease paint, apparently.
Again, I said it before, but like I like the idea of a point-and-click adventure game having a character who knows essentially everything.
Peep, sir.
You can present him with every item you've got and he'll know exactly what they are, but he has no relevance to the plot. I think that would just be funny.
The cat was an ugly brute who looked like he owned the joint.
How long ago was that? Almost 6 hours. Deceit, deception, trespassing. Come up with a third D word there, Bane, and we'll work it out.
It was a guess, but I figured the woman to be an American tourist. Just call me Sherlock.
I feel like we should talk to these tourists because they may become recurring characters.
Embarrassed as I am to admit it, you can spot an American tourist a mile off. Hi, I was wondering whether you could help me.
Hey, Dwayne.
Why, sure, son. Always got time for a fellow American. The name's Henderson. Dwayne Henderson.
Pleased to meet you, Mr. Henderson.
Hell, boy. I'm not in the office. Call me Dwayne.
Oh, okay. Dwayne? My name's George
I like that
Stobart.
these two are recurring characters. Fun.
You're a long way from home, Dwayne.
Could say the same about you, George.
Me? Well, I'm just sightseeing, that's all.
Without a camera? Kinda lags to come all this way.
Yeah, no, I
Not
like
take
to
pictures. Mind if I take a picture of you?
take everything in as it comes.
What?
Remember
Why?
everything. Experience it rather than remember
Ow!
taking pictures of it.
You could have warned me.
You don't mind, do you, George? The folks back
Yeah, even
home
meeting them
will
at
be
5.
real
It's a
interested.
recurring element I really like.
What exactly do you do, Dwayne?
Didn't I say? Oh, I run a greeting card company. Yep, we're based in Cleveland, Ohio. Pearl writes the poems for him. You ought to ask her to recite some.
Where is your wife, Dwayne?
Pearl? Oh, she's around, looking for bargains.
How long have you been married, Dwayne?
Hell, must be
think so.
30 years now.
Do you think bulls have any significance around here?
Weird question, George.
It's a weird
Nope,
question.
I don't think they have.
I saw a medieval picture of a woman, royalty or nobility, something like that. She was looking in a mirror, but the reflection was of a man with 3 faces. What do you think of that?
I think you should be in therapy.
To be fair, it's a weird thing to bring up to somebody you've just met.
Do you mind if I ask you an odd question?
Okay.
You mean as
but I
opposed to
might
the
not
other
answer it.
questions?
Do you know anything about the Templars?
The Knights Templar?
Yep.
Nope. Nothing at all.
Well, you knew they were an order of knights.
Doesn't
what
everybody?
I know and what I say are 2 different things, boy. I haven't lasted as long as I have in this business without knowing that.
In this business?
Sure. The greetings card business.
Oh, please.
They never say exactly what's going on with these two, but there are hints that they're like working for the CIA or something.
Does the image of a knight holding
It's
a
fun.
crystal ball mean anything to you?
Hell no. What would a knight want with a hunk of glass?
I don't know. That's the problem.
See the future.
What's wrong, boy?
It's not a crystal ball. It all came together in my head. What the conspirators had mentioned losing. The strange perspective of the manuscript.
It's a lens.
Have you talked to Nijo?
Nijo? He's the youngster on that junk stand, right? Yeah, we've met him. He's a smart kid.
It's weird that he's standing
four
there when there's a
languages,
chair right
and
behind
never
him.
had a day's formal education. He should go far. Kept trying to peddle garbage on us, though.
You're not going to find much worthwhile around here.
I know that, and you know that. But try telling Pearl. She reckons there's antiquities in them door stands.
What do you think of this?
It's a ball. Big deal.
It's a French ball.
Recognize this?
A clown's red nose.
Have you seen this man before?
Maybe. Where'd you get it?
I just picked it up somewhere.
Sure. I'm always picking up photos of complete strangers and then asking around.
Ow! Damn it!
There. I've got another picture of a complete stranger. Maybe I'll ask around about this one.
Have I annoyed you, Dwayne?
Do you know the name Merlin?
Nope.
What do you make of this?
A manhole lifting key. So?
Hey, how come you recognize it?
Hey, how come you're carrying it?
Yeah, well,
question.
let's just drop the subject, shall we?
Well, like, a lot of people recognize this as a key for opening manhole covers. It should not be surprising that somebody recognizes it by now.
Does this matchbook mean anything to you?
Nothing. Nothing at all.
Look, I've got some plaster of Paris.
Yeah?
Yeah.
I've got a picture of me shaking hands with George Bush. Of course, that was back in '76.
Shake hands, Dwayne.
Why?
I'm just being friendly.
Let's just be friendly by keeping our hands to ourselves. Yeah?
What do you make of this chalice?
That looks old. Is it for sale?
Sorry. What do you think of this grease paint stained tissue?
You've been hanging around with actors?
Really get the feeling by the end of this conversation that Dwayne does not like George.
Okay, well, I'll see you around, Dwayne.
Count on it, George.
Hello. I was wondering whether you could help me.
Why, hi there, handsome. What can I do for you?
Hi, my name's George. I was just...
Well, it certainly is delightful to meet you, George.
I was...
My name's Mrs. Henderson, but you can call me Pearl, I'm sure.
Okay, Pearl. I was...
So nice to meet a friendly American face so far from home.
Pearl?
Yes, dear?
I was just wondering if you could help me.
Why, sure, precious.
I've been talking to your husband, Dwayne.
Oh.
Yeah, he tells me that he runs a greeting card company and you write the poems that go in them.
Oh, yes, indeed. I consider myself the artiste of the family. Tell me, George, would you like to hear one of my poems?
I'm gonna leave this up to you guys. Yeah, of course Bane would say yes.
Yes, go on then.
Okay then, darling, here we go. Our sympathy upon this time, when your heart doth break.
I like the doth.
Classy, isn't it?
We know the grief that must entail
when your schnauzer gets bitten by a snake. Ah, it still touches me. What do you think, George?
It's very specific, isn't it?
Thanks,
You think so? We sell a lot of those, dear.
By schnauzer, do you think they meant dog or penis?
So, tell me a little about yourself, Pearl.
Me? Oh, a gentleman's interest is always so flattering. Well, my husband and I run a greetings card company in a cute little place called Akron in Ohio.
Akron? Cute? Little? Hold on.
Didn't
Dwayne say they were from Cleveland?
What was that, sweetness?
Oh, nothing. I was just thinking out loud.
For all I know, Cleveland could be in Ohio. Like that can just slip me right by. I don't know.
I met your husband earlier. He's an interesting man.
That's why I married him.
You said that your company is based in Akron.
And Dwayne said it's in Cleveland, no doubt.
Well, yes, he did.
Dwayne was in the Marines and Vietnam, you know. Anyway, he got a medical discharge. Thing is, he gets confused. We moved away from Cleveland 5 years ago.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean...
He also gets a little paranoid. Thinks he's a spy or something.
I'm so sorry, Pearl.
Don't worry yourself, George. We live with it.
Okay.
Have you ever heard of a group of knights called the Templars?
Sounds familiar. I remember. Dwayne had a book. The Holy Something and the Holy Something Else, I can't quite recall. I read a little of it.
And?
Seemed like a lot of hooey to me. Still, Dwayne loved it. Conspiracy theories appeal to his paranoia. He
that seems to
the
make sense.
Freemasons shot Elvis from a grassy knoll. He gets might confused sometimes.
Have you talked to the boy on the bric-a-brac stand?
Oh, you've met him?
Bric-a-brac.
His name's Nejo, you know. Oh, he's just so cute, I could die. I'd love to bundle him up and take him back to Ohio.
He might not thank you.
I'm looking for something ancient, you know. Something to impress the folks back home. The poor boy was trying to do his best, but we still haven't found anything.
Bric-a-brac.
Do you know anything about medieval weaving?
I do.
Yeah, I was thinking
needlework,
that.
But
The whole thing that,
gosh.
It's okay. It was a long
explains the theories that the Da Vinci Code was based on. Those books came out like years before the Da Vinci Code.
What does this mean to you?
Gosh, is this some sort of psychological test?
No,
Oh, well in that case it's a red ball.
Does this red nose mean anything to you?
Reminds me of my late Uncle Abner.
Oh? Is he a clown?
No, he was a drunk.
Have you seen this man before?
No. A friend of yours?
No, not really.
Copyright. I hear something about that. If I did hear something about that, would have been years ago. Last Dan Brown book
Have you
I
ever
read
heard of
was The
anybody
Lost
calling
Symbol.
himself Merlin?
Merlin?
Just kind
No,
of moved away
Merlin.
from it all after
Merlin. There's an O in there.
Moulin?
You haven't,
Yes,
have you?
Mulan.
No, darling. No Moulins.
Yeah, the Dan Brown books were enjoyable enough when I was younger, but I just kind of moved away from a lot of that stuff.
Do you know what this is?
Lord, no.
Went
It
like,
looks
really into
painful,
Star
though.
Wars books
It's a
for a
sewer
long
key.
time.
Who'd want to break into a sewer?
Contemporary fantasy. Every now and then I'll dabble back in sci-fi, but a lot of the time these days,
Does this matchbook mean anything to you?
really only in
You're a
fantasy.
feminist?
Don't they have secret handshakes?
Oh, George. Now you're
Plagiarism,
teasing.
there you go.
I've got some plaster of Paris.
That's nice, dear.
I liked her too much to zap her with the buzzer. What do you think of this chalice?
Now that's really pretty.
What do you make of this grease paint stained tissue?
Oh, it's
Yeah, like the
great
last Dan
fun.
Brown book I read was The
I
Lost
thought
Symbol,
somebody
which
had gaudy taste in makeup.
I haven't read any of the ones that came after that.
I've got to go now, Pearl.
It's been a pleasure, George. Don't be a stranger.
The only books I read in my youth that I ever bothered rereading was Star Wars.
He didn't have anything that I needed. The guy running the stand seemed pretty happy. People always want fruit. I wasn't hungry and didn't want to buy fruit, so I didn't start a conversation. The stallholder's face wasn't a great ad for running a kebab stand.
Why is he wearing a Union Jack?
Hi, what's your name, sir?
Hello, hello, you buy kebab. Most good.
What do you make of this?
Buy kebab. Most good.
What do you think of this?
Buy kebab. Come to eat.
Does this mean anything to you?
No, no, you buy kebab.
I'd value your opinion on this, sir.
La, you buy kebab. None?
Well, goodbye. Have a nice day.
Most good.
The carpet seller looked craftier than the offspring of a fox and an insurance agent.
You ever seen anybody rub their hands like that in real life?
Hi.
Hello, sir. Lovely carpet.
Does this matchbook mean anything to you?
Matches the carpet.
Give to me. Give to me. A la mute.
Thank you. Hello, good sir. I would like to inquire where I can get opium.
Greetings, my most fortunate possible friend.
Huh? Do I know you, mister?
No, no. And again I say, no. But, my friend, do you not see our mutual good fortune in this meeting?
How frank do you want me to be?
You are a traveler, yes?
Boy, you must be the world's greatest detective.
No. I am told that is Sherlock Holmes of the big forehead and slipper full of shag. I, as contrast, am world's greatest luxury taxi driver.
I can see where this is going.
I am Ultar, taxi driver and luxury guide per excellent. Yes.
This I had to hear.
Where does your heart desire to go? Simply mention the name to your obedient servant, and we shall fly there, swift as the eagle.
Oh, well, I don't really want to leave Marib yet, but I'm sure that if I do, you'll be the first to know.
Is good. You know where you want to go, you come to Ultar.
Thanks. See you around, Ultar.
Be having a pleasant day, full of shining experiences and happiness, my friend.
Okay.
Hi. Nice club you've got here. I was wondering if you could help me. What? I mean, I beg your pardon? I'm sorry, but I don't understand.
No surprise there, alrighty. He says sorry, but he not speak English.
But he didn't say anything.
He not have tongue.
No tongue?
So he
What
doesn't
happened?
speak anything.
It was bet.
And he lost.
He won. You should see other chappie. Oh, yes.
Damn, the door's locked. I'm sorry? Did you say something?
He say you not to go in toilet. Read sign, matey.
Matey?
It lose something in translation.
My Arabic, Russian, and Japanese have a lot in common. I can't read a word of any of them. The notice didn't mean anything to me. By staring hard at the notice and squinting, I discovered I couldn't understand a word of it.
Let's find out what it says.
Hello again, Ultar.
Great hellos, munificent foreigner, and possible future client.
Well, you never know. Would you mind talking to me?
Is most agreeable. This is how Ultar learned such splendid English, yes? Yes.
Yeah.
This place is certainly hard to find.
Oh, yes, it is most exclusive. The membership can be no more than... Kind sir, what would you guess the population of the village to be?
Gee, I don't know, a couple of thousand?
Then I would estimate the membership to be no more than a couple of thousand.
Okay.
What do you make of that boy in the market, Nejo?
Nejo? Ha! Ayub's boy is too big for sandals. I speak splendid English and he laughed. He say, Ultar, you big ox, you split infinitive. I say, I split your head if you stay still long enough.
I imagine he didn't stay still long enough then.
Pretty funny, yes?
Hilarious. You should be on cable. Do you know anything about the Templars?
Of course.
Yes? What can you tell me?
Great she-bop band of the 60s.
No, that's not really...
Who put the bop in the bop, 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 bop?
Yeah, eternal questions. What do you know about the kebab seller?
A most miserable man. Ultar say, cheery up, matey mate, it might never happen. And he say, shut up, Ultar.
Fancy that.
Not at all. Arto has face like the drizzle that falls on the midweek afternoon.
I hate when people say cheer up, it might never happen.
Have you met the American couple?
Have
It's like, go
Ultar
fuck
met
yourself.
them? Have Ultar met them? Yes, Ultar have met them.
And?
They most ungenerous. Ultar offer to show them wonders of countryside. They say, is there anything ancient? Ultar say, yes, of course. Nature is ancient. They say, no, anything ancient made by men. And Ultar say, have you seen Taxi? Fan belt older than Ozymandias. Ha 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 ha! But they gone.
Could you tell me what that sign means?
It's a door stay shut until Brush come back. Signed, the management.
Huh. Well, what does that mean?
Manager buy lovely new toilet brush, leaves it by wash basin for 10 minutes. Come back, it been stolen. Not even out of wrapper. He damn cross. Lock up toilet and say, nobody use fine pristine toilet until brush given back. We say, what we do till then, eh? He say, cross legs and use superior willpower.
And that's what you've been doing?
No, Ultar use bucket.
Yeah, there's players you bucket right outside the bathroom. Absolutely, just go in there.
What do you think of this ball?
Is most splendid, mister.
Look at this.
Is a red ball with a hole in it.
No,
Yes.
it's a clown's nose.
Does Clown know you have his nose?
I really hope not. Have you seen this man before?
Oh, most certainly. Was here only yesterday.
Here?
Really?
Yesterday? My God, he's close.
Yes, he was asking a lot of questions, just like you.
What did he ask about?
He asked about American called Stoby.
Stobart?
Yes, Stobart. You know him.
The killer knew my name.
Hmm.
What else did he ask about?
He asked about German man called Klobner.
I tried to
Klausner?
remember the name of the man the conspiracy had lost in Syria. Was his name Klausner?
Sure, that is what Ultar said. Klausner.
Klausner.
I told this man in the picture, Klausner wanted to go up to Bull's Head.
Hold on. He wanted to go where?
Bull's Head. Big hill, 10 mile out of town. Maybe 60.
When was that?
Oh, maybe a week ago.
And when was the last time you saw him?
What can you tell me about this Bull's Head Hill?
It's most magnificent. Lovely views. Worth visiting. Yes, by indeedity.
How do I get there? No. Let me guess.
Ultar
You
cab.
need fine luxury guide to take you there in air-conditioned taxi.
Woe is me. Where can I find such a guide?
And Ultar is most luxurious guide for most literally some way, in any direction.
Gee willikers, lucky old me.
Are you desirous of my pleasant and luxuriant service?
Not yet.
No, I think I'll be hanging around the village for a while yet.
As you desire, oh mister. Rest assured, however, that Ultar is
Yeah,
ready
there's
to
other stuff I need
transport
to
you
do.
to Bull's Head as quick as a lickety-split. Yes.
Have a look at this.
Shiny.
Good work.
This is a key for lifting manhole covers.
You carry some strange stuff with you, mister.
Just don't ask me where I put it.
What do you think of this plaster?
Not much there. Not enough to make tasteful garden gnome, for example.
Depends how small the gnome is.
Shake my hand, Ultar.
Ha ha. Remind me of thing that happened month ago. Maybe 6. Man come up to Ultar, say, shake hands, Ultar. But man have electric buzz thing in his hand. Ha ha. How we laughed. Then I broke his arms.
Have you ever seen anything like this chalice?
No.
What does this grease paint stained tissue mean to you?
Nothing. Why? What does grease paint stained tissue mean to you?
That's a good question. I don't think I'm ready to answer it.
See you around, Ultar.
Fare you most splendid, good sir.
I know I have to get the toilet brush back, and I know the kebab owner has it. Kebab, man. Yeah, it's crazy, isn't it? Like, it's a standard adventure game thing, anyway. Like, it is crazy to think, like, oh yeah, no, just loads of stuff in the pockets.
Hello again, Pearl.
Why, hello, George. It's such a pleasure to see you again.
Have you met the taxi man, Ultar?
Heavens, yes.
It kind of makes me think of
Very muscular.
Tyrion's modern design, the
Why,
protagonist
George,
of FF2.
you're absolutely the most. Oh, you mean a taxi ride? No, Dwayne wasn't interested, so it didn't happen.
The way they show Tyrion in more modern games, it's just like having loads of equipment on him. It's kind of an interesting
Have you ever
design.
heard of a hill called the Bull's Head?
No. No, I haven't. Is it nearby?
I'm not sure.
Sounds awful romantic. The Bull's Head Hill.
Is it?
I've got to go now, Pearl.
It's been a pleasure, George. Don't be a stranger.
It's the power of the pockets of holding.
Hi, Nijo.
Hello again, sir. And how may I help you this time?
That's not a very friendly cat you got there, Nijo.
No, sir. It is a very unfriendly cat.
Why do you keep it?
Oh, it's not mine. It just rests where it pleases. And today, it
Our
pleases to
bottomless
rest
pockets.
there. As Kipling would say, it is a cat that walks by itself.
Fiercely independent.
And it smells.
Who's the guy selling the kebabs?
Oh, that's Arto. A miserable blighter, to be sure, sir.
He doesn't seem very happy.
He never is. Day in, day out, a face like a wet Wednesday. Whatever one of those is.
Does he speak any English?
Not cogently, no.
I met an interesting guy earlier, a cab driver.
Ah, that would have to be Ultar.
Yep.
A barbaric sort of chap.
Oh, he's not that bad.
You know how he speaks in Pidgin English?
Yep.
That's how he speaks in Arabic too.
What do you know about that couple?
Oh, they're American.
Is that all?
The chap's a little odd. As for the lady, it's a funny thing. But I get the impression she's a lot cleverer than she's letting on.
I have no women like that.
See you around, Nijo.
Ta-ta for now, sir.
Hi there, Dwayne.
Hi, Dwayne.
Hi there, George. How can I help you, young fella?
Have you met Ultar?
Almost luxurious air-conditioned taxi ride, mister.
Yeah, the
Yes.
cabbie.
Tried to pull a bunco on us. Take us on a wild goose chase off into nowhere.
Have you ever heard of a hill called the Bull's Head?
Can't say as I have. Where's that?
I don't know.
Yeah,
I'm
it's
trying
either
to
close
find
so
out.
far.
Bull's Head, huh? I must remember that. Sounds scenic.
Was it?
Okay, well, I'll see you around, Dwayne.
Count on it, George.
As I didn't see the point of going all the way over there to get scratched, I stayed where I was.
Something I'm missing. Also, I know this kebab guy is using.
It was a
the
kebab
toilet
stand,
brush.
and an ugly one at that. In the still air, the smell hung around like bad smells do.
Hello again, sir.
Hello, kebab? Yes?
What do you make of this, sir?
You buy kebab?
Well, goodbye. Have a nice day.
Most good.
I figured going out into the countryside was a pretty good way to get lost.
In country like this, probably a pretty good way to get dead. No, he hasn't.
In the still air, it was a kebab.
He didn't have anything that I... I had neither the money nor the desire to buy any of that garbage.
Right, George, engage in animal cruelty.
In the still air... Hello again, sir.
Hello?
I'd
Nah.
What do you...
You buy kebab?
I'd What do you...
You buy...
I'd
Yeah, it's just the same thing.
Well, goodbye. Have a nice day.
Most...
Suddenly, I realized the
There
horrific
it is.
truth. The guy was basting the kebabs with a toilet brush. It may never have seen the inside of a toilet bowl, but it was still hardly appetizing. Suddenly, the guy... It may never...
Alright, so I think Nejo will help me with this one.
Hi, Nijo.
Hello again, sir. And how...
Is that your father lurking in the back of the stand?
He is indeed a roaring fellow. Ayub's his name.
You don't sound like you respect him very much.
Don't I? Not only do I respect him, I rather like him. For all his bluster, we get on very well.
Look, this is going to sound a bit strange, but I need Arto's brush.
What? The brush he bastes the kebabs with?
Why do I need it?
Let me find some dirty postcards for you instead.
Nijo, this is serious. Arto stole that brush he's using from a friend, and I want to get it back.
Friend?
Perhaps I could help you, old chap. Maybe? Perhaps?
Maybe what? Perhaps what?
I do not wish to seem mercenary, sir, but I am a merchant, and merchants trade.
Merchant? This isn't Sears and Roebuck here.
Well, if you're going to be disagreeable...
No, you're right. What would you like?
I seem to recall that you have something that might alleviate my boredom. A globe of delight. A Rubicon spheroid of heavenly pleasure.
You mean the ball, don't you?
A tiny spherular form that barely spans my hand, yet promises hours of amusement.
If you mean the ball, why don't you just say so?
Can I have the ball back, mister?
What do you mean, back?
All right, here you go.
People say bad things about Americans, but you're okay in my book.
What people? What bad things?
Never mind that now.
Well, even in
Remember
the
the brush?
90s,
Right,
an American
yes, the
had
brush.
to know
All
that
you have to do
the
with
rest of the world
Arto
didn't think
is
much
be
of them.
polite. It lightens his day, makes it all worthwhile for him again.
How can I be polite to the guy when I can't speak a word of Syrian?
Arabic.
That's what I meant.
Simply memorize this phrase. Il-ach il-kalb.
Il-akal kalb.
Close enough. Now, go over to Arto and deliver those honeyed words even unto his delicate ear.
This
He
is a
won't
bad
be
idea.
able to do enough for you.
Really?
Really.
What exactly does il-akal kalb mean?
A polite but subtly complimentary greeting. He won't be able to do enough for you.
So long, Nijo.
Toodle pip, sir.
Well, you seem to have no problem
again, Pearl.
conversing with the locals. Do
Why,
you know what this
hello,
thing means?
George. It's such a
Do you know what Il Akal Kalb means?
My, sounds romantic.
Yeah.
Have you had anything from the kebab stand?
Heavens, no, with my digestion.
I've got to go now, Pearl.
It's been a pleasure.
Hi there, Dwayne.
Hi there, George.
Why did you do a full circle around him?
Have you had any dealings with the kebab seller?
Absolutely not. Pearl's already had one attack of Montezuma's revenge.
Do you know what Il
Oh, I know
Akal
what it
Kalb
means.
Sorry.
I'm just
I
like,
don't
do
speak
any of
Arabic.
these people bother to
Okay,
warn you
well,
about
I'll
it?
see you around, Dwayne.
Count on it, George.
Here we go.
Hello again, sir.
Hello. Kebab?
I'm not going to Walter to
Yeah.
come back for it. We'll ask him later.
Il Akul Kalb?
Filthy. Bad. I'll kill you.
Whoa, calm down. I just... Feet, do your thing.
So I'm coming at you with a knife. Alright, Nijo, did you get the thing?
Hi, Nijo. What the heck did you tell me to tell him?
Patience, sir.
Patience?
It won't translate beforehand.
I've been
Alright.
chased by a homicidal kebab seller, and you expect me to be patient?
But consider, sir, while you were running from the irate Arto wasn't using the brush.
Hold on. Are you telling me that I've been used as a diversionary tactic?
Your brush, sir.
I can't
God damn it,
believe
Nijo.
that you put me on that kebab seller's death list for a toilet brush.
The ends justify the means, sir.
Yeah, but I noticed it wasn't your butt that was on the line, though.
They also serve who only stand and wait, sir.
Oh, spare me.
This little shit.
Oh, it's okay. Nothing.
Alright. So let's give this guy the toilet brush back, go into the bathroom, and then we'll speak to Vilta. Thank you, my good man. Who looks incredibly shifty. Got your toilet brush.
Hello again, friend. There wasn't much point in trying to launch an in-depth conversation when I couldn't speak Arabic and he couldn't speak. Period. Well, I did know a few words of Arabic, but doubted the wisdom of using them. Here's your brush, sir. It wasn't easy getting it back. The manager took the brush from me, gave me the toilet keys as my reward, and stomped off. What was all that about?
Manager, he say, bah, look at state of this. Need much cleaning and detergent before go around my, you bend.
He said all that?
Body language account for much, you know? Oh, yes, indeedy.
Right. We need to save before we head up, though. You know, this is actually a nice looking bathroom.
hadn't drunk anything since the morning, and I didn't need to use it.
George, you know you're like in an arid climate and
I thought the French had
are
strange
going
toilets.
to be going out into the desert. Drink something.
Oops. The mirror was as clean as anything else in there.
Yeah, that's a nice looking bathroom. Very clean. I've been in much nastier bathrooms.
Hello again, Ultar.
Praise be to Allah. I am blessed with your bountiful presence once more.
Yes.
What does Il Akal Kalb mean?
Who teach you that?
Nejo told me to say it to Arto.
And Arto come after you with big knife, yes?
Yeah, how did you know?
I know Arto. You tell him in bad Arabic that his kebab's made from dog meat.
I said he was using dog food? No wonder he went crazy.
No. Ultar not mean meat for dog. Ultar mean meat of dog.
Oh. Ugh. About Bull's Head Hill.
Are you desirous of seeing this most splendid place?
Well, maybe.
Yes.
A terrific bargain. Only 50 of your Yankee bucks.
50, huh? Well, I still don't have any cash on me, American or otherwise.
Oh, unfortunate, most extreme. The delights of the Bull's Head Hill then must wait, I fear.
What does this toilet chain mean to you?
You got brush back so you could steal chain? You're sure strange cookie, mister, yes?
Bye for now,
Meg.
I need the toilet chain for something I couldn't do. Credit card? He's a lawyer from 90s America. Credit card makes sense. Well, I need to sell you some garbage.
Hello again, Pearl.
Why, hello.
What do you think of this toilet chain?
My, but you're a strange one, George.
I've got the keys to a toilet here.
With my digestion, you better keep them handy. But I'm terrible.
I'll sell them to you for $50.
I've got to go now, Pearl.
It's been a pleasure, George.
Traveler's
Don't be a
checks.
stranger.
Hi there, Dwayne.
Hi there, George.
What does this toilet chain mean to you?
It means that somewhere somebody can't flush the toilet.
I've got the keys to a toilet here.
Executive washroom?
Not exactly. Okay, well, I'll see you around, Dwayne.
Count on it.
Hello again, sir.
Filthy! Bad!
Okay, I'm going. Arto had murder in his eyes. What the hell had I said to him? I wasn't sure whether I wanted anything off that shelf. That statuette was the nearest thing to an antiquity I'd seen, but it still looked like a cheap plaster copy to me. The statuette looked pretty sorry for itself after its fall, chipped with both arms broken off.
I need the sink for this. Grease paint.
The plaster seemed to soak up the grease paint until it began to look like stone. The grease paint had worked magic.
Thanks, Bane. It would have taken me a little while. Curiosity, Bane, when was the last time you played through this?
Hello again, Pearl.
Why, hell.
What do you think of this fine piece of ancient statuary?
Number of years ago?
Oh, Matt, that's just what I've been looking for.
Would you like it?
Would I ever? I'm not carrying the money, though. If you go and find Dwayne, he'll pay you for it. If he gives you any trouble, just tell him that I want it.
I've got to go now, Pearl.
It's been a...
The one
Hi
I've
there,
played
Dwayne.
the most out of the entire series is Sleeping Dragon. I have a lot of nostalgia for the Sleeping Dragon.
Hi there, George. How can I help you, young fella?
What do you think of this?
Good gravy. Looks old.
Yeah, I had to turn this town upside down.
Boy, your luck's better than ours. Looks Roman.
I wouldn't know.
What'll they say back home? How much do you want, George?
Oh, I couldn't. It's the find of a lifetime. I mean...
$50. Take it or leave it.
I'll take it. Here you go.
And here you go.
Of the first three, two's the one I've played the least.
Okay, well...
Count on.
Never actually had it as a kid. I didn't get to play it properly until years later. It's fortunate that Broken Sword 3 requires absolutely no playing of Broken Sword 2 to understand. Of course, I've mentioned that I've not played Angel of Death before. And I've not really done anything with
Praise
Serpent's
be
Curse.
to Allah. I am blessed with your bountiful presence once more.
About Bull's Head Hill.
Are you designed?
Well, 50. Okay, it's a deal. Here's the cash.
I think that's true of possibly all of them,
Splendid.
except
As
3.
you say, the cash price mullah is correct. Mister, we make with haste.
Where exactly is your taxi? Because the only vehicle I can see around here is an aging Army surplus truck.
Yes?
Ah, okay. I'll be along in a minute. It didn't seem right to take off with the toilet keys, so I left them on the bar.
Took the chain, then.
Hello again.
Yeah,
Omar.
Broken Sword 3,
His
like, you
most
could do it
splendid
without
and
doing the
adventurous
original,
client.
but it's definitely a game that wants you to have played the original first.
That's your taxi?
Oh, yes. Most assuredly. Most entirely
It
splendid
does, yeah.
taxi in all Marib.
It looks like an old army truck to me.
And has more direct
You
references to the
Americans
first game.
with your checkerboard caps and your Judd Hershes.
Recurring
You have
characters
lost
and
sight of what
themes
a
and
taxi
such.
should truly be.
About 4 tons by the look of it.
There, you have hit the nail in the nutshell.
Okay already, let's go.
Regrettably not, most esteemed pair. There is a minor problem of a tiny nature.
I already
The
paid
time
you.
belt has taken it upon itself to break.
So, what are you gonna do?
What can I do? I must wait for a ride to the garage for a replacement.
How long is that gonna take?
1 day, maybe 6.
I can't wait that long. We gotta get moving.
But how,
That
my
makes
friend?
sense.
I'll think of something.
I mean, beyond anything, like... If you're actually interested in Beyond the Steel Sky, chances are you played Beneath the Steel Sky to begin
What
with.
does this toilet chain mean to you?
You got brush back so you could steal
See you around, old...
There.
We were almost there.
Hi, Nijo.
Hello again, sir. And how may I help you this time?
What happened to your ball, Nijo?
I regret to say that it has been confiscated by my father.
Oh, Nijo, I'm sorry.
Not to worry, sir. Soon he will forget why he has the ball and put it on the stand, at which point I shall recover it.
I'm sorry about the statuette being broken as well.
Again, do not fret, sir. It has been on the shelf for a long time.
30
As
years between the two games,
merchandise,
yes. But Beyond the Steel Sky, like Broken
legs.
Sword 5,
Now it
was
hasn't
made
got
for
any
people
arms
who were
either.
fans
Very
of the
droll,
original game.
sir.
Like, Broken Sword 5 exists because people love Broken Sword. Beyond the Steel Sky was made because people love Beneath the Steel Sky.
See you around, Nijo.
Ta-ta!
I feel like it'd be weirder to pick up Beyond the Steel Sky without having played Beneath the Steel Sky. Especially given that isn't Beneath the Steel Sky basically free on everything? Yeah. Look, Beyond the Steel Sky's not on console, is
Ultar
it?
was standing around at a loose end. I had a feeling that something was wrong. Again. Hello again, Ultar.
It was on PS4.
His most splendid and adventurous client.
Does Beyond the Steel Sky come with Beneath the Steel Sky? Like how Day of the Tentacle comes with Maniac Mansion?
Look at this.
Is a
No.
does why
this
That's a missed opportunity. I can
You're
definitely
sure
see
this was the man?
I can
Yes.
see the problem you've got there. Thing.
No point in showing you.
None.
This is.
You can.
How about a I didn't think it. Have you ever seen it?
No.
Have you ever?
No.
I've shown you this.
Yes.
What does this?
You.
Bye for now.
May go.
Yeah, it's a missed opportunity. As far as I'm aware, like, Day of the Tentacle came with Maniac Mansion originally, and I think Day of the Tentacle Remastered still comes with Maniac Mansion.
The carpet seller had an impressive collection of wares. If I had the time and the money, I might have bought a couple of rugs. It must have taken him all. I had nothing to buy a carpet with, and...
What is with adventure game protagonists going to foreign countries without any money? Or is based on the consequences. Yeah, so it makes sense. Yeah, given that the first game is just free and has been free since, like what, 2002, was it? It's weird they don't just include it. What am I missing?
That...
That's what I play. Yeah, I understand. On PC it's not an issue, but on PS4 there's no way to play Beneath the Steel Sky. It's a fair concern, Ben, you are right. I apologise.
I wasn't hungry and didn't want to buy fruit, so... I figured going out into the countryside was a pretty good way to get lost.
Really bright.
Hello again, Pearl.
Why?
Nothing. It's okay. Hi there, Dwayne.
Hi there, George. How can I help you, young fella?
It's okay.
Yeah, I think for the sake of keeping this moving, Bane, yeah, I'd appreciate it. Also, I appreciate that you're up, like, so late. Big part of my concern was getting this done before you had to go. And it's really not going to happen. Yeah.
Hello.
Twice, actually.
You're sure this...
Yes.
See you around.
There you...
Hi there, Dwayne.
Hi there.
Do you recognize...
Nah.
Okay.
Count.
Hi, Nijo.
Hello.
Have you seen...
No, sir.
So long, Nijo.
Toodle.
Screw Pip.
It was the sort of bell you see in hotel receptions. Kind of unexpected here.
I wonder if it was stolen.
Hello again, sir.
Filthy. Okay.
Toilet chain and wet in the towel. I don't have the towel, it was an island. I think it'd have to be the toilet chain because we give the keys back when we speak to Walter. But nothing with the toilet chain's working. Need the chain.
I knew the door was locked.
You can pick the keys up to go back in the bathroom. Yeah, I got it. Thanks, man.
That...
I completely forgot the towel even existed.
Hello again, Ultar.
His most splendid and adventurous...
Is this any use to you?
My friend, the very thing, yes!
Ultar took the towel from me, cut it in two lengthways, and gave me half back. With his half, he did the kind of fan belt replacement that's normally done with stockings.
Now, if I knot the ends together, so... Serviceable, yes? Very serviceable indeed.
Stockings might work on a Bentley, but on a truck, the coarse toweling did the job nicely.
Come along, my friend.
I'll
You
take your
want
word
to see
for it.
the bull's head? Yes!
I think we'll finish Syria and then call it. End on a little excitement. Alright, it seems like it was a long walk up. Pick up the tree, George.
With a flourish, I tied the end of the towel to the stick with a textbook reef knot.
And he said he was never in the Scouts.
I could see that crack would make a good anchor point.
I really doubt the stick is strong enough to hold your weight, though, George.
Well, that looked really safe. But I had no choice. I hadn't anticipated going mountaineering when I'd come to Syria.
Looking at that, I feel like you could have probably just slid down there. Doesn't look like there's anything here.
Close up, the niche looked somehow artificial. I didn't like the idea of putting my hand in there. But there was something in there. A metal ring, as wide as my hand.
You gonna grab it?
I took a firm hold of the ring. And
George
pulled.
can become trapped permanently.
Whoa there!
Oh, that's concerning. Get through it quickly.
Around the corner, I found the corpse.
Indiana Jones?
Oh my God. Klausner? Large as life and twice as dead. I'd hardly had time to accept the fact when I heard the door mechanism start up again.
Oh man, no!
The door had slammed shut, trapping me. I had a bad feeling about how Klausner had died. A stone head bearing 3 bearded faces. It was a strange image, but a powerful one, redolent with antiquity and ancient mysteries. Sure was an ugly one, though.
Yeah.
I couldn't think of anything to do with the statue, apart from scaring small children with it. Okay, all right.
Take the whip.
Hey, what's this? I'd found some kind of lens, a very old lens made from a very hard glass. That settled it. The knight on the manuscript had been holding a lens the whole time, not a crystal ball. I'd searched Klausner once and knew that the lens was the only thing he'd been carrying. No portable phone, no demolition charges, no 5-course meal. You'd think international conspirators would go around better equipped.
So what's in his other hand?
Without getting too close, I couldn't see any marks of violence, apart from his fingertips being scraped raw, and that seemed self-inflicted. Klausner had been pretty smart to get this far, but he was still dead.
Don't bode well for me. I'm not very smart.
I couldn't take the inscription with me, and I didn't have a notebook or a camera to record it. All I could do was stare at it and try to memorize it. In accidenta cita est in hora mundi. Okay.
That's clearly supposed to be the UK.
That would have to do. The mouth's opening. It must be Ultar. My God. If he comes in, we'll both be trapped. Ultar! Don't come in! It's a trap! Stay where you are! You!
Oh, hey, Khan.
Hello, Mr. Stobart. We meet in the most unusual places.
Is this more or less unusual
Do
than
not
Ireland?
make any sudden moves. I have no desire to maim you.
Excellent.
Did you say
Thanks, Ben.
maim?
I did. Dead men tell no tales, as you say. And I want to hear everything that you have to tell me.
And what if I don't want to talk?
Then I shall, most regrettably, have to kill you. Rest assured, however, that I am an excellent shot you would not suffer.
Oh, that's good.
I appreciate
Believe me,
that.
I'm
Thank you.
really assured.
It is rather dark in here. I think we should conduct our business outside.
Why should I make myself an easier target?
If I fire at you, Mr. Stobart, I shall hit you even in here. But, unfortunately, my marksmanship will suffer. It could be the difference between hitting you in the leg or the groin.
Boy, it sure is hot in here.
No sudden moves, Mr. Stobart. Now then, where shall we start?
How about being bosom buddies and you putting that gun away?
Klausner, do you know where he is?
Yeah, he's in there. He's dead.
Yep, he's dead. Just around the corner of the cave. You want to look?
I'll take your word for it. How did he die?
Starvation or dehydration by the look of it.
He was caught in this trap you were shouting about? Yes.
Presumably.
I suspected as much. The Templars were not ones to give away their secrets lightly. Was he carrying anything of importance?
Yeah, a whip. It was really weird. I assume he was a fan of Indiana Jones trilogy.
Yeah, he was carrying some sort of lens. I've got it with me.
Give it to me.
I don't think so.
Don't be a fool, Mr. Stobart.
If I give it to you, what's to stop you killing me?
What is to stop me killing you anyway?
You might hit the lens.
Not if I shoot you in the head.
That's a
when
good
I
point.
fall, the lens might get broken.
Yes. You plead convincingly, Mr. Stobart. Perhaps you will live to see another day. Perhaps. Was there anything else?
Well, there was something in Latin up on the wall.
What did it say?
In accidenta cita est, in ora mundi.
Ah, the words of Caesar. Yes, that makes sense.
Well, I know that roughly it means to the west, to the edge of the world. But what the heck is that about?
It tells me where the sword of Baphomet lies. Mr. Stobart, I am sure that you are just what you appear to be. A gifted amateur.
Thanks, I think.
But I can no longer tolerate your interference. There is far more at stake than you realize. I cannot risk you inadvertently helping my enemies.
So what are you going to do?
I regret that we must end this here and now.
That's a shame.
What exactly do you mean?
I am a professional. You will feel no pain.
Oh, man. You're going to kill me?
Your only choice now is whether you die like a man or like a dog.
What?
Okay, you're the boss. I'll take my medicine.
You are an honorable man, Mr. Stobart. A rare breed. I should like to shake your hand.
Yeah. Well, what the heck? It was a long way down. Below, I could see Ultar's truck.
Yeah, later, fuckface. Ah, shit. Thanks, Bane. As soon as I realized it was like, okay, just go off the edge, he shot me. I was like,
With a flourish, I could see that.
I know.
Well, I hadn't. I didn't like, but there was I took a firm and whoa! Around the corner.
Remember when these old adventure games used to
my
have game
largest-
speeds
I'd
that you could change?
Oh, the door. I had a I couldn't. It was red. Sure wasn't. Okay. Hey, I'd found that the night without getting apart and Klausner, but he was. I couldn't take, and I did all I. In that would have the mount, my Ultar.
You know, I'm surprised that skipping all of this doesn't make the glitch more likely to happen.
Did you say? And what?
Then I rest. It is the
what?
If I bad, it could.
Boy,
There's a glitch in US, possibly Japanese copies of Castlevania Dawn of Sorrow. No. Portrait of Ruin.
How about
Cloud?
Where skipping a cutscene with death leads to you being trapped.
Yep.
I'll take you.
Start.
He will.
Or in a dead gate. I can't remember the specifics, but like you can't do anything with it afterwards.
If I,
What is this?
You might hit.
There's a separate glitch in Dawn of Sorrow involving the Zephon boss fight.
You plead, perhaps you will live.
But that one,
see
like,
another
there's a
day.
very known triggering mechanism for it.
Was there anything else?
Well,
what?
In well, but what the...
It tells me, Mr.
Thanks,
But I can't...
So what do you... What?
I...
Oh, man. Okay, you're the boss.
You are... I should like...
Yeah. It was a long...
Later, fuckface. It's a good thing Goldso was in the truck.
Luckily, the canopy on Ultar's truck broke my fall.
Thank goodness for that.
The worst part
She's
of the
not even
experience was
looking
Ultar's
at
driving.
What about the lens? Is it still in one piece?
Oh, yeah.
Well, it's good to see you again, Josh.
Really? Well, I have to say, I'd have enjoyed Syria a lot more if you'd been there.
I wouldn't have been much help. Anyway, you did just fine on your own.
Have you any idea what this lens might be used for?
As a magnifying glass, obviously.
We don't know that. Presumably, we just head straight back to the airport afterwards. But the thing we learn about Khan as we go is that he's not just a senseless killer. Like, he's very specifically killing specific people.
Have you any idea?
As a
I'll be back as soon as I can.
Okay.
I forgot how much of this game is just Nico sat in her apartment. I've been spoiled by the later Broken Sword games that have Nico actually contributing to the plot. Got honor and a work ethic, yeah. Aeropuerto. I think that is going to do it for today. We've been going for over 7 hours. I'm honestly really surprised you're still here, Ben. We've gone very late. We'll finish this another time. And it's probably going to be in like an hour and a half, so we'll finish this and probably start another game afterwards. So I'll have to get a separate scene set up for just a smooth transition. It is great progress. It's good progress. I should have stopped like 2 hours ago. Good. I've enjoyed this for the most part. The most frustrating thing has been trying to be comfortable while just holding the mouse as opposed to just like reclining with a controller. I don't think we'll make a habit of point and click games. But we'll come back for Broken Sword 2, definitely. This is part of the reason why I've not bothered doing any mouse and keyboard stuff. Because it's honestly really hard with this setup to get comfortable with the mouse and dealing with mouse and keyboard. Like, we'll come back with Broken Sword 2. Like the rest of the Broken Sword series, definitely. Possibly the Monkey Island series. I do want to do the Indiana Jones point and click games. We'll be back with more point and click games. It just won't be all the time. That'll be the thing. And probably shorter sessions than 7 hours. But that is going to do it for us for today. I want to thank everybody for joining the stream. I always really appreciate the support. Big special thank you to everybody in the chat. Chat is always the best part of the stream. Bane, Clem, May, Teak, Flame, Ninja, Cat for the raid. What do we have? Yeah, Amanda. There was that other person that came in and asked why it was labelled as a mature stream. Now, like, the answer for that is just, it's for the sake of safety and stuff. Like, we may play games that are suitable for everybody. Like, we've got stuff like Crash Bandicoot on the schedule that I want to do, and Sly Cooper. We may do games that are suitable for everybody, but the content of the stream is not guaranteed. Yeah, thank you so much everybody for joining. Chat is always the best part of the stream. Thank you for Bane, staying up this late, sticking with us this long, and for being a good helper with this. I do very much appreciate that. Thank you so much. Probably not going to be back until Saturday. Now. Tuesday today. Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, I am on late shifts. So tomorrow I get out like whenever we're done cleaning up after class. Thursday and Friday I get out on at like 11. So I maybe if I do decide to stream something like less like we're demanding of anything, but it's not likely. It's been fun to do this on stream, honestly, Bane. I've really enjoyed doing this. And it's been good to go back through Broken Sword again. Like, this is the kind of thing the stream was honestly first created for. To play through the games that I've wanted to replay and just haven't been able to work up the focus for. Because like, I sit here and I played this game for 7 hours. If I wasn't streaming it, I wouldn't have been able to do that. So like, it's great to be able to do this. But yeah, probably Saturday we'll be back. Sunday we've got probably a couple of weeks where we're going to be joined by Clem as kind of like a finale thing, because we didn't get to wrap up Final Fantasy VI. So we're just going to do a short, probably 2-session game. Just to have like a kind of finale and say goodbye to Clem before we shoot him in the back of the head again. Saturday, I'm not sure what we'll be doing. We might wrap this up. I know it's been a little while since we did Digital Devil Saga. We might wrap this up. What's the next game on the schedule after? What, Final Fantasy VI? Because we lost the save data. Like, when I lost everything on the hard drive, we lost the save data too. Oh, I set Sekiro to be after this. That's not... probably not a good idea. I'll rework the skin. Yeah, we lost the save data when we lost the SSD. The save data for almost everything we had was on there. So, like, that's why Suikoden was cancelled, because the save data was on there. That's why Final Fantasy VI was cancelled, because the save data was on there. At some point, I'm going to have to do Eternal Darkness again, off stream, because the intention was for Halloween this year, we're going to do the final playthrough of Eternal Darkness, but I've lost that second playthrough save file. The good news is, I still have the save file for the first playthrough. So I only have to complete Eternal Darkness again once with the Turga playthrough, so we can have the Ulioth playthrough ready for Halloween. But like we lost that as well. I have Final Fantasy VI Pixel Remaster now. So at some point I'll probably go through the game again with that. About getting Clement for like his final thoughts on Final Fantasy VI. I'm not sure. I would have to work my way back through the game. Which I could do off stream, but that'll be on the back burner as an idea. Yeah. It's unfortunate. It's frustrating that we lost it. Same with Suikoden. Like, this whole thing with, like, the technical difficulties with Shin Megami Tensei 1 crashing and losing progress in Suikoden 1. And, like, I'm just kind of thinking, like, we're just not going to do the 200 follower thing. Like, I don't know, we'll see. Especially because, like, we've been away from the schedule for so long. I do want to just get back to doing that. Well, anyway, that's stuff that we can talk about all day. Yeah, like I say, probably back on Saturday. Probably wrap this up, leave Digital Devil Saga for a bit, so we can just, like, wrap this up, because it won't be long. Possibly finish this, and then jump into Digital Devil Saga again. We'll see how I feel after, like, finishing this. Because we're at the castle in Digital Devil Saga now, and it's a good idea to go into that as fresh as possible, with as much energy as possible, because that castle is kind of a slog. Kind of frustrating to just deal with. But yeah, back on Saturday. Probably wrap this up. But yeah, there's not really anything else to say, but like, thank you again to everybody for joining me, keeping me company in the chat. I'm glad everybody was happy to see Broken Sword, especially since it's the kind of thing we've not done on stream before. Like, we're almost 4 years into streaming, and we haven't done a point-and-click game, and everybody's responded really positively to it, and I'm really happy to see that. So I'm glad everybody enjoyed it. But that's pretty much it. There's not really anything else to say except thank you all for watching. Have yourselves a fantastic time of day, and catch you next time, guys. Bye.